Buzz, buzz, buzz. In front of the teleportation array, all the members of the Heavenly Dragon clan from the ancient painting sect stepped into it and quickly teleported toward the Milky Way. This time, they were fully prepared. Now that the Dragon King and Willow Deity were both in the Tian High Dragon Palace, the Heavenly Dragon King had already stolen the Dragon King's bloodline. Under the situation where the Dragon Palace lacked top-notch experts, the two factions could easily suppress the Dragon Palace. Kill the disciples of the Dragon Palace and suppress the purebred Divine Dragon. This was their mission this time around. Through the teleportation formation, they quickly rushed toward the Milky Way. At the same time, they were at the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at the strange black liquid on his palm. Suddenly, he sensed the movement coming from the ground in front of him. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were cold and alert. When he first entered this place, he didn't sense the aura of any living creature. Who was that in the soil? His dragon eyes were flickering. Buzz! At this moment, the Heaven Dragon King who was in the soil stood up slowly. The soil on his body fell off and his true appearance was revealed. It's you, Heaven Dragon King. Wang Xian recognized him and a solemn expression appeared on his face. He stared at him intently and asked, "You inherited this dragon palace?" "Not yet, but I will soon inherit this dragon palace." The Heaven Dragon King sized up Wang Xian with a fiery gaze. His face was filled with a ferocious smile. Upon hearing his reply, a hint of doubt flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. What a strong bloodline, what a pure bloodline of the Divine Dragon. Ha ha ha. If I can obtain your bloodline, I will definitely be able to make the Divine Dragon race stand at the peak once again. However, this is about to happen. Soon, I, the Heaven Dragon King, will become the strongest divine dragon in the universe. Roar, roar, roar. The Heaven Dragon King roared ferociously and excitedly. His body had undergone a transformation. He had a huge horn, huge wings, and a dragon tail that was similar to the divine dragon. This was the appearance of his true form. Sensing the aura of the Heaven Dragon King and listening to his words, Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. You want to obtain my bloodline? As he spoke, he stared at the black liquid in his palm. The energy that was extinguished trembled slightly. Buzz! However, when the energy swept past, the black liquid did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a special symbol. Ha ha ha, today your bloodline is my bloodline. I have spent a lot of effort and schemed for 3 years just to wait for this moment. Don't worry, Dragon King. I will bring the bloodline in your body to greater heights. Roar! 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 The power that comes from the taboo comes from the most ancient technique, the Heaven Pilfering technique. Activate! He raised his head and let out an excited roar. Following that, black symbols gushed out from his body and spread toward Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at the strange symbols. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. Boom! With a wave of his arm, a frost divine sword slashed directly at the strange symbol that was connected together. Bang! However, what surprised Wang Xian was that when the frost divine sword landed on the strange symbol, it did not have the slightest fluctuation. It did not stop it at all. This caused his expression to change slightly. Whoosh! At this moment, the strange symbol in front of him instantly entered his body. This caused his expression to change drastically. The bad premonition in his heart became even stronger. Whoosh! 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 When the strange symbol entered his body, the strange symbol that flew out from the Heavenly Dragon King's body flew over quickly. The 5 elements grinding was used to block it, but it was useless. Buzz! The strange symbol entered Wang Xian's body. This made him feel extremely cold. This strange symbol connected him to the Heaven Dragon King. Ha ha, this is indeed a forbidden technique. It is indeed an ancient technique. Heaven Pilfering Pulse Changing Technique. The Heaven Dragon King saw the strange black symbol entering Wang Xian's body. Through this strange symbol, he could feel the surging bloodline power in his body. This made his body tremble. The greed and excitement in his heart reached its peak. Heaven Pilfering Meridian Exchange? When Wang Xian heard these words again, the intense uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. The Heaven Dragon King in front of him looked even more ferocious and excited. His body trembled, but he realized that the energy in his body could not be mobilized. This caused his expression to change slightly. Let's begin Meridian Exchange. I will possess your bloodline. I will exterminate your dragon palace, carry forward the Heaven Dragon clan, and lead our Heaven Dragon clan to glory. The Heaven Dragon King raised his head and roared in excitement. Ha ha ha! Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. All of a sudden, a voice rang out, startling Wuxia and the Heaven Dragon King. In the next moment, the Heaven Dragon King's figure disappeared. An illusory figure formed from black symbols appeared in front of them. The head was like a camel, the horns were like a deer, the eyes were like a rabbit, the ears were like an ox, the neck was like a snake, the abdomen was like a clam, the scales were like a carp, the claws were like an eagle, and the palms were like a tiger. Looking at the illusory figure in front of him and the black symbol, Wuxia's expression changed slightly. This was a divine dragon, a real divine dragon. However, it seemed to have lost its physical body and only had that illusory energy. I have waited for billions of years. Finally, I have waited for a divine dragon with such a high bloodline. Furthermore, it is a mutated divine dragon that is far superior to a purebred divine dragon. I have not waited for billions of years in vain. The divine dragon phantom roared with excitement. You're the Tianhai Dragon King? Wuxia stared at him. His pupils contracted slightly as he spoke with a vigilant expression. Haha, that's right. It's me, the Dragon King. I've been here for billions of years. After billions of years of elimination and loneliness, I could have possessed them long ago. However, their bloodline is too garbage. I've been waiting for a powerful person with the divine dragon bloodline to enter. Today, I've finally waited. The Emperor and the heavens have not let down their painstaking efforts. Ha ha ha. I'm very satisfied with your bloodline. Heaven pilfered to change my bloodline, using your bloodline to condense my body. The Tianhai Dragon King roared ferociously as well. He had endured too much during these billions of years. However, this day had finally arrived. The bait that he had released, the Tianhai Dragon King, did not let him down. He had even given him such a great gift. As long as he could condense his body with his bloodline, he would be able to completely recover and get rid of his current appearance. He would be able to see the sun again. He would be able to step into glory. Roar! 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 Wuxia sensed the energy on the strange dark symbols. His expression changed drastically as he raised his head and let out a dragon roar. He transformed into the body of a divine dragon and the mighty energy swept forward. It's useless. This is a forbidden power. This is an ancient spell. You can't break free from it. The Tianhai Dragon King laughed out loud as he spoke. When he saw Wuxia's body of a divine dragon, a dark glow shot out from his eyes. What a powerful bloodline of a divine dragon. It actually possesses so many attributes. Very good, very good. It belongs to me now. What's going on? What happened? Why did I suddenly come here? I'm using the taboo art, my divine dragon bloodline. In a medicinal garden of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, the body of the Sky Dragon King suddenly appeared in another medicinal garden. He widened his eyes and his expression changed drastically. What on earth happened? His forbidden art had been completed, but why did he suddenly come here? He looked at the black symbols on his body, and his eyes revealed a look of panic. The reason why the forbidden art was called a forbidden art was because if something went wrong, he would have to pay with his life. Now that his forbidden art had been completed, if he couldn't complete it, he would die. This made his face full of panic. How did he suddenly come here? There's only one possibility. I was treated as a chess piece. As the leader of a powerful force and the founder of a powerful force, he quickly thought of a situation. In fact, he had suspected the Dragon Palace before. However, with the inheritance he had obtained and his knowledge, he wasn't sure if there was anything strange about the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. He did not understand how powerful the peak race was. Now that he had been transferred here for no reason, he was certain that there was a controller in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The Sky Dragon King revealed a panicked expression. He moved his body and dashed towards the herb garden behind him. He wanted to complete the forbidden art. Buzz. At the same time, in the herb garden where Wang Xian was located, the Dragon King of Tianhai was hovering in front of him with a ferocious look on his face. The black symbols in his body were connected to the black symbols on Wang Xian's body. This caused Wang Xian to lose control of his body. He could not control his own body at all. He could only watch helplessly with an abnormally ugly expression on his face. Crisis. This was the greatest crisis that Wang Xian had ever encountered. It also allowed him to witness the powers and peculiarities of some powerful races and powerhouses. The Heaven Dragon King had planned for 3 years to lure him here to carry out the heaven-stealing Meridian exchange. On the other hand, the Heaven Sea Dragon King of the Heaven Sea Dragon Palace had spent billions of years using the Heaven Dragon King as a chess piece to wait for the purebred divine dragon bloodline. With such a scheme, Wang Xian, who was in the midst of it, did not have the slightest sense of alertness. He could not imagine it at all. This forbidden art of the heaven-pilfering Meridian exchange might cause permanent damage to myself. Wang Xian looked at the black symbol with an awkward expression. He was dead and could be resurrected again. However, this forbidden art could extract his bloodline. If his bloodline was completely extracted, what would happen? Would his bloodline be affected after he was resurrected? Tianhai Dragon King, you and I are originally from the divine dragon bloodline. Why are you killing each other? He stared at Tianhai Dragon King and shouted with a dark face. Ha ha ha! If you give me your body, I can let you go. Tianhai Dragon King laughed loudly and began to wave the mysterious black symbol. The forbidden technique had already been activated, but it could no longer be stopped. Buzz. In an instant, Wang Xian sensed a terrifying energy coming from the mysterious symbol. He felt his blood and all the essence in his body being rapidly transferred. His expression changed drastically when he sensed this terrifying energy. Ha ha ha, I, the Tianhai Dragon King, am finally going to see the light of day again. I will roar again. The Tianhai Dragon King felt that the forbidden art had been completely activated. He roared in excitement. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was panicking, suddenly felt a slight tremor in the position of his heart. This is. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He immediately began to focus. He saw the ancestral tree in his body tremble slightly and emit a fluorescent light. The fluorescent light enveloped his body, causing his agitated blood and essence to completely stabilize. What's going on? At this moment, the Tianhai Dragon King in front of him let out a surprised cry. He sensed that the energy of the taboo technique had suddenly stopped. It was his first time using the taboo technique and he didn't know why. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed that the ancestral tree in his body was slowly extending a branch. The branch was twining toward the mysterious symbols in his body. Whoosh! The branch was twining around the mysterious symbols. The mysterious symbols that were connected together were quickly absorbed by the ancestral tree. The power of the ancestral tree. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his eyes revealed an extremely excited expression. In his body, there was the strongest and most powerful ancestral tree in the universe, the Heaven's Origin Creation. The Heaven's Origin Creation represented the pinnacle of the universe and represented an invincible existence. Back then, when the Sky Array wanted to possess him, it was easily blocked by the ancestral tree. Now that this forbidden technique wanted to take the essence of his body, the ancestral tree that lived in his body naturally resisted it. Even if the ancestral tree had not reached its peak, it was still not something that a forbidden technique could resist. It was possible that an existence at the level of the ancestral tree did not put this forbidden technique in his eyes. Under his sensing, the branches of the ancestral tree were absorbing the black mysterious symbols rapidly. One by one, the mysterious symbols seemed to be attracted by something as they surged into his body. What's going on? At the front, the Tianhai Dragon King suddenly realized that the mysterious symbols on his body were surging into Wang Xian's body. His eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? He roared crazily. What happened? A series of black mysterious symbols were being absorbed rapidly. The number of black symbols in his body was decreasing rapidly. Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the Tianhai Dragon King. A faint smile appeared on his face. "This forbidden technique of yours is only SOSO." As he spoke, a sinister look slowly appeared in his eyes. "This time he almost died here." No, this is a forbidden technique, but it's an ancient technique. How could such a situation happen?" No. The Tianhai Dragon King's face fell upon seeing this scene. He roared indignantly. He had planned for billions of years just for today. But what was happening now? Was there a problem with the forbidden technique? Or was it because he was only a dragon soul? No! He roared in disbelief and watched as the black symbols in his body were all absorbed. When the black symbols disappeared, he suddenly felt an attractive force. He felt that his dragon soul was about to be absorbed. This made the Tianhai Dragon King's expression change drastically. "I can't accept this." He roared crazily and struggled to break free. But at this time, he felt that a part of his dragon soul had disappeared. This made him full of fear. "No!" He waved his dragon claw and directly cut his dragon soul into two halves. Half of it stayed here and the other half disappeared. Rumble. When he lost half of his dragon soul, the entire dragon palace trembled violently. Rumble. Tianhai was located at the east gate of the Tianhai Dragon Palace. When countless demonic beasts were trying to jump over the dragon gate and rush forward, suddenly, a roar came from the Tianhai Dragon Palace. All the demonic beasts felt the sudden tremble and roar, and their faces were filled with surprise. "What's going on?" The demonic beasts immediately stopped and stared at the Sky Sea Dragon Palace in front of them. "What's going on? Why is there such a powerful vibration coming from the Sky Sea Dragon Palace? Did someone touch something?" The demonic beasts murmured. "Look, the dragon gate of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace is illusory. What's going on? What's going on inside? The dragon gate is illusory. Could it be? Could it be that everyone can enter?" At this moment, an exclamation sounded. All the demon beasts looked over, their eyes shining. The dragon gate was illusory. Could all the demon beasts enter? "All disciples of the Demon God Palace, get ready." The 4 palace masters of the Demon God Palace looked over, narrowed their eyes, and said coldly, "Hong Long Long." At this time, the trembling of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace became stronger and stronger, as if there was a huge earthquake. All the demon beasts stared at it. Just as the plans of the Sky Sea Dragon King and Sky Dragon King failed, it was located in the Milky Way. The teleportation formation of the Green Province Trading Company was located on the Misty Race's Wangin continent. As the largest continent in the Milky Way, the center of trade, there were many people. The entire continent had a population of 100 billion. The Green Region Trading Company wasn't very strong, only about 10 Universe Knights. In terms of true combat strength, they weren't even comparable to the Mist Race. The main reason they could place the teleportation formation here was because they had paid the Mist Race a lot of Godstones. In addition to such a powerful teleportation formation on the Moon Silver continent, it was extremely beneficial to the prosperity of the Moon Silver continent. The entire teleportation array didn't cover a very large area, covering a radius of about 100 kilometers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, the entire teleportation array emitted a trace of light, and soon after, figures appeared in front of the teleportation array. After they appeared, they immediately flew to the side. Their bodies emitted a strong killing intent and battle intent as they lined up neatly at the side. In front of the teleportation formation, the person in charge of the Green Province Trading Company's teleportation formation wasn't too surprised by this scene. They waited quietly. Wong wong wong. The light from the teleportation formation shone continuously, and more people came out. They wore the ancient art sect's clothing, and slowly, the number of people reached around 5 million. Over 5 million people floated in the sky above the teleportation formation, and there were 50 Universe Knights among them. That terrifying energy rushed out in all directions. Many great beings immediately noticed the situation here. Their pupils constricted and their faces were filled with shock. What's going on? Are those people from the ancient art sect? Why are there so many of them here in the Milky Way? Some of them looked over and their expressions changed slightly as they asked in shock. So. At this time, 2 universe knights from the Mist race sensed the situation and flew over with a serious expression. The ancient art sect has gathered so many people here. What's the matter? A knight from the Mist race looked at the knights from the ancient art sect, his face full of wariness as he cupped his hands and asked, "Mist race, don't worry, we're only here to destroy the Dragon Palace. We didn't mean to offend you." The sect master of the ancient painting sect glanced at them and said indifferently, "What?" The 2 venerables of the Misty clan were slightly shocked when they heard the sect master of the ancient painting sect. They were shocked. They were here to destroy the Dragon Palace? Some of the surrounding experts were also shocked when they heard the sect master of the ancient painting sect. The ancient painting sect is here to destroy the Dragon Palace. With the strength of the Dragon Palace, they shouldn't be able to destroy the Dragon Palace, right? A god emperor said, full of doubt. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the light of the teleportation array bloomed and violent roars came from it. The roars were unbridled and violent. The expressions of the 2 universe knights of the Mist race changed slightly when they heard the 2 roars and they stared at the teleportation array. They were shocked when they heard the ancient painting sect's words. The Mist race wasn't strong enough to destroy the Dragon Palace. It seemed that they had other powers. Walala. The next moment, they saw huge figures flying out. They had huge wings, a horn on their head, and they were giving off powerful pressure. This is a heavenly dragon. When they saw this creature, they were slightly shocked. Heavenly dragon. A heavenly dragon of the heavenly dragon race. Roar, roar, roar. Continuous roars continued to ring out, spreading across a radius of over 1 billion kilometers. The situation here attracted more than half of the people on Silver Gazing Continent, and they all looked over curiously. More and more powerful beings of the Heavenly Dragon clan flew out of the teleportation formation. When the last 100 or so universe night-level Heavenly Dragons came out, their auras raged. Everyone on the Silver Gazing Continent felt a powerful pressure. A pressure from the dragon's pressure. At this time, even the 2 universe knights of the Mist race couldn't breathe. Was the entire Sky Dragon race here? Hiss! Tens of billions of people had gathered in the surrounding area. They floated in the air and looked over in shock. When they saw the last 100 or so universe knights of the Sky Dragon race, their faces were filled with respect and shock. Are the Sky Dragon race and the ancient art sect here to destroy the Dragon Palace? Is the entire Sky Dragon clan here? All of them are powerful Yalong, and there are over 100 universe knights. There are over 100 of them. This is too crazy. This should be the ancient painting sect's revenge. They are taking revenge on the experts that the Dragon Palace killed 3 years ago. They actually invited the Sky Dragon clan. The Dragon Palace is finished now. The Dragon King is finished. All the experts of the Sky Dragon clan are here. The strength of the Sky Dragon clan is extremely terrifying. The strength of just one ancient painting sect is about the same as the Dragon Palace. Now, the Sky Dragon clan is included. Everyone looked at the enormous army of 7 to 8 million people and felt the suffocating aura. Their faces were filled with shock as they roared in a low voice. Let's go and destroy the Dragon Palace. The Heavenly Dragon Duke swept his gaze around and roared with an icy cold expression. Disciples of the ancient painting sect prepare to take revenge for the vice sect master and the others. The sect master of the ancient painting sect roared with a dense expression. Howl, howl, howl. Kill! In the sky above the Silver Gazing Continent, an incomparably violent aura raged, the icy cold killing intent causing the air to freeze. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they watched the 2 powers fly towards the Milky Way. Their faces filled with shock. The disaster of the Dragon Palace had arrived. After 3 years, the Milky Way once again erupted into a terrifying war. However, this time was completely different from the last time. This time, there were a race of the Dragon God lineage over 140 universe knights. With the strength that the Dragon Palace had displayed 3 years ago, they weren't their match at all. They could even be easily crushed. The ancient painting sect's revenge had arrived. This also represented the battle between the 2 powers of the Dragon God lineage. Everyone watched as countless experts of the Divine Dragon and the ancient painting sect flew into the Milky Way. Some of them hesitated for a moment before following behind from a distance. They wanted to witness this earth-shattering battle with their own eyes. The golden light on the Dragon Gate has completely disappeared. The power blocking it has completely disappeared. Just as the ancient painting sect and the Divine Dragon clan were attacking the Dragon Palace, they were in front of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. The energy blocking the Dragon Gate of the Dragon Palace slowly dissipated. They could clearly see everything inside the Heavenly Sea Dragon Palace. The sudden change made all the demon beasts' expressions change drastically. Charge! The great demons of the Demon God Palace sensed that the energy of the Dragon Gate had completely dissipated. Their eyes were shining. This was their chance. Just now, they had tried their best but failed to leap over the Dragon Gate. Now that the mysterious energy of the Dragon Gate had dissipated, they could directly rush in. In the next moment, all the demon beasts directly entered the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. No, no, no. Damn that guy. Damn that guy. Why did the forbidden art fail? Why? Is it because I have a dragon soul? Or is there another reason? Why did I fail? Half of my dragon soul has been taken away, and half of my control over the Dragon Palace has disappeared. When all the demon beasts entered the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, the half-dragon soul of the Sky Sea Dragon King in the Dragon King Hall let out a shrill roar. This was a plan that he had been planning for billions of years. Billions of years ago, he was about to succeed, but this happened. Not only did he fail, but his dragon soul was also defeated. This made him terrified. With his current situation, he was no longer able to completely control the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. This would definitely attract the covetous eyes of countless great beings. With his current situation, even within the Dragon Palace, he was unable to contend against great beings above Universe Knight Level 3. The outcome that awaited him was either being destroyed or being subdued. Billions of years. All my efforts have been for naught. The Tian Hai Dragon King's body trembled violently. He was unwilling, very unwilling. Billions of years of planning had completely failed because of that fellow. Now, it had even caused such a situation. Looks like I have to find a body. He slowly closed his dragon eyes, filled with helplessness. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, he opened his eyes and looked forward. An image appeared in front of him. In the image, the Heavenly Dragon King was crazily attacking the nomological energy in the distance. Countless dark symbols surrounded his body. These symbols were gradually devouring his body. They were devouring everything about him. There's still a chance, there's still a chance. As long as I find the purebred divine dragon, there's still a chance to recover. The Tian Hai Dragon King's dragon soul muttered. His figure moved, and in the next moment he disappeared. In a medicinal garden where the Tian Hai Dragon King was located, the Tian Hai Dragon King's dragon soul looked down at the Tian Hai Dragon King below, and his expression changed slightly. Roar! Roar! You're just a small subdragon with a dirty bloodline. I originally didn't want to take your body, but now that I have no choice, give me your body. This will be your honor. The Tian Hai Dragon King let out a dense roar as his figure directly charged towards the Sky Dragon King. Who are you? The Sky Dragon King's eyes revealed a blood-red color when he heard this voice. He raised his head and let out a savage roar. Bang! However, in the next moment, the dragon soul of the Tian Hai Dragon King directly charged into the body of the Sky Dragon King. I gave you everything that you have now. Now is the time for you to repay me. The Tian Hai Dragon King's dragon soul roared eerily. What? When the Tian Hai Dragon King heard this, his body trembled. You're the Tian Hai Dragon King? You're the Tian Hai Dragon King. He roared in fear, and then his expression became even more ferocious. So what if you're the Tian Hai Dragon King? You only have your dragon soul left, and you still want to steal our bodies? Wishful thinking. Get lost. Hee, your body? In these hundreds of millions of years, I've already made all the preparations. I'm now your master. Now sacrifice your body. The Tian Hai Dragon King roared in disdain, and his dragon body slowly entered the Tian Hai Dragon King's body. The Tian Hai Dragon King's body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with fear and panic. He struggled for a while, and the light in his eyes slowly faded and was gradually filled with a cold golden pupil. The golden pupil was filled with coldness and killing intent. I want to completely merge with this body. I want to devour the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, devour his blood and flesh, and improve this dirty bloodline. I want to return to the peak. Slowly, the Heaven Dragon King said faintly, but soon his face became ugly. He stared at the east entrance of the Dragon Palace, his eyes full of anger and killing intent. Damn it! How dare you barge into my Dragon Palace? All right. Since you guys want to come in, don't even think about coming out. Hee hee. It's fortunate that I've made a lot of preparations during these billions of years. I've prepared a lot for my return to the universe. Very soon he smiled sinisterly. However, when he sensed the situation in the herb garden, his expression turned ugly once again. The dragon soul of the Tianhai Dragon King actually escaped? At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in the herb garden, raised his eyebrows slightly. The counterattack of the ancestral tree and the escape of the Tianhai Dragon King only lasted for about 10 seconds. However, his dragon soul seems to have suffered a heavy blow from the ancestral tree. I wonder where he is now. I wonder what level this fellow is at his peak. Wang Xian mumbled as he scanned his surroundings. After confirming that the Sky Sea Dragon Palace should not be in too much danger, he scanned his surroundings. When he saw that there were godly herbs in a medicinal garden in front of him, he immediately flew over. The power of law did not affect him much. He waved his arm and immediately kept all the godly herbs of the universe night level. Following that, his eyes lit up as he quickly entered the herb gardens. These godly herbs were a huge resource for the Dragon Palace. Perhaps he could gather all the resources that he had improved. Wang Xian started to loot the treasures of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. There are quite a lot of divine herbs here. It seems that I can get quite a lot of them. The best thing is that I can get my hands on the Sky Sea Dragon Palace and kill the Sky Sea Dragon King. In the herb garden of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, Wang Xian passed through the powers of law and gathered the divine herbs and divine fruits in the herb garden. Towards the end, he even found a level 4 dragon blood herb of a universe knight. This made him extremely excited. At this moment, a familiar aura was attracted over. Wang Xian looked over and saw the figure of the willow deity in a medicinal garden in front of him. He moved and flew over immediately. Dragon King. The willow deity also sensed Wang Xian's aura and immediately went up to him. Dragon King, what happened to the Sky Sea Dragon Palace? After she was separated from Wang Xian, she was transferred to a medicinal garden. The medicinal garden had a terrifying sealing force. With her strength, she was unable to break through the defense of the power of law. When she exhausted all her methods, the Sky Sea Dragon Palace trembled. It was only after the power of law weakened that she came out from there. Along the way, she also obtained a lot of divine herbs and fruits. The Sky Sea Dragon King didn't fall. This was all his plan. The Sky Sea Dragon King became his chess piece. They wanted to steal my bloodline but failed. Wang Xian said calmly. The Tianhai Dragon King didn't fall? No wonder the Dragon Palace is operating so well. The willow deity's eyes were shining. Now that the Tianhai Dragon King is severely injured, his control over the Dragon Palace has been greatly reduced. The attack and defense here have been weakened to the limit. I reckon that the Dragon Gate can easily enter. Let's go deeper and see if we can find the Sky Sea Dragon King and destroy them. Wang Xian said as he looked deeper. It's the Dragon King. The willow deity nodded and the two of them flew straight ahead. The willow deity had the ability to kill a universe knight at level 4. With the current defense of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, it wouldn't be of much use. The two of them quickly shuttled through the herb garden and gathered the spiritual herbs before heading deeper. When Wang Xian and the rest entered deeper into the herb garden, tens of millions of demonic beasts swarmed into the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. They were frantically searching for opportunities in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. When they entered, the group of people in the herb garden noticed that the power of laws was weakened and immediately entered. The entire Dragon Palace had lost all control. At this moment, the Tianhai Dragon King, who was in the Dragon King's palace, no longer cared about the matters in the Dragon Palace. He wanted to completely fuse with this body. Is the Dragon King's palace in front of us? After more than an hour, Wang Xian and the rest passed through the huge herb garden. They stared at the building in front and raised their eyebrows slightly. The huge ocean-pacifying needle was located in the center of the building. A huge staircase extended all the way into the building. The two sculptures of the divine dragons were located on both sides of the building. However, the building in front of them was enveloped by a vast energy. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and exchanged a glance with the willow deity. Then he walked forward. Buzz. When the two of them arrived in front of the building, a surge of energy stopped them from advancing. Wang Xian looked at the willow deity. Whoosh! Whoosh! The willow deity waved its arm and transformed into a willow tree. Then it struck directly at the defense in front of them. Boom! A powerful force landed on it, causing the defense in front of it to tremble violently. Someone is attacking the Dragon King's palace from the outside. The Tianhai Dragon King, who was lying in the Dragon King's palace, sensed the trembling of the Dragon King's palace and his expression changed slightly. He stared coldly at the outside. When he saw Wang Xian and the willow god outside, his expression turned abnormally ugly. This darn fellow. I will rip your tendons and skin you sooner or later, he growled in a low voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz. His expression changed as he looked around. With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy enveloped the entire Dragon King palace. Boom. Outside, the willow deity sensed the defense of the Dragon King palace. Her eyes sparkled as she continued her attack. However, when her attack landed in front of her, the Dragon King's palace in front of her disappeared instantly. This is... The willow goddess was slightly stunned as she revealed a stunned expression. He has been moved. This is the Dragon Palace of the Tianhai Dragon King. Even though his control over the Dragon Palace has been greatly reduced, he can still control some of it. Wang Xian looked at the empty space in front of him. He raised his eyebrows and continued. It seems that the situation of the Tianhai Dragon King is not looking good at the moment. The disappearance of the entire huge Dragon King Palace had turned the area in front of them into ruins. The building that appeared behind the ruins made Wang Xian look surprised. Behind the Dragon King Palace were numerous huge tombstones. Each tombstone was about 10,000 meters in size and there were names carved on it. This is? The graveyard of the Tianhai Dragon Palace? The subordinates and relatives of the Tianhai Dragon King who died. Wang Xian's body moved and immediately flew forward. The Tianhai Dragon Palace was different from the Dragon Palace. Behind the Dragon Palace was the Dragon Transformation Pool, while the Tianhai Dragon Palace was the graveyard. Obviously, the existence of the Dragon Transformation Pool was something that the Divine Dragon clan didn't have in the past. This was the Divine Dragon system created by combining the abilities of the Insect clan. This was also one of the reasons why the Dragon Palace defied the natural order. Arriving in front of the cemeteries, his eyes sparkled as he looked below the tombstones. Below, he saw the corpses of the Divine Dragons. The flesh and blood on the corpses had completely disappeared, leaving only the dragon bones. The dragon bones were also a huge resource for the Dragon Palace, not to mention the Divine Dragon clan. The corpses of any powerful creature were a huge treasure trove. If the Sky Sea Dragon King doesn't want to plunder my bloodline or kill me, I would definitely not touch the bones of the Divine Dragon clan. But now, there's no need at all. Wang Xian mumbled, his eyes flashing with a cold expression. Logically speaking, these were all his seniors. He should respect the dead members of the Divine Dragon clan. However, since the Tianhai Dragon King wanted to kill him, he didn't have to worry about anything. In the Tianhai Dragon Palace, he would take away all the treasures that could be taken away. Willow deity, take out all the dragon bones in the dragon tomb. Wang Xian spoke as his eyes sparkled. It's the Dragon King. The willow deity nodded. One by one, she reached into the soil and dug out the dragon bones one by one. Wang Xian also started to move. Huge dragon bones were unearthed one by one. The dragon bones in the dragon tomb were not all the bones of purebred divine dragons. He realized that there were many dragon bones of other lesser dragons. However, he could feel that the strength of each dragon bone was definitely not lower than that of a universe knight when they were alive. In fact, the level of these dragon bones was not lower than a level 5 universe knight. Wang Xian looked at these dragon bones with a burning look in his eyes. The last time he improved, he absorbed a powerful dragon bone. This time, with so many dragon bones and the godly herb he obtained, his strength could definitely improve. Roar, roar. Damn that fellow. He actually dared to desecrate the dragon tomb of my Sky Sea Dragon Palace. I want to kill them. I want to kill them. At the same time, the Dragon King's hall was shifted to the last position at the back of the Dragon Palace. The Skysia Dragon King sensed the situation at the Dragon Tomb. His eyes instantly turned blood red and were filled with violent killing intent. His furious roar spread throughout the entire Dragon King Palace. However, Wang Xian didn't care whether he had desecrated the Dragon Tomb of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace or not. They were both enemies. Why would he care about these? The guy beside the Dragon King is very powerful. He should have the strength of a level 4 universe knight. I want to fuse with this body as soon as possible. I want to kill them. He roared crazily. With a wave of his arm, the treasures in the Dragon King Palace fused into his body. At this moment, he had to fuse with this body as soon as possible at all costs. Otherwise, with the strength of the Dragon King and the rest of the Dragon Palace, they would be able to break through the defenses in the Dragon King's palace. Only when he had completely fused with this body would he have the ability to fight back. Time passed little by little. There were not many dragon bones in the entire Dragon Tomb. There were only about 100 of them. Furthermore, the energy contained in these bones was much less than what Wang Xian had absorbed last time. However, it was about the same. The dragon bone that he had absorbed last time was forged by the Skeleton Clan into an existence with the combat strength of a level 3 universe knight without a dragon head. The owner of the dragon bone must have been extremely powerful when he was still alive. Sky Sea Dragon King's position in the Dragon Clan was not very strong. At most a universe knight level 8 or 9. In the Dragon Clan, only universe masters were considered a powerful dragon clan. Even so, the power of more than 100 dragon bones added together was very terrifying. The Dragon King Palace is in front. Let's go break it into the palace and kill that Sky Sea Dragon King. In front of the Dragon Tomb was the Dragon King's Palace, which had been transferred to the back of the Tianhai Dragon Palace. Killing intent appeared in Wang Xian's eyes as he immediately rushed over. There was a calabash floating above Venerable Willow God's head. The Immortal Slaying Calabash. An immortal slaying sword flew out from the immortal slaying calabash and directly attacked the Dragon King's palace in front. Damn that fellow! The Tianhai Dragon King in the Dragon King's palace opened his eyes. An ugly expression appeared on his face as the Dragon King's palace teleported and disappeared. At the same time, the Dragon King's palace suddenly appeared in the medicinal garden. At this moment, there were quite a number of demonic beasts in the medicinal garden looking for treasures. Seeing the sudden arrival of the Dragon King's palace, each and every one of their faces revealed an incomparably shocked expression. I let you in and I gave you an opportunity. Now is the time for you to sacrifice yourselves. Offer your loyalty and completely submit to me. The Tianhai Dragon King, who was coiled up in the Dragon King Palace, growled in a low voice with a gloomy face. An invisible energy swept out in all directions. As the energy swept across the entire Tianhai Dragon Palace, the bodies of the more than 100 demonic beasts that entered the palace first trembled slightly. They felt an unrivaled energy enter their minds. These were the demonic beasts that had jumped through the Dragon Gate and gone through baptism in the past. What they didn't know was that when they entered the Sky Sea Dragon Palace continuously and when they obtained the opportunity, an invisible hand was controlling everything. An invisible energy was invading their bodies. However, at this moment, a key point was completely opened. Enter the Dragon King Palace and protect this king. A voice appeared in their minds, and the eyes of the 100 or so demonic beasts flashed with the image of a golden divine dragon. As my king commands, they answered respectfully and immediately flew into the Dragon King Palace. Among the 100 or so demon beasts, there were more than 30 great demons. The rest of the demon beasts were at least level 8 god emperors. After all, they had been given some opportunities in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. However, among the 100 or so demon beasts, the strongest one was only a level 2 universe knight. They easily entered the Dragon King's hall and guarded the Dragon King's respect. In a corner of the Dragon King's hall, a woman with a human body and a snake tail slowly stepped into the Dragon King's hall. Her round eyes scanned the surroundings as she walked towards the entrance of a cave. The Heavenly Dragon King, who was trying his best to merge his body, did not sense a figure that did not belong to him entering the Dragon King's hall. Eh? At the back of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw the Dragon King's palace disappearing instantly. The Willow Deity's immortal slaying sword also missed. In the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, he can control the Dragon King's palace to teleport. Although the area of the Dragon King's palace is not very big and my attacks can cover it completely, this Dragon Palace has a barrier. With my attack power, I can't damage this Dragon Palace. The Willow Deity frowned and said. Wang Xian nodded slightly. Although the Sky Dragon King was very weak, this Dragon Palace wasn't weak. It was at least a level 8 or 9 Universe Night Dragon Palace. The Willow Deity couldn't destroy it at all. Even if it was a large-scale attack, it would be blocked by some barriers. In order to kill the Tianhai Dragon King, they had to enter the Dragon King Hall. Let's give it another try. If it really doesn't work, we'll give up. Let's take everything that the Tianhai Dragon Palace can take away first. Wang Xian said. It's the Dragon King. The Willow Deity nodded. The two of them moved and flew toward the Dragon King Hall. However, just as Wang Xian and the Willow Deity were in the Tianhai Dragon Palace, 7 to 8 million experts from ancient painting sects and the Heavenly Dragon Clan flew to the sky above the Milky Way. Around them, the Foggy race and some experts from other races followed them from afar. However, after flying for 10 minutes in the Milky Way, a huge teleportation formation suddenly appeared on the right. There were 2 Universe Knights guarding the teleportation formation. All the experts from the 2 races immediately flew towards the teleportation formation. What's this? Seeing this, the expressions of the people following them changed slightly. The ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan are fully prepared. They've built a teleportation array directly. This teleportation array will definitely reach the Dragon Palace directly. Absolutely. The 2 forces are fully prepared for this battle. If they fly over, they'll need at least a day. However, they'll be able to get there immediately through the teleportation array. This is to prevent the Dragon Palace from escaping. It looks like they've made a lot of preparations to destroy the Dragon Palace. This time, it's almost foolproof. The experts from the Milky Way were discussing in shock. They knew that the disaster that belonged to the Dragon Palace had arrived. The experts from the ancient painting sect, the Heavenly Dragon Clan, slowly stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared, conquering the Dragon Palace. Let's go to the Dragon Palace through the teleportation formation. Seeing the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan enter the teleportation formation, several venerables of the Foggy race frowned and said. They moved and immediately flew toward the Silver Gazing Continent. 3 years ago, the Dragon Palace had opened a teleportation formation to the Silver Gazing Continent. However, that teleportation array was a small one. Even if the experts of the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan knew about it, they didn't dare to use that teleportation array. They were afraid that the Dragon Palace would wait for them there. However, they could use the teleportation array to watch. The venerables of the Foggy race quickly flew toward the Silver Gazing Continent. Some other experts also thought of this and immediately flew over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, the teleportation array in front of the Dragon Palace lit up. The figures of the experts from the Milky Way appeared. However, when they just came out, they felt a terrifying pressure. This made their faces change drastically. Irrelevant people, stay away from here. A voice sounded and the venerables of the Foggy race immediately looked to the side. When they saw the position on the other side, their pupils constricted slightly. On the side, a dense army of members of the Dragon Palace was already standing there, and they were all staring at the position in front of them with murderous intent. Obviously, the Dragon Palace had already known that the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan were coming to invade them. Since everyone of the Dragon Palace has already known, we won't disturb you. The venerables of the Foggy race cupped their hands and flew to the side. Hee hee. Prime Minister Gue smiled faintly. Several venerables of the foggy race flew to the side and looked at the surrounding void. Obviously, the teleportation array of the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan was not set around the Dragon Palace. This was normal. If it was set around the Dragon Palace would sense it the moment they appeared. Buzz. More and more people rushed over from the teleportation array and flew toward the void to the side. Prime Minister Gue looked at the spectators and narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't stop them. This time, the Dragon King is not here, and there's no reply even after sending them a message. This battle might be a tough one for us. The sky array looked forward, its eyes shining. Kiki, I really don't believe that with our strength, the ancient painting sect and the Sky Dragon clan can break us? Bachi shouted coldly, his face full of killing intent. According to the information in the Universe AI, the ancient painting sect should have 3 Universe Knights at level 3 and the Sky Dragon clan should have at least 5 Universe Knights at level 3. Prime Minister Gue looked at the Sky Array and Thunder 8 points. There were 3 level 3 Knights in the Sky Array and Thunder 8 points. Even though the Sky Array had powerful array power, it was still weaker at its peak. Not to mention that the 2 forces might have powerful treasures. We don't want to win this battle, we just need to defend it. Prime Minister Gui said, after the Dragon King and the Willow Deity return, we'll play with them. If they dare to attack our Dragon Palace, we'll make them pay. Kill. The leaders of the Dragon Palace in the surroundings were full of violent killing intent. They're here. At this moment, Lei Ming narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, they didn't have much confidence in this battle because the Dragon King and the Willow Deity weren't here. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lei Ming and the others only sensed a terrifying power, but the surrounding sky suddenly changed. A golden light flew over from the sky. The golden light had a trace of holiness and was irresistible. The golden light slowly condensed into the shadows of 4 golden dragons, and the surrounding golden light spread out. The golden dragons covered the entire space of the Dragon Palace with golden light. The 4 golden dragons were guarding the 4 sides. Is this a formation? Prime Minister Gue narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the golden dragons guarding the 4 sides. It's to seal our formation, but I can break it. The Sky Array glanced at the sealing formation and said faintly with a smile, roar, roar, kill, kill. Kill. When the formation suppressed the Dragon Palace, roars and angry roars came from the front. All the members of the Dragon Palace looked over and narrowed their eyes. In the center, heavenly dragons were swinging their huge bodies and charging toward them with furious faces. On the right, the powerful disciples of the ancient art sect were standing on various divine weapons or huge war machines. Among them, the sect leader and an old man were standing on a painting. This painting was simple and had mountains and rivers on it. It was filled with a mysterious aura. Behind the ancient painting sect, there was a battleship with a radius of over 10,000 kilometers. This battleship was covered in lightning. From afar, it looked like a huge thunderbeast. In the universe, there were still very powerful technological races. There were even technological battleships and mechs that could kill Universe Knights at level 7 or 8. Their gazes were locked onto the Dragon Palace, filled with killing intent. All members of the Dragon Palace, get ready. Prime Minister Gue and the others saw the arrival of the 2 forces. Their eyes revealed a cold expression as they shouted, fight! Those who offend the Dragon Palace, even if they are far away, they will be killed. The disciples of the Dragon Palace also roared in a berserk manner as waves of might directly charged forward. Ha ha ha, Dragon Palace. Today will be the day you die if you dare to kill the experts of our ancient painting sect. The sect master of the ancient painting sect stared at the Dragon Palace with a bloodthirsty gaze as he coldly roared. Hee hee, your small ancient painting sect is nothing in the eyes of our Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue glanced at the sect master of the ancient painting sect and said with slight disdain. He looked at the Heavenly Dragon clan. Heavenly Dragon clan, we are both from the Divine Dragon clan and have no enmity with you. I wonder why you are helping the wicked. He asked indifferently. Our Heavenly Dragon clan is not here to destroy you. We can give you a choice to submit to us. In front of the Heavenly Dragon clan, The Heavenly Dragon Duke looked at all the members of the Dragon Palace. His eyes were shining as he said proudly, "The Heavenly Dragon Clan didn't care about the Dragon Palace at all. According to the information they had, the Heavenly Dragon Clan could destroy the small Dragon Palace. Submit to you? Hehe. What if we don't agree?" Prime Minister Gui's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard his words. "If you don't agree, then I can only destroy you. You are seeking your own destruction," the Heavenly Dragon said calmly. It was as if he was making a judgment. "Destroy us? Ha ha ha. Heavenly Dragon Clan, ancient painting sect, do you really think you can destroy our Dragon Palace by joining forces? How arrogant." Prime Minister Gui stared at Heavenly Dragon Duke and said coldly, "Ha ha ha. Your Dragon King has been killed by our Heavenly Dragon King. Now it's your turn." The Heavenly Dragon King laughed when he heard Prime Minister Gui's words. "What? The Heavenly Dragon King killed the Dragon King? Hiss, when did this happen? The Heavenly Dragon King actually killed the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Really?" The experts from the Milky Way who had come to watch the battle from the back were shocked when they heard their words. The Dragon King had been killed? "You, the Sky Dragon King, want to kill our Dragon King?" Lei Ming said coldly. Prime Minister Gui and the others also sneered. If something happened to the Dragon King, something would happen to the Dragon Palace. Now that the Dragon Palace was safe, nothing would happen to the Dragon King. Moreover, the Willow Deity was with the Dragon King this time. With the Willow Deity's strength, she could easily kill the Sky Dragon King. "If your Dragon King is going to die, all of you are going to die too," the sect master of the ancient painting sect said as he gently waved his arm. Boom! In the next moment, waves of terrifying aura spread out from all the experts of the ancient painting sect. "Our Heavenly Dragon Clan wants to capture all the pure-blooded divine dragons of the Dragon Palace alive. Ha ha ha! Don't hurt them." The Heavenly Dragon Duke laughed wildly and roared loudly. Roar, roar, roar. Behind him, all the Sky Dragon Clan members roared in unison. "You want to capture us alive? Roar, roar, roar." The 9 wind god dragons revealed killing intent in their eyes. Their bodies moved and instantly transformed into incomparably huge wind god dragons. Waves of majestic dragon power rushed forward. Some Sky Dragon Clan members below the night level felt this dragon power and their expressions changed drastically, filled with fear. This was the pressure from their bloodline. "A bunch of sub-dragons. How dare you provoke us? You're courting death." Lei Ming instantly turned into a huge thunder dragon and roared coldly. "All the disciples of the Dragon Palace prepare. Let the Sky Dragon Clan trash know what a true dragon god is. A true dragon god." Prime Minister Gui waved his arm and ordered loudly. "Kill!" All the members of the Dragon Palace roared. "Kill! Kill everyone except the purebred dragon god. All the disciples of the ancient painting sect. Kill! Avenge the vice sect master and the others." The orders of the Heavenly Dragon Duke and the sect master of the ancient painting sect were heard. Buzz! When the horn of war sounded, the whole sky seemed to be boiling. At the center of the ancient painting sect was a battleship that was over 10,000 kilometers long, and at the center was lightning. A lightning pillar was formed at a terrifying speed. The energy contained within was enough to destroy a level 2 knight. This time, the ancient painting sect sent out a powerful trump card. Hiss, the war is about to start. The ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan have so many knights, how can the Dragon Palace defend against it? This aura is too terrifying. Let's continue to retreat. When they saw the auras of both sides rise and the venerables from the ancient painting sect and the Sky Dragon Clan fly into the sky one by one, the surrounding Milky Way great beings who were watching the battle were filled with shock. How could they defend against such a huge disparity in battle strength? Kill everyone except the pure-blooded dragon god with one move. The Sky Dragon Mother ordered with a face full of confidence. Hong! 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 In the next moment, a terrifying and vast power of the metal law form condensed in front of him. All the other universe knights of the Heavenly Dragon Clan also started to attack at the same time. On the side, the 50 universe knights of the ancient painting sect followed closely behind. Hong! 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 When the 150 or so Universe Knights started to attack at the same time, the space in front of them was instantly torn apart. A powerful force rushed toward the Dragon Palace, as if it was going to destroy the entire Dragon Palace with one strike. The battleships of the ancient painting sect and the lightning pillars on them also attacked the Dragon Palace. The entire scene made people tremble from afar. Hee. You want to destroy the Dragon Palace with one strike? All the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Show them the strength of our Dragon Palace. When Prime Minister Turtle heard the Mother Dragon's words, his face revealed a mocking expression. Hong hong hong. In an instant, the leaders of the Dragon Palace and the great beings of the night level gathered terrifying energy in front of them. The Dragon Palace now had close to 100 Universe Knights. But now, besides the Universe Knights, the Dragon Palace also had a big killing weapon. At the center of the back, more than 10,000 dragon wizards stood on the Heaven's Manifestation chessboard, releasing the same array formation. A level 9 Godly Monarch array formation had reached the peak of the Godly Monarch realm with the support of the Heaven's Manifestation chessboard. When 10,000 peak Godly Monarch experts attacked, what kind of concept was that? The surrounding energy was crazily extracted, and the entire sky suddenly turned dark. The energy was even more terrifying than the ancient painting sect and the Sky Dragon clan. What? When the nearly 100 Universe Knights of the Dragon Palace unleashed their power and when the Dragon Wizard released the array formation, the expressions of the Universe Knights of the Sky Dragon clan and the ancient painting sect on the opposite side changed drastically. How can they have so many Universe Knights? Sky Dragon Duke opened his eyes wide and growled. Hong. At this moment, the power released by both sides clashed. The attacks released by the Dragon Palace and the others quickly destroyed the attacks of the great beings from the ancient painting sect and the Sky Dragon clan. Moreover, there was still a terrifying energy that attacked from the two forces. What? Seeing that their attacks were instantly destroyed, the expressions of the Universe Knights level 3 great beings from the Sky Dragon clan's ancient painting sect changed slightly. Their collision was actually suppressed, and the number of Universe Knights on the other side far exceeded their imaginations. Heavenly Dragon, Dragon Wings. Heavenly Dragon Duke's expression was gloomy as he flapped his huge dragon wings. The metal laws condensed into dragon wings and met the attack of the Dragon Palace Great Being. The other Universe Knight level 3 Great Beings on the side also attacked. Hong. With another boom, the attack of Dragon Palace was blocked. What's going on? Why are there so many Universe Knights in Dragon Palace? The leader of the ancient art school saw this scene and his heart sank. He couldn't help but growl. 3 years ago, Dragon Palace had revealed all its power. At that time, they only had about 40 Universe Knights. However, 3 years had passed, and their number of knights had doubled. Their Dragon Palace must have obtained a powerful godly dragon inheritance. At this time, the level 3 Universe Knight of the Sky Dragon race widened his eyes and roared. The number of purebred godly dragons had doubled in 3 years. There was only one explanation: they had obtained a very powerful godly dragon inheritance. Powerful divine dragon inheritance. When the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan saw the attack from the Dragon Palace, their expressions changed drastically. They were shocked and in disbelief. Everyone knew the Dragon Palace's strength 3 years ago. The battle 3 years ago was a very dangerous war for the Dragon Palace. They couldn't hide their strength during that battle. However, 3 years ago, they only had about 40 Universe Knights. Now, they had more than doubled their strength. With such a terrifying improvement speed, the godly dragon inheritance that the Dragon Palace had must be very terrifying. Hiss this improvement speed of the Dragon Palace. The Knights of the Mist race and the other great beings of the Milky Way were all shocked. What a terrifying inheritance, to be able to make the Dragon Palace improve so quickly. 10 pure-blooded divine dragons. Such a terrifying speed of improvement. This Dragon Palace must have obtained the inheritance of a peak divine dragon. The leader of the ancient painting sect was also trembling, his eyes wide open. On the side, the Heavenly Dragon Male, Heavenly Dragon Mother, and the other level 3 Universe Knights looked at each other, their eyes filled with passion. Compared to the pure-blooded dragon god, the terrifying inheritance of the Dragon Palace was more attractive to them. How powerful could an inheritance that could raise the level of the Dragon Palace so quickly be? Destroy the Dragon Palace. We must destroy them. There are only 3 level 3 universe knights. With our strength, it's enough. Heavenly Dragon Male roared and looked at the sect leader of the ancient art sect. Destroy the Dragon Palace at all costs. The sect master of the ancient painting sect nodded and growled. The strength of the Dragon Palace shocked them, but what shocked them even more was the speed at which the Dragon Palace was improving. The Dragon Palace was now stronger than their ancient painting sect. If they were allowed to develop for another 10 or 100 years, their ancient painting sect would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, they had to destroy the Dragon Palace this time. At all costs. Kill. All disciples, attack. The sect master of the ancient painting sect immediately roared and took the lead. He flew forward and attacked again. Kill. Duke of Heaven Dragon and the others flapped their enormous wings and charged forward. Kill, kill, kill. Roar, roar, roar. Behind them, 5 million disciples of the ancient painting sect and 2 to 3 million disciples of the Heavenly Dragon clan immediately moved and attacked the Dragon Palace. Welcome the battle. Prime Minister Gue narrowed his eyes and roared with killing intent. Roar, roar, roar. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace went up to welcome him without fear. The dragon power in their bodies charged forward. Roar, roar. When the dragon power of the Dragon Palace swept toward the Sky Dragon clan, some of the sub-dragons of the Sky Dragon clan trembled and revealed terrified expressions. Roar, roar. Kill them. The leading experts of the Sky Dragon clan felt the suppression of their bloodline and their expressions changed slightly as they roared sternly. Roar, roar, roar. All the disciples of the Sky Dragon clan revealed a trace of madness as they charged toward the members of the Dragon Palace. Kill them. Determination shone in the eyes of the Heavenly Dragon Duke and the others as they locked onto the great beings of the Dragon Palace. Leave the 4 level 3 godly emperor great beings to me. Sky Array looked at the enemies with the combat power of 7 universe knights at level 3 and said directly. He waved his arm, and the array that had been set up in the surroundings was immediately activated and attacked the 4 level 3 universe knights. Leave the 2 to me. Roar. Lei Ming growled. His gaze locked onto Heavenly Dragon Duke and Heavenly Dragon Mother as he attacked. Kiki, leave the last one to me. Ba Qi laughed coldly and charged forward. Dragon Wizards lock onto the 10 level 2 universe knights. Prime Minister Turtle ordered coldly when he saw the 2 universe knights attacking. Yes. 10,000 Dragon Wizards immediately responded. Every 1,000 of them locked onto a level 2 knight and attacked him with an overwhelming array formation. Since their levels were 2 levels higher, they could only deal with a level 2 knight at most. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. The rest of the Dragon Palace knights killed him. Prime Minister Turtle glanced at the 150 or so knights of the 2 forces and roared. Kill! The Dragon Palace knights locked onto the enemy and rushed out. In the ancient painting sect, there were 7 universe knights at level 3 and 25 at level 2. The rest were all at level 1. The Dragon Palace had 11 universe knights at level 2. 10,000 Dragon Wizards were fighting against 10, 15, and 10 universe knights from the Dragon Palace. The other great beings from Dragon Palace were fighting against more than 100 level 1 universe knights. Dragon Cannon attack. However, Dragon Palace had Dragon Cannon and all kinds of weapons made by the Fire Hammer clan, which were enough to deal with a few level 1 universe knights. In an instant, a big battle broke out. Disciples of Dragon Palace, get into formation and charge. Below Universe Knights, there were 1 million members of Dragon Palace, 1 million members of Devouring Dragon, and those with the weakest level 3 Godly Emperor strength immediately formed battle formations and charged forward. Roar! Honk! 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 The terrifying attacks collided, and the entire world seemed to tremble. Dragon Palace is very powerful, but it's still weaker than the 2 forces. It is still much weaker, both in terms of high-end combat power and the number of universe knights. In the surrounding areas, the Milky Way warriors who were watching the battle were shocked and discussing when they saw that the battle had completely erupted. In a split second, the Dragon Palace side also felt a huge pressure. Prime Minister Turtle frowned slightly, and his eyes gleamed. Wang 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 wang. At this moment, an evil and depraved voice came from the side. Prime Minister Turtle was stunned when he heard this voice. The evil voice spread to the front. This evil voice made the Universe Knights from the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan pause and change their expressions. Oh no, what is this sound? It actually interferes with the circulation of the energy in my body, and it makes me feel crazy. A Universe Knight level 2 great being from the ancient art school had a huge change in expression, and he shouted in fear. What a strange sound. What an evil sound. The expressions of all the Universe Knights level 1 great beings changed even more. Pooh! Ah! Suddenly a scream sounded. A Universe Knight from the ancient art school had blood-red eyes under this evil voice. He lost control and started to attack the surroundings. Ao Yao, who was hiding in the light and darkness, instantly launched an attack and killed him. Ah! Below, when the evil voice sounded, the eyes of the ancient art school and the Sky Dragon race's warriors turned blood-red. They also began to attack the people around them. They were instantly bewitched. What? What kind of weird sound is this? The fallen evil voice made the Universe Knights tremble, and those below that level went crazy. This made the faces of the experts from the ancient painting sect of the Sky Dragon clan change drastically. The pupils of everyone watching the battle also shrank, and they were filled with shock. Damn it! Stop this sound. When Heavenly Dragon Duke heard this voice, he felt that the energy in his body was strangely obstructed. Sensing the situation around him, he shouted sternly, "Kill!" Below, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace seized this tiny opportunity and unleashed all their combat strength. Countless arrows shot towards the disciples of the two large factions in front of them. Terrifying energy poured out. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of great disciples from the two forces were killed. This time, the disciples from the ancient painting sect and the Sky Dragon clan were all elite-level beings. All of them were God Emperor-level great beings. Damn it! Sky Dragon roar! Sky Dragon roar! Block this strange sound. Several Universe Knight level 3 great beings from the Sky Dragon clan roared and raised their heads. Roar, roar, roar! In the next moment, roars came from their bodies. The Sky Dragon clan mainly focused on metal and wind attributes. As the order sounded, all the Sky Dragon subdragons raised their heads at the same time. The sound of metal clanging and the sound of wind tearing came from their mouths. Numerous metal law sharp weapons and wind law wind blades flew out from their mouths and whistled towards everyone in the Dragon Palace. The roar and the attack drowned out the evil and depraved sound. Beside Prime Minister Gue, the Dolphin clan leader holding the Black Resurrection Lily frowned slightly when he saw the millions of heavenly dragons' roars drown out the Black Resurrection Lily's depraved sound. Defend! Prime Minister Gui's expression changed slightly when he saw the terrifying heavenly dragon's roar. He moved and joined the battle to defend. With my current strength, if I use the Black Spider Lily's evil sound in a small area, the effect will be reduced and it will be counteracted by the dragon's roar. The leader of the Dolphin clan frowned and looked at the battle of the knights. He used this evil sound to help the powerful warriors of the Dragon Palace. Kill, kill, kill. The powerful disciples of the ancient painting sect were filled with killing intent when they saw that the strange sound was broken. They attacked the disciples of the Dragon Palace crazily. Ancient painting, mountain and river world suppression. Get out of my way. In the sky array was fighting against 3 Universe Knights of the ancient painting sect and a Universe Knight of the Sky Dragon clan, a Universe Knight with level 3 battle strength. 1 against 4, he was not at a disadvantage under the powerful array. At this time, the sect leader of the ancient painting sect moved, and the ancient painting floating under him rose up. The mountains and rivers above the ancient painting instantly reflected reality. In an instant, a mountain and river appeared in the starry sky above, smashing towards the formation of the heaven array. The ancient painting is in the sky, and the mountains and rivers are transforming into stars, suppressing the current age. Beside him, the ancient painting beneath the first supreme elder of the ancient painting sect also rose into the sky. The ancient painting beneath him transformed into stars, and a single starry sky seemed to appear, also attacking the formation of the heaven array. Oh no! This power is so terrifying. Sensing the power from the two ancient paintings, Tian Chen's expression changed slightly. Although Tian Chen was very powerful, his current realm was only at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. The ancient painting sect was a powerful sect that had stood for billions of years. It had an extremely deep foundation. This ancient painting was the precious treasure of their ancient painting sect. Only the sect master and the Grand Supreme Elder could possess it and pass it down from generation to generation. The power of the ancient painting was abnormally terrifying. Amongst acquired spiritual treasures, it was considered the peak. Even if this ancient painting prevented them from fighting against opponents of a higher level, it could still allow them to fight against 2 or 3 opponents of the same level. Pong, pong, pong. The first ancient painting's mountains and rivers flowed down, and the formations in the sky array quickly collapsed. He waved his hands and the formations blocked them one by one. Rumble. However, at this time, meteorites fell from the sky and smashed toward his position. This caused the expression of the sky array to change again. I'm in trouble. One person can't block so many experts. The sky array growled in a low voice with an embarrassed expression. Kill, kill, kill. Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful your dragon palace is, I will destroy you today. The sect master of the ancient painting sect had a grim expression on his face when he heard his words. Roar, roar, roar. Even if you are a purebred divine dragon, it's still wishful thinking for you to fight against us. On the side, Lei Ming was fighting against the heavenly dragon male and heavenly dragon mother. They glanced to the side and saw that the sect master of the ancient painting sect and the others had the upper hand. Their eyes shot out a golden light. Dragon pearl. They roared in unison and opened their mouths. 2 golden dragon pearls flew out from their bodies. The dragon pearl emitted a terrifying aura and condensed into the shape of a dragon's head. This dragon pearl was a dragon pearl born from a purebred divine dragon. This was a powerful treasure they had obtained from the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. It was comparable to a powerful acquired spiritual treasure. Lei Ming's expression changed slightly when he sensed the power contained within the 2 dragon balls. The strength of the Sky Dragon King's Sky Dragon Mother was much, much stronger than the dragon skeleton and blood dragon he had fought last time. Thunder roar. Lei Ming focused his mind and roared furiously. Roar, roar, roar. I'll help you suppress the thunder dragon. At this moment, the voice of a heavenly dragon came from the side. Lei Ming looked over and his expression changed slightly. A heavenly dragon from the sky formation flew over. This caused Lei Ming's pressure to increase dramatically. It was already very difficult to fight 2 people by himself. Now, there was another person of the same level. He was not a match at all. Dragon Pearl, Golden Dragon Kill. The heavenly dragon male and heavenly dragon mother roared wildly. The golden dragon pearl emitted a dazzling golden light and turned into a dragon claw that attacked Lei Ming directly. In the sky, the heavenly dragon also attacked. Thunder Dragon Extermination. Lei Ming's expression changed. He roared and used his strongest law form. Peng, peng, peng. However, the moment he used his law form, 2 dragon pearls and another level 3 knight attacked. His law form was instantly destroyed, and the 2 golden dragon claws attacked Lei Ming. Bang, bang. Lei Ming's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly stretched out his dragon claws to block them. However, the terrifying attacks from the 2 dragon balls sent him flying, and he spat out blood. Retreat, retreat. All members of the Dragon Palace. Retreat into the Dragon Palace immediately. Prime Minister Gue sensed that Lei Ming was injured and that the sky array was being suppressed. His expression changed dramatically, and he immediately gave the order to retreat. Retreat! When the disciples of the Dragon Palace heard the order, their expressions changed slightly, and they immediately retreated. The Dragon Palace was no match for the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan. The ancient painting was in the sky, and the Sky Dragon roared. When the ancient painting sect unleashed their full strength, the experts of the Dragon Palace were no match for them. As a powerful primary race of the universe, they had powerful treasures. Even the members of the Dragon Palace found it difficult to fight 2 against 1, let alone 3 against 4. Even the sky array collapsed under the attack of the mountains and rivers reflected on the ancient paintings. Under the powerful attack of the two golden Dragon Balls, Lei Ming was immediately injured under the attack of the Universe Knight Level 3 beings of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. In terms of overall strength, the Dragon Palace was still much weaker than them. Retreat. At this time, they could only retreat. Otherwise, everyone from the Dragon Palace would be killed. Hiss, as expected of the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan. Their strength and heritage are too strong. The Dragon Palace is no match for them. After all, they are two powerful forces with deep heritage. The Dragon Palace will be in trouble. All the onlookers were shocked when they saw this scene. The disciples of the Dragon Palace would probably be slaughtered. Retreat, retreat, retreat into the Dragon Palace. The disciples of the Dragon Palace quickly retreated after hearing Prime Minister Gui's order. Kill them, chase after them. The sect master of the ancient painting sect glanced down and sneered when he saw the sky array struggling to resist the ancient painting. You want to fight 3 or 4 of us alone. You're courting death. As he spoke, he waved his arm and the mountains and rivers in the ancient painting appeared once again, smashing towards the sky array. The sky array had a serious expression on his face as he kept retreating. Roar, 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 kill, kill. Kill. On the surrounding battlefield, the experts from the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon tribe saw that the Dragon Palace wanted to retreat and tried their best to kill it. The Heavenly Dragon Father and the Heavenly Dragon Mother waved their arms, and the 2 golden Dragon Balls flew towards Lei Ming again. Lei Ming felt the terrifying power coming from the Dragon Balls, and his expression was ugly. Pali-pala. He raised his dragon horn and lightning condensed on it and he attacked the Dragon Balls in front of him. Ha, die! The level 3 godly Dragon Knight who was attacking Lei Ming suddenly turned around and attacked a level 2 Swallowing Dragon Knight. The Swallowing Dragon felt the terrifying attack, and his expression changed. Honk! He swung his huge tail and swept forward. Die! This heavenly dragon was of the wind element. Looking at the tail of the Swallowing Dragon, his 2 huge wings were like sharp blades and he slashed forward. Ayo! A miserable cry rang out from the mouth of the Devouring Dragon as its tail was chopped off. Die! The Heavenly Dragon roared, flapping its huge wings as it clawed towards its body. Pong! Its incomparably sharp claws pierced through the head of the Devouring Dragon, as a terrifying hurricane enveloped it. The life force of the Devouring Dragon quickly disappeared. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Prime Minister Gui's anxious roar continued. Dragon Cannon, fire! At the back, all the members of the Fire Hammer clan immediately opened the 100-gate Dragon Palace with all their strength, covering the retreat of the members of the Dragon Palace. Defend, retreat! Dragon conquers the world! All the dragon-controlling dragons roared and set up terrifying defenses at the front. A huge earth wall stood in front of them. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace flew toward the Dragon Palace. Fortunately, the battlefield was very close to the Dragon Palace. Explode! Baqi's expression changed when he saw this. He waved his arm and the limbs on his body flew out. The limbs exploded. The black corrosive and poisonous liquid attacked the knights of the ancient painting sect's Sky Dragon clan. Be careful! The knights of the ancient painting sect and Sky Dragon clan saw the terrifying black liquid and quickly retreated. Retreat! The great beings of the Dragon Palace seized the opportunity and quickly retreated. Honk! At this moment, a lightning pillar on the terrifying warship broke through the defense of the Imperial Dragon Seed. In an instant, more than 2,000 Imperial Dragon Seeds were destroyed by the lightning. Ancient painting sect, Heavenly Dragon Clan, we will definitely destroy you. The members of the Dragon Palace looked over with blood-red eyes. They returned to the Dragon Palace angrily and stared at the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan. Haha! This is only the beginning. Today we will destroy you all. The experts from the ancient painting sect looked over and laughed maniacally. With their strength, they could easily suppress them. So. Below, under the defense of the Imperial Dragon Seed, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace entered the Dragon Palace. Millions of disciples from the 2 forces immediately chased after them. The knights of the Dragon Palace in the sky also took the opportunity to retreat to the back of the Dragon Gate after 8 points self-destructed. Lei Ming and the other two didn't dare to fight anymore and quickly flew over. Hee. Do you think it's safe to escape to your Dragon Palace? Golden Dragon Pearl. Dragon Horn piercing the sky. Heavenly Dragon Duke and the others saw all the members of the Dragon Palace escaping into the Dragon Palace, and their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He waved his arm, and the Golden Dragon Pearl turned into a pair of dragon horns and attacked the Dragon Palace. Over 100 Universe Knights of the Heavenly Dragon Clan immediately flew to the front of the Dragon Palace, and their eyes were filled with awe. Hong. The Golden Dragon Pearl turned into a dragon horn and landed on the Dragon Gate of the Dragon Palace, causing ripples. The entire Dragon Palace stood still. What a powerful defense! The Heavenly Dragon Duke was shocked when he saw that his attack didn't even move when it landed on the Dragon Palace. It's impossible to break through the Dragon Palace. In front of the Dragon Gate of the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue and the others looked at the Heavenly Dragon Duke's attack with cold expressions. This time, according to their calculations, even if the Dragon Palace wasn't his opponent, they could still make him lose some. However, the power of the Ancient Painting Sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan made them know that there was still a huge gap between them. The Skeleton Clan and the other two clans couldn't compare to the Ancient Painting Sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan at all. Their foundation and strength were much stronger than the other three clans. However, it was impossible for the other party to break through the Dragon Palace. The current defense of the Dragon Palace could withstand attacks from anyone below the ruler realm. Anyone below the level of a universe master wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the Dragon Palace. They were very safe within the Dragon Palace. However, they didn't look too good about the battle just now. In just a short battle, the Dragon Palace lost a level 2 knight and over 2,000 disciples. This was a rare loss for the Dragon Palace. HMPH. All disciples of the Ancient Art Sect, prepare to destroy Dragon Palace. The leader of the Ancient Art Sect looked at Dragon Palace and immediately flew over, shouting, "Kill!" All the disciples of the Ancient Painting Sect were filled with excitement and killing intent when they heard their master's order. The Dragon Palace was no match for them. The disciples of the Dragon Palace escaped to their Dragon Palace. The victory of this battle belonged to them. Break. Falling stars. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Ancient Painting Sect moved and floated in the sky above the Dragon Palace. He raised both his hands and the ancient painting floated in the sky. Countless stars appeared on it. The stars in the sky directly smashed toward the Dragon Palace. Mountain and river suppression break. The sect master of the Ancient Painting Sect also had a cold expression on his face. A mountain and river appeared and directly pressed toward the Dragon Palace. Break. Break through the Dragon Palace and destroy all of them. The other venerables of the Ancient Painting Sect immediately released a terrifying attack. Vast and mighty energy covered the Dragon Palace. In the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue and the others looked outside as if it was the end of the world. Their expressions did not change in the slightest. Damn it, I've really suffered a great loss this time. I've lost a lot of energy in my body. On the side, Bachi looked at his arm that was slowly recovering and growled in a low voice with an extremely embarrassed expression. When the Dragon King comes and the Willow Deity returns, we'll kill all of them. We won't let any of them off. Prime Minister Gue growled with a sullen face. Boom, boom, boom. As they spoke, the terrifying stars had already landed above the Dragon Palace. The mountains and rivers that were even larger than the Dragon Palace had also landed. A huge explosion came from outside. However, when their attack landed above the Dragon Palace did not move at all and was not damaged at all. What? Seeing that their attack didn't break the Dragon Palace, the master of the Ancient Painting Sect changed his expression and his smile slowly disappeared. The defense of this Dragon Palace is quite terrifying. Their Dragon Palace must have inherited the powerful Divine Dragon's Dragon Palace. Heavenly Dragon Duke looked over and said with a frown, "Powerful? How powerful can it be? I don't believe that the defense of their Dragon Palace is comparable to that of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace." The leader of the Ancient Painting Sect said with a solemn face, "Attack together and break this Dragon Palace." Sky Dragon Duke's eyes gleamed and he roared in a low voice. Yes. The Universe Knights of the Sky Dragon race nodded. Roar. They roared in unison and flapped their huge wings. Soon, a huge wind blade formed in the sky. There were also countless dragon claws made of metal. Together, the 50 Universe Knights from the ancient art school shook and started to gather energy. A vast energy that could easily destroy stars gathered in the sky above Dragon Palace. Attack! Heavenly Dragon Duke ordered and the 150 Universe Knights attacked Dragon Palace. Hong hong hong! A terrifying explosion sounded, and countless law energies flew towards the Dragon Palace, as if it was going to destroy the world. Pong pong pong! However, even when this world-destroying energy landed on the Dragon Palace, it still couldn't leave any traces. It didn't move. Seeing that the Dragon Palace wasn't damaged at all at this moment, all the Universe Knights revealed embarrassed expressions. Their combined attack, and it was an all-out attack, actually couldn't break through the defense of the Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon Palace didn't even tremble. This made them feel unbelievable. Let's attack from another place. The Knights of the Sky Dragon clan had a bad feeling. The Sky Dragon King scanned his surroundings. His body moved and immediately flew towards the back of the Dragon Palace. Whoosh! 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 All the venerables of the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan immediately followed behind. Boom! 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 Soon, terrifying attacks fell toward the Dragon Palace. They even unleashed their law forms to bombard it. The Dragon Palace, which had a circumference of tens of millions of kilometers, attacked from all directions under their attacks. However, the continuous attacks on the Dragon Palace didn't have the slightest fluctuation. Later, the venerables of the two forces condensed their attacks into one point and attacked continuously. The entire Dragon Palace still didn't have the slightest trace. Damn it, all the disciples of the ancient painting sect of the Heavenly Dragon clan, release your attacks. The Heavenly Dragon Duke roared with an extremely ugly expression. Soon, all the disciples of the two forces launched their attacks. They covered the sky and the earth, truly covering the sky and the earth. All the lava around the Dragon Palace disappeared under their attacks. The landscape of the entire volcano region changed a little. Everything was swept by this terrifying energy. Even the entire underground of the Milky Way was pierced through, revealing the terrifying gray energy below. After several minutes of continuous bombing, the Dragon Palace still didn't have the slightest change. This Dragon Palace's defense isn't weaker than the Sky Sea Dragon Palace's. The sect master of the ancient painting sect roared in a low voice with an extremely unsightly expression. They couldn't break through this Dragon Palace with an invincible defense. This made them think of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. That invincible Dragon Palace that was also unbreakable. When the venerables of the Sky Dragon clan heard this, their expressions kept changing. They had all entered the Sky Sea Dragon Palace and the defense inside and outside was very terrifying. It was completely not something they could destroy. The Dragon Palace in front of them was no worse than the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. This made them look very embarrassed. Once all the members of the Dragon Palace hid in the Dragon Palace, they couldn't do anything at all. Sect Master, what should we do? A venerable of the ancient painting sect looked at the sect master and asked with a changing expression. The sect master of the ancient painting sect looked at Duke Tianlong and the others and frowned. The defense of the Dragon Palace is too strong. We have to think of other ways to break it. The Heavenly Dragon Mother flapped her wings and looked around coldly. What can we do? An expert of the Heavenly Dragon clan couldn't help but ask. His face was full of helplessness. The defense of the Dragon Palace was simply invincible. Our clan leader might have a way. A venerable of the Heavenly Dragon clan hesitated and said, I have a way. It might work. We can seal the Dragon Palace with a formation and absorb all the spiritual chi in the surroundings. No matter how strong the Dragon Palace is, it needs to absorb the energy of the universe. Without the energy, the Dragon Palace's defense will be weakened. However, it will take a long time. The first Supreme Elder of the ancient painting sect said, It's a method. Seal this place first. When our clan leader comes, we will have a way. The heavenly dragon duke and the others nodded confidently. They were very confident in their clan leader. Moreover, the clan leader should have completed the heaven-pilfering bloodline transformation by now. The clan leader who had a pure-blooded bloodline would definitely receive a huge upgrade. When the time came, breaking through the Dragon Palace would be an easy task. The ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan couldn't break through the defense of the Dragon Palace. The defense of the Dragon Palace is so terrifying. It's too powerful. The defense of the Dragon Palace is almost invincible. The two forces can't do anything about it. The spectators were shocked when they saw the two forces were helpless.
Who would have thought that the defense of the Dragon Palace was so terrifying?
They are going to seal the Dragon Palace,
someone said in surprise. Soon, they saw several wizards from the ancient painting sect start to set up arrays around them.
Some experts from the Heavenly Dragon clan and the ancient painting sect also disappeared in an instant. Apparently, they were going to make some preparations. They were going to seal the entire Dragon Palace. They want to seal the Dragon Palace? They don't know how powerful our Dragon Palace is.
In the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Turtle and the others glanced at the two forces with cold expressions.
Even a Pinnacle Universe Knight couldn't break through the current Dragon Palace. As for the seals, they were useless to the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Palace had a teleportation array that could reach the other palaces.
And if there was no spiritual energy around, the main Dragon Palace could absorb the energy of the other palaces through the teleportation array. Even if they sealed the Dragon Palace for thousands of years, it would be useless.
We have reported the situation of our Dragon Palace to the Dragon King. As long as the Dragon King arrives, we will be able to kill them all.
Prime Minister Gue said coldly. Now, the day of their revenge would come when the Dragon King returned. All the members of the Dragon Palace should rest and wait. We don't need to worry about the things outside.
He gave an order to all the members of the Dragon Palace.
Yes, the members of the Dragon Palace nodded. The Dragon King Palace can really escape?
They can move around freely in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. It's impossible for us to defeat them with our strength.
At the same time, in the distant Sky Sea, Wang Xian and the Willow Deity were chasing after the Dragon King Palace. After a few consecutive attacks, they were teleported away by the Dragon King Palace. In the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, the chances of them destroying the Dragon King of the Sky Sea were 0. Let's go. We won't bother about the Dragon King Palace anymore. We'll destroy the Dragon King of the Sky Sea in the future when we have the chance. Let's see if there are any other treasures in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian shook his head and continued to speak to the Willow Deity. It's the Dragon King. The Willow Deity nodded. The two of them moved and flew toward the center of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. They had basically obtained the divine herbs in the herb garden and the dragon bones in the dragon tomb.
They wanted to see if there were other treasures. These two damn guys. Soon, I will be able to completely merge with this body. As long as I do, I will make you pay the price. At the center of the Dragon King's palace, the Tianhai Dragon King sensed that the Dragon King and the Willow Deity had stopped attacking the Dragon King's palace. He growled in a low voice with a gloomy face.
It had been a long time since he had been in such a sorry state. Being chased like this in his own dragon palace made him feel like a stray dog. It was a great humiliation. However, as long as he fused with this body, with the treasures in his treasury, he could immediately make a breakthrough. After the breakthrough, he would have the combat strength of a level 4 knight. By then, with the help of the power of the Dragon Palace, it would be enough to bury those two guys in his own Dragon Palace. His eyes flickered with killing intent. He slowly closed his eyes. In a few hours at most, he would be able to complete his breakthrough.
However, what he didn't know was that due to his serious injuries, a figure was groping around for some treasures in his treasure vault. Then he carefully ran outside. There are no more treasures. I guess the most precious items are all in the Dragon King's palace. Outside, Wang Xian and the rest searched around the Sky Sea Dragon Palace and took out the treasure-seeking ants. After finding nothing, they shook their heads slightly. Get ready to go back. After I break through, we will come back to the Sky Sea Dragon Palace to take a look.
As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face.
Although this trip was extremely dangerous, it was totally worth it for the rewards.
The resources in his hands could easily allow him to level up. After he leveled up, he and the Willow Deity would be able to break through the Dragon King's palace once they entered here again. The Willow Deity nodded her head. The two of them moved and immediately flew out.
Catch him. I saw her coming out of the Dragon King's palace. Catch her.
At this moment, a shout came from the side. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows and looked to the side. He saw a woman with a human body and a snake tail running away with a pale face, trying to escape from the Tianhai Dragon Palace.
As it was located in the Tianhai Dragon Palace and the divine kingdom of the Tianhai Dragon King, all those who entered could only return to their divine kingdom in an instant after leaving this place.
It's that female snake again.
Wang Xian looked at this figure and raised his eyebrows. A look of astonishment appeared on his face.
Last time he was chased by a venerable. This time he was chased by more than 10 demonic beasts of the 9th level of the Celestial the Arch level. She entered the Dragon King's palace? Wang Xian's eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at the female snake who was fleeing frantically. At this moment, the female snake's face was filled with anxiety and bitterness. This time, it was not easy for her to enter the Dragon King's palace and obtain some treasures through her innate talent.
However, she was discovered when she just came out.
When these demonic beasts saw her coming out of the Dragon King palace, they naturally thought that she had a lot of treasures in her hands.
They immediately chased after her.
Her strength was not strong. She was only at the 8th level of the Divine Emperor realm. However, due to the reason of her bloodline, she was able to fight above her level. This caused the more than 10 demonic beasts to not catch up for a moment.
However, this shout immediately attracted the attention of many demonic beasts.
Each of them was filled with greed and a blazing luster as they stared at her. Oh, you entered the Dragon King Palace.
On the right side, a palace master of the Monster God Palace looked over, his eyes flashing with a luster. This time, the Sky Sea Dragon Palace had undergone a huge change and they were able to enter.
However, after entering for so long, they did not discover any treasures. Following that, all the great demons of the Demon God Palace split up to explore. With the lion's head, the great demon known as the Mad Lion moved and directly attacked the female snake. Not good. The female snake sensed the terrifying might and her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly fled to the side.
Come here.
However, at this time, a terrifying suction force came from behind. A level 2 knight could easily capture her. This made the female snake look desperate. However, at this time, she saw a familiar voice, her eyes filled with hope. Dragon King, save me. I've obtained some treasures. I'll give them all to you.
The female snake immediately cried out for help.
Treasures. When the surrounding demonic beasts that were attracted overheard this, their eyes lit up. The eyes of the Mad Lion were glowing.
None of the treasures in the Tianhai Dragon Palace were ordinary.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. With a wave of his arm, a dragon claw instantly appeared beneath the female snake and protected her.
Eh?
The expression of the Mad Lion changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian making a move and the dragon claw appearing around the female snake to protect her. He was still filled with fear towards the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Not long ago, the subordinate beside him had instantly killed a great demon of the Demon God Palace, causing him to be filled with fear. He gritted his teeth and did not give up. This time there were quite a number of them, and their strength was not weaker than that of the Dragon Palace.
Furthermore, due to the unusual movements of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, they had already informed the other great demons of the Palace of Demigods.
Soon there would be more palace masters coming. At that time, with their strength, they would not be afraid of the Dragon Palace at all. Ha!
Seeing that the Mad Lion still dared to continue attacking, Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and his dragon claws trembled slightly. A terrifying energy charged towards the Mad Lion demon. If you dare to attack again, I will destroy you. Wang Xian stared at him and warned him faintly.
Boom!
When the Mad Lion demon saw that his attack was defeated, his expression changed slightly. When he heard his words, his expression turned gloomy instantly. He glanced at Wang Xian uncertainly and his gaze landed on the female snake.
Oh no! That female snake has been obtained by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
When the demonic beasts chasing after them saw that the female snake was on the grayish dragon claw, they looked a little embarrassed.
Once it landed in the hands of the Dragon King, the treasure naturally had nothing to do with them.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Wild Lion, what's the situation?
At this moment, another palace master of the demon god palace sensed the situation over here and immediately flew over. His gaze landed on Wuxia before landing on Wild Lion.
Palace Master Bird Vulture. That female snake came out from the Dragon King's palace and seemed to have obtained some treasure. I wanted to attack but was stopped by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. He also said that if I dared to attack again, he would destroy me.
Mad Lion said with a gloomy expression.
He was a great demon of the Demon God Palace after all. Although the strength of the Demon God Palace was weaker than the Heavenly Dragon Clan, it was not weaker than their Dragon Palace. Now that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had given him such a warning, his expression did not look good either. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. You guys really don't give the Demon God Palace any face. Palace Master Bird Vulture looked at Wuxia and said coldly, in the Heaven Sea Dragon Palace, strength speaks for itself. Wuxia said indifferently. With a wave of his arm, the female snake landed beside him.
Strength? Are you saying that you are stronger than our Demon God Palace?
Do you think that our Demon God Palace is afraid of your Dragon Palace?
Bird Vulture Palace Master said coldly.
When they were outside, they had to enter the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. As he was the only Universe Knight with level 3 combat strength, the Dragon Palace had killed one of their great demons and the Demon God Palace had tolerated it. However, they had entered the Sky Sea Dragon Palace to fight for treasures. Why would they be afraid of fighting? Most importantly, the other palace masters of the Demon God Palace were about to arrive. Therefore, there was no need for the Demon God Palace to be afraid. Hee hee. Wuxia smiled faintly and looked at the willow deity. Let's go out. He didn't argue with the people of the Demon God Palace and prepared to leave. Dragon King, hand over the female snake. With a wave of his arm, feathers formed from energy appeared in front of Wuxia and the rest. Palace of Monsters. Don't court death yourself. Wuxia looked at the feathers that contained terrifying energy in front of him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Palace Master Vulture.
HMPH, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I think you are courting death.
Before Palace Master Vulture could reply, a voice came from not far away. The other two palatial lords of the Demon God Palace flew over.
Around him, there were 7 or 8 great demons following him.
Oh? Is the Demon God Palace going to have a conflict with the Dragon Palace?
Not good. Let's retreat quickly so that we won't be affected.
It seems that it's because of that female snake. A demon beast saw her coming out of the Dragon King Palace and obtained a treasure.
The surrounding demonic beasts sensed the situation here. When they saw the experts of the Demon God Palace and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, they revealed fearful expressions.
They quickly hid far away. Hee hee, interesting. It seems that they don't want us to leave.
Wuxia looked around and revealed a smile. He really didn't care about the great demons of the Demon God Palace. If they dared to make a move, he didn't mind killing them.
Leave the female snake behind and we will not pursue the matter of you killing the great demons of our Monster God Palace. If you don't know what's good for you, our Monster God Palace will not be so easy to bully. You have to speak up for the death of the great demons of our Monster God Palace. Palace Master Bird Vulture took a few steps forward slowly and a huge wing appeared on his back.
Looks like you guys are courting death.
Wuxia glanced at them and narrowed his eyes slightly.
Ha ha, we are courting death?
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. You are too arrogant. Your Dragon Palace has already been destroyed. Yet you still dare to be arrogant in our Demon God Palace.
Just as he finished his sentence, a maniacal laughter was heard from the front.
2 extremely tall giants that were 10 meters tall flew over. They only had 1 leg, but that leg was 6 to 7 meters thick. The entire leg took up 3/4 of the body. It looked very strange.
One-legged demon beasts, the strongest demon beast race in the Demon God Palace. 2 one-legged great demons flew over. The demon beast on the right was emitting a terrifying aura.
Its huge one-legged leg was extremely heavy and covered with a thick layer of armor.
Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard his words. He frowned and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Destroy our dragon palace? Who dares?
He said coldly. Haha, who dares?
The ancient painting sect and the heavenly dragon clan have already attacked your dragon palace. I reckon that your dragon palace has already been destroyed. No wonder your dragon palace was destroyed. Dragon King, you are too arrogant. You deserve to be destroyed. You have offended the ancient painting sect and the heavenly dragon clan. Now, you still dare to offend our demon god palace. You are courting death.
The one-legged palace master said mockingly as he looked at them with disdain. Ancient painting sect, heavenly dragon clan. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he heard his words. The ancient painting sect had a grudge against them, so there was a high possibility that they would seek revenge. Furthermore, not long ago, the heavenly dragon king had plotted against his bloodline and wanted to carry out the heaven-pilfering bloodline exchange. If it was this one-legged demon, it was really possible. You're courting death. A strong killing intent flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. With a wave of his arm, he brought along the female snake and flew towards the exit. You want to leave? You've offended our demon god palace and you want to leave this place. Have you asked us? When the one-legged palace master saw Wang Xian and the rest flying towards them, his eyes were filled with coldness. Heaven trampling. The one-legged palace master's body suddenly enlarged by 100 times. His terrifying one-legged body stomped towards Wang Xian and the rest. Attack! Let this arrogant fellow know how powerful our demon god palace is. Around them, the bird-vulture palace master shouted coldly. His body also moved immediately. Die! Willow deity Venerable's eyes revealed killing intent. Die! A cold voice came out of the willow deity's mouth. She looked ahead at the huge leg that was attacking them and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Her entire arm immediately turned into a branch, and the densely packed willow leaves on it attacked the single leg. Poo poo poo! Countless willow leaves pierced through the huge single leg and drilled into it. Ah! The one-legged palace lord sensed the terrifying willow leaves and felt the destructive energy coming from the one-legged leg. His expression changed drastically as he roared in pain. What? Not good. The expressions of the surrounding Fey God Palace demons changed drastically when they saw the scene. The bird vulture palace lord's pupils constricted as a look of shock appeared on his face. Willow leaf blossom, die! The willow god growled, and the dragon scale-like willow leaves flew out from one-legged palace leader's huge legs. The willow leaves condensed into a godly dragon and rushed toward one-legged palace leader. No, no, no. The voice of fear and despair came out of one-legged palace leader's mouth, and he screamed in fear. He widened his eyes and stared at the willow god in disbelief and shock. The underling of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace actually had the combat strength of a Universe Knight level 4. If he had known that the other party had such terrifying strength, he definitely wouldn't have dared to attack. At such a close distance, and he was still provoking the attack, there was no way for him to dodge. Pum! Countless willow leaves swept past his body, and he fell heavily to the side, his life force instantly disappearing. With Willow God's current combat strength, she was able to kill a Universe Knight level 4. A Universe Knight level 3's provocation was simply courting death. Dragon Leaf Ruline die! Willow God growled and willow leaves swept out in all directions. Run! Run! She's a Universe Knight level 4 great being. Run! Bird Vulture Palace Master, who had just rushed into the air, felt that one-legged Palace Master's life force was completely gone, and his face revealed a shocked expression as he roared in fear. They knew a little about the Dragon Palace. Didn't they say that the Dragon Palace was only a low-level race? Wasn't the strongest one a level 3 Universe Knight? How could it be so terrifying? A level 4 Universe Knight wasn't something they could fight against. Run! Without Bird Vulture Palace Master saying anything, the other great demons saw that one-legged Palace Master was instantly killed. Their hearts pounded violently, and they fled in fear. However, at this moment, there were still 5 great demons who did not manage to dodge the Willow Deity's attack. The terrifying dragon-scaled willow leaves penetrated their bodies. Ah!
No, don't kill us. The great demons who were attacked roared in despair. Run, run quickly. When the great demons and demonic beasts from the surrounding demon god palace saw this, they fled in all directions in fear. You deserve to die, Wang Xian said coldly. With a wave of his arm, he collected all the corpses. His body moved and he continued to fly forward. He didn't care about the monster god palace at all. What he was worried about now was the current situation of the dragon palace. He flew straight out while the willow deity followed closely behind. When the surrounding beasts saw this, they were shocked. The strength of the dragon palace is so terrifying. That woman was actually able to kill one of the palace masters of the demon god palace in an instant. Hiss, she's too strong. However, did the heavenly dragon clan and the ancient painting sect really attack the dragon palace? Only when Wang Xian and the rest disappeared did the surrounding demonic beasts recover from their shock. They wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads and gulped. The great demons and demonic beasts of the demon god palace heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the dragon king and the rest of them leaving. There was still lingering fear in their hearts. Who would have thought that the dragon palace would have such a terrifying expert? I'll put you in a space first. After flying out of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, Wang Xian looked at the female snake beside him and said, "It's the Dragon King." The female snake nodded timidly. Wang Xian waved his arm and looked at the willow deity. Return to the Dragon Palace directly. Yes. The willow deity nodded and her figure gradually turned illusory. Wang Xian also moved and returned to the Dragon Palace instantly. Ha ha ha. I've finally completed my fusion with the Dragon King. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I want you to die. Just as Wang Xian and the rest disappeared, a violent roar came from the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. A terrifying pressure came from inside. What's going on? When all the demonic beasts in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace heard this voice and sensed the terrifying pressure contained in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, their faces revealed a look of fear. Even the bird vulture palace master's pupils constricted slightly as fear appeared in his eyes. He had just escaped the attack of that terrifying expert from the Dragon Palace. What was going on? How could they be so unlucky? All disciples of the Demon God Palace, get out immediately. Palatial Lord Bird Vulture had a bad premonition as he roared sternly and immediately flew towards the exit. The other great demons and disciples of the Demon God Palace also panicked as they flew out. However, when they arrived in front of the Dragon Gate, they suddenly discovered a terrifying energy that completely sealed the entire Dragon Gate. Damn it! The Dragon King actually left. I'm going to kill them. Since you've entered my Dragon Palace, don't go out and submit to me. At this moment, another violent voice resounded throughout the entire Sky Sea Dragon Palace. This caused all the demonic beasts in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace to be filled with shock. This makes all the demon beasts in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace body a tremble. The facial expression is incomparably embarrassed. Tianhai Dragon Palace, Tianhai Dragon King is not dead. Buzz. Prime Minister Ugwei, what happened? The sudden change in the Tianhai Dragon Palace was not known to Wang Xian. At this moment he has returned to the Dragon Palace, came to the Dragon King Palace, to the Prime Minister Turtle voice said. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui was overjoyed when he heard Wang Xian's voice transmission. He immediately rushed over to the Dragon King Palace. What happened? Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. He frowned slightly when he saw the situation outside the Dragon Palace. His eyes were flashing with a cold expression. Dragon King, after you and Willow Deity left, 50 venerables and 400 to 500 disciples from the ancient art sect, as well as 100 venerables and 2 to 3 million disciples from the Heavenly Dragon Clan, came to attack us yesterday. We went out to meet them, but the results were beyond our expectations. A Universe Knight Level 2 Devouring Dragon died, and more than 2,000 Imperial Dragon species were killed. We had no choice but to retreat and defend the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui immediately reported. Ancient Painting Sect, Sky Dragon Clan? Wang Xian's killing intent was cold. How many Universe Knights level 3 have they got? Dragon King, they have 7 Universe Knights at level 3. Although there are only 7 of them, they have powerful acquired spiritual treasures.
The two powerful ancient paintings from the ancient painting sect and the golden dragon pearl from the heavenly dragon clan have caused Lei Ming and the rest to suffer greatly.
Now that you and Willow Deity have returned, we can counterattack. Prime Minister Gui reported immediately, his eyes full of killing intent.
150 Universe Knights. Hovering above the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. His eyes were filled with awe.
One level 2 Universe Knight of the Dragon Palace died, and more than 2,000 Imperial Dragon species died.
This was not a small loss for the Dragon Palace.
It seems that the Ancient Art Sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan have planned a lot over the past 3 years. They spent 3 years planning the matters of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. In 3 years, they planned this invasion.
Wang Xian mumbled. The teleportation formation connecting the Milky Way to the ancient painting and the opening of the Heavenly Sea Dragon Palace were all premeditated. If not for the existence of the ancestral tree and the improvement of the Dragon Palace, the blow this time would have been fatal to the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, are we prepared to fight back? With your arrival and the Willow Deity, we are more than enough to kill them. In the Dragon King Palace, the leaders of the Dragon Palace flew over and spoke with murderous intent.
They are still setting up a formation around our Dragon Palace. It seems that they are preparing to break through our Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian scanned the millions of troops around the Dragon Palace and watched the strong ones setting up the formation. His eyes sparkled.
As he spoke, he looked at the leaders of the Dragon Palace and said, "Get all the members of the Dragon Palace to prepare for battle. I will improve first."
As Wang Xian spoke, he landed in the middle of the Dragon King Palace and transformed into his divine dragon form. The Dragon King wants to capture them all in one go. Seeing the Dragon King taking out his resources one by one, the eyes of the leaders of the Dragon Palace lit up. The ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon tribe are very strong. Although they only have 7 level 3 Universe Knights, their combat strength cannot be measured by normal standards. Be it the ancient paintings or the Dragon Balls, they are all abnormally terrifying.
If we make a move now, even though we can defeat them, at least half of them will be able to escape. However, once the Dragon King breaks through, it will be completely different.
The Sky Array said, its eyes shining. As long as the Dragon King could break through, then with the Dragon King's strength, he would be able to quickly destroy the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan's Universe Knights at level 3. The other knights, with the Willow God and them, could also be easily killed. Only then could they capture the other party in one fell swoop.
This time, we have obtained enough resources to allow the Dragon King to make a breakthrough.
The Willow God stood at the side and said with a smile, "I hope they don't leave during this time." Prime Minister Gui narrowed his eyes and said coldly,
"How's the array formation?"
At the same time, outside the Dragon Palace, Heavenly Dragon Duke glanced around and asked the sect master of the ancient painting sect. "This array formation is the Heaven and Earth array formation that we spent a lot of money to get. It will be completed very soon. Once it is completed, the array formation will suck out all the spiritual energy within a 100 million kilometer radius.
At that time, this place will become a dead zone. What is the situation on your side, Sky Dragon King?" The sect master of the ancient painting sect said calmly with a hint of confidence on his face.
"By this time, our Sky Dragon King should have succeeded. I don't know if you have received a message, but there has been a huge change in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace."
The Sky Dragon Duke narrowed his eyes slightly, and his face was also filled with confidence. He had just received news that there had been a huge change in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. Thinking back to the instructions the Heavenly Dragon King had given them, he was a little excited.
The Heavenly Dragon King had said that after he succeeded in changing the bloodline of the heaven-stealing divine dragon, he might inherit the Sky Sea Dragon Palace.
Once the Heavenly Dragon King inherited the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, the Heavenly Dragon Clan would belong to the pure-blooded divine dragon bloodline.
They would be qualified to compete with the other divine dragon clans and have the chance to step onto the top of the universe.
Not long after, when the Sky Dragon King arrived, he would be able to easily break through the Dragon Palace. At that time, he would also be able to become a purebred divine dragon through the sky-stealing bloodline exchange. When he thought of this, he was extremely excited.
"Oh!" The sect master of the ancient painting sect was slightly stunned when he heard the words of the Sky Dragon Duke. "Sky Sea Dragon Palace?
A bright light flashed in his eyes and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Could it be? Hee hee. The Sky Dragon Duke smiled and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Congratulations. Congratulations to the Sky Dragon clan. The master of the ancient painting sect was extremely shocked, and he quickly cupped his hands to congratulate. Sky Sea Dragon Palace. He knew the Sky Dragon clan very well. The rise of the Sky Dragon clan was because of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. Back then, the Heaven Dragon King had obtained an opportunity in the Heaven Sea Dragon Palace and established the powerful Heaven Dragon clan. If the Heaven Dragon King could obtain all the inheritances of the Heaven Sea Dragon Palace, the Heaven Sea Dragon clan would be able to rise to the level of a mid-level race in the universe. Putting everything else aside, the Heaven Dragon clan would have an 80% chance of rising to the level of a mid-level race in the universe in the future. Dragon Palace, hee. He looked down, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent.
Have you heard?
The ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan have fought their way to the Dragon Palace. Now that the Dragon Palace has been defeated, they've retreated to the Dragon Palace and don't dare to come out. The Heavenly Dragon clan and the ancient painting sect have a total of 150 universe knights. It's too terrifying. Although the Dragon Palace has also sent out close to 100 universe knights, they're still not their match. The Dragon Palace has been defeated. I'm afraid it will be dangerous next. The two major forces and the Heavenly Dragon clan of the Divine Dragon clan. And the experts of the Heavenly Dragon clan said that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has been killed by the Heavenly Dragon King. At this moment, the Milky Way was once again in an uproar. The ancient painting sect, the Heavenly Dragon clan, had attacked the Dragon Palace. The news of the Dragon Palace's defeat was spread out, and it shocked everyone.
Although the strength displayed by the Dragon Palace had shocked everyone, the strength of the two forces had shocked all the experts in the Milky Way.
Now that the Dragon Palace didn't dare to come out, it was suspected that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had been killed by the Heavenly Dragon King.
The situation of the Dragon Palace was very dangerous.
The experts of the other races in the Milky Way rushed over. The arrival of the Dragon Palace had already caused several terrifying wars in the Milky Way.
It also made the various races in the Milky Way feel their insignificance. Just as the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan were preparing to set up a formation to trap the Dragon Palace to death, everyone in the Milky Way was engaged in a heated discussion. In the Dragon Palace, a large amount of divine herbs entered Wang Xian's stomach and rapidly transformed into dragon energy.
This time, according to Wang Xian's estimation, just obtaining the divine herbs from the Sky Sea Dragon Palace would allow him to achieve a breakthrough in his strength. Time ticked by. 10 hours later, the system's voice was heard. Ding! Congratulations to host for raising your level to the 8th level Void God Emperor.
Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the law divine ability, Soaring Cloud Dragon.
Ka ka ka. At this moment, Wang Xian opened his eyes. His pupils were emitting a bright light.
His body expanded to the size of 30,000 meters. There were clouds and mist flickering on his body. A powerful aura was emitted from the dragon's body.
He had made a breakthrough.
Name, Wang Xian.
Race: Yin Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity.
Level, Void God Emperor Level 8, 8th form of Divine Dragon Transformation.
Origin: 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough.
Divine Ability: Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract origin.
Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method: Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural power: Soul capture, Spirit attachment. Law: Supernatural power: Dragon Eye Lock, 5 elements Dragon Claw, Yin and Yang Breaking Realm, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Sacred Dragon Shadow, 8 Heavenly Dragon Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Soaring. Aspect: 5 elements Grinding, Dragon Kingdom in the palm, Dragon Head under the sky, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin and Yang Poles, Yin and Yang 5 elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Swinging Tail. Control law: Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light, Dark Wind. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Acquired. Dragon Palace members. 1134450. Who? In the Dragon King Palace. Wang Xian sensed the power coming from his body. Looking at his attributes, he revealed a smile. He had broken through. After breaking through, he had the combat strength of a level 4 Universe Knight. I have only used up all the divine herbs I obtained. There are still more than 100 dragon bones I obtained from the dragon tomb.
Wang Xian looked at the resources in his hands and smiled. Congratulations to the Dragon King for his breakthrough.
Prime Minister Gue and the leaders of the Dragon Palace flew over and congratulated him respectfully. Get all the disciples ready.
Wang Xian glanced at them and ordered while narrowing his eyes slightly. It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gue and the rest responded immediately with cold murderous intent in their eyes. They moved and immediately gave the order.
Soon, the members of the Dragon Palace gathered. They came to the front of the 4 dragon gates with murderous intent on their faces. Wang Xian came to the East Dragon Gate. His gaze swept across all the experts from the Ancient Painting Sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan. His eyes were shining. Leave the 7 level 3 Universe Knights to me. The rest are yours. Don't let any of them escape.
Wang Xian said in a cold tone. It's the Dragon King. The rest of the powerhouses in the Dragon Palace nodded their heads heavily.
Outside, the 7 to 8 million powerhouses from the Ancient Painting Sect of the Heavenly Dragon Clan were sitting above the Dragon Palace.
The Universe Knights were either floating or sitting cross-legged in the air. Powerful formations were spread around the Dragon Palace.
As long as the people from the Dragon Palace appeared, they would definitely be dealt a fatal blow.
Listen to my orders. Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. His voice was transmitted to every member of the Dragon Palace. Kill.
Leave no one alive.
As he spoke, he flew out of the Dragon Palace instantly. His gaze was locked onto the 3 level 3 Universe Knights of the Heavenly Dragon Clan who were floating in front of him. 3 heavenly dragons, 2 wind and 1 gold. They were floating in the sky with their eyes closed. Cloud and mist dragon soaring. The moment he rushed out of the Dragon Palace, he immediately used the law technique he had just obtained.
The moment he used it, the surrounding cloud and mist appeared and enveloped a radius of over 1 billion kilometers.
The cloud and mist enveloped the Ancient Art Sect and the Heavenly Dragon Clan. When the clouds and mist appeared, the Heavenly Dragon Clan members of the Ancient Painting Sect were slightly shocked. Be careful. The sect master of the Ancient Painting Sect immediately warned loudly in the sky.
Bang, bang, bang.
At this moment, a terrifying attack was heard.
No, no, no.
Who is it?
Suddenly, a shrill scream and a terrified voice sounded, and a vast energy came from above the east gate of the Dragon Palace. When everyone heard this voice, they looked over with fear on their faces. Vaguely, they saw an enormous figure of a divine dragon rolling in the clouds.
They saw the 3 heavenly dragons of the Heavenly Dragon Clan falling toward the ground. What? How is this possible?
The experts of the Heavenly Dragon Clan who were closer saw the figure falling toward the ground, and they were shocked.
Roar. Kill. Leave no one alive. At this moment, a furious roar came from below. How dare the Dragon Palace resist?
Kill.
Kill them all.
Leave no one alive. The appearance of the clouds made the masters of the Ancient Painting Sect and the others in the sky above the Dragon Palace not see what was happening at the East Gate. However, the hearts of the Heavenly Dragon Male and Heavenly Dragon Mother jumped when they heard the scream.
This scream was very familiar to them.
Roar! Roar!
Roar! Dragon eyes lock all corners.
Just as they were about to go over, a cold voice sounded. Soon after, they saw chains attacking them one by one.
They saw an enormous 8-colored divine dragon attacking them. This is the Heavenly Dragon Male and Heavenly Dragon Mother, as well as the sect master of the Ancient Painting Sect, looked over. Their pupils constricted slightly.
It's that Dragon King! It's that Dragon King! The sect leader of the Ancient Painting Sect shouted sternly. 8 heavenly dragons!
At this moment, Wang Xian let out a low growl and 8 godly dragon phantoms flew out from his body. The godly dragons with 8 different attributes intertwined together and attacked them directly. Oh no! This dragon palace has the strength of a Universe Knight at level 4. Feeling the 8 godly dragon phantoms charging at them,
The leaders of the ancient painting sect roared in shock and anger. Without any hesitation, they unleashed their strongest attacks. 2 ancient paintings were placed in front of them, and 2 golden dragon balls attacked the 8 godly dragon phantoms. Pong! 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 The powerful ancient paintings and golden dragon balls collided with the 8 godly dragon phantoms. The ancient painting and the golden dragon pearl flew backward. Oh no, we are no match for him. Run! Run! All disciples! Run! Seeing his dragon pearl flying backward, the heavenly dragon duke was shocked. Didn't you say that the dragon king of the dragon palace was killed by the heavenly dragon king? How could he appear? How could he be so powerful? When the sect master of the ancient painting sect saw that their ancient paintings were sent flying in an instant, a look of shock appeared on his face as he roared loudly. The expressions of the heavenly dragon father and heavenly dragon mother changed. How did they know that the dragon king was not dead? What happened to the heavenly dragon king? How dare you invade our dragon palace? Today, I will make sure that your ancient painting sect and the heavenly dragon clan will never be able to return. Everyone will die. Wang Xian stared at them coldly and said coldly, "Sacred dragon shadow." He growled, and a terrifying divine dragon shadow descended from the sky and swooped down. Their pupils constricted and their expressions were extremely ugly. Defend! The ancient painting floated in the sky above them, and the 2 golden dragon pearls exploded with a terrifying might. They were all terrified as they blocked this terrifying attack. The ancient painting and the golden dragon balls exploded with all their might. Boom! The shadow of the holy dragon descended, and the ancient painting and the golden dragon balls trembled violently. The rivers and mountains on the ancient painting began to crumble, and the golden dragon balls completely dimmed. This caused a hint of despair to appear in their eyes. We're not his match. A Universe Knight level 4? He's a Universe Knight level 4? He can easily suppress us. Seeing that the ancient painting and the golden dragon pearl were useless, sensing the terrifying strength of the Dragon Palace Dragon King, the ancient painting sect leader Tian Long Gong and the others trembled violently. They wanted to escape, but by this time it was too late. Ah! At this time, screams sounded from below. They heard the screams and immediately looked over with their eyes wide open. As far as their eyes could see, they saw the willow leaves swiftly piercing through the Universe Knight level 2 warriors. Under the terrifying attack of the willow leaves, the Universe Knight level 2 warriors couldn't resist at all. What kind of terrifying attack was this? Universe Knight level 4, Dragon Palace has another Universe Knight at level 4. Their bodies started to tremble and their hearts were filled with despair. How could they defend against 2 Universe Knights at level 4? No. It's only been 3 years. How can Dragon Palace improve at such a terrifying speed? The ancient art sect leader roared in disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the shadows of the holy dragon, which had only been slightly blocked, completely landed on the ground. Their bodies trembled violently as they fell towards the ground. Although they didn't die, they were still severely injured. Dragon Tomb, you can die now. At this moment, Wang Xian came to the sky above them and waved his dragon claws gently. A pitch-black divine dragon that was emitting earth and darkness attributes appeared and coiled around them. At the moment of the entanglement, it took the shape of a coffin and suppressed them inside. No, don't kill us. We are willing to submit. A desperate voice came out of the heavenly dragon duke's mouth. His body trembled as he begged for mercy. Bang! However, at this moment, the coffin slowly closed. What awaited them was destruction. Not good. Our sect master and the others have been killed. When the sect master and the others' life force disappeared, a terrified voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, everyone from the ancient art sect panicked. The surroundings were covered in clouds and mist. They couldn't see far at all. Now they could only feel that the powerful warriors of the Dragon Palace were slaughtering the venerables of their ancient art sect. The screams were incessant. Until now, they still couldn't understand why the Dragon Palace suddenly erupted with such terrifying strength. Why did the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace suddenly appear? Wasn't he killed by the Sky Dragon King? Leave no disciple of the 2 races alive. The 7 Universe Knights were suppressed by Wang Xian. With a wave of his arm,
The clouds dispersed and he shouted coldly, "Kill!" When the clouds dispersed completely, all the disciples of the Sky Dragon clan of the ancient painting sect saw the scene around them. In the middle, a huge coffin stood in the sky. The sect leader of the ancient painting sect, the Sky Dragon Mother, and the other Universe Knights had disappeared. In the surrounding area, the Level 2 Universe Knights from the two powers had all been killed. There were less than 50 Level 1 Universe Knight disciples. When the disciples from the two powers saw this scene, their eyes revealed a look of extreme fear. How is this possible? One of the disciples roared in disbelief. In such a short period of time, almost all of their great beings had been killed. How could it be so terrifying? Leave no one alive. Kiki, little ones, kill everyone from the two large factions for me. Bachi's body was covered in blood as he roared with a ghastly face. He had injured himself in the previous battle. This time, he wanted to let everyone from the two large factions know what fear was. Boom! His entire body emitted a might. The terrifying dragon might caused the Heaven Dragon clan's disciples to tremble. Their faces were filled with panic. They widened their eyes and were filled with shock. Some of the Heavenly Dragon clan members who were below level 5 Emperor God Realm did not even have the strength to resist under this terrifying pressure. Kill! The disciples of the Dragon Palace were filled with killing intent as they charged toward the disciples of the ancient painting sect, the Heavenly Dragon clan. Don't kill us, don't kill us! When the disciples of the two forces saw that more than half of their knights had been killed, their faces were filled with terror and despair. They wanted to submit. However, at this time, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace, including dozens of knights, had already charged over. Surrender? If they could win, they wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace. If they couldn't win, they wanted to surrender. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Waves of terrifying energy engulfed them. Following that, a one-sided massacre began. If people didn't invade the Dragon Palace would never invade others. Since they came to destroy the Dragon Palace would destroy them too. This was war. This. At this moment, the warriors who were observing the situation in the surrounding void space were shocked when they saw this scene. What was going on? Such a huge change happened in such a short time. In such a short period of time, more than 100 Universe Knights were massacred. After the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace returned, he was actually so terrifying that he turned the tide of the battle in an instant. Looking at the disciples and powerhouses of the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan being massacred so quickly, their bodies trembled. From the time Wang Xian and the rest came out to the time when the powerhouses of the two major forces were killed, it had only been a few minutes. This was a huge suppression of their strength. Wang Xian didn't need to make a move in the upcoming battle. He hovered in the sky above the Dragon Palace and looked at them coldly. With the Willow deity around, the venerables from the two major forces had no room to resist. The disciples from the two major forces were being slaughtered rapidly. They were fleeing in a state of collapse, but how could they escape the pursuit of the experts from the Dragon Palace? The following battle was one-sided. Wang Xian waved his arm and the two ancient paintings and the golden dragon bead flew towards his hands. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at the two ancient paintings. A powerful spiritual treasure with earth attribute. It was an extremely powerful existence among acquired spiritual treasures. He waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. He then started to devour the ancient paintings. He sized up the 2 golden dragon beads in his hand and hesitated for a moment. He did not absorb the 5 elements millstone. In the surrounding area, there were postnatal numinous treasures beside the corpses of some venerables. There weren't many of them, but there were more than 20 of them. Most of them had 5 elements attributes. They could completely make the 5 elements millstone swallow them. In addition to these 2 extremely powerful ancient paintings, the 5 elements millstone should be able to make a breakthrough. On the battlefield, the disciples of the 2 big forces were quickly slaughtered. 10 minutes later, all the disciples of the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan were killed. Dragon King. All of them have been dealt with. Prime Minister Gue flew over. His eyes were sparkling. Bring half of the Dragon Palace's venerable level people with you. We will make a trip to the ancient painting sect and the heavenly dragon clan's lair. Wang Xian said faintly. Let's go. In the sky above the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian led the 50 or so universe knights of the Dragon Palace into the teleportation formation. In the next moment, their figures disappeared from the volcanic region. This time, Wang Xian did not even check the spoils of war. The ancient art sect and the heavenly dragon clan had mobilized almost all their forces to attack. They wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace. Now that all the elites of the enemy had been wiped out, they wanted to kill their way over as well. Firstly, they wanted to completely destroy the two major factions. Secondly, they wanted the treasures of the two major factions in the old dynasty. Therefore, in order to prevent them from reacting in advance, Wang Xian had to kill them immediately. Buzz! 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 Wang Xian and the rest appeared in front of the teleportation formation that led the Dragon Palace to the silver-gazing continent. This time, they were accompanied by the Willow God 8-point Heaven formation. The peak combat strength of the Dragon Palace followed them. Let's go to the teleportation formation of the Qingzhou Trading Company. As Wang Xian spoke, he immediately flew toward the teleportation formation that the Qingzhou Trading Company had opened not far away. Are they members of the Dragon Palace? When Wang Xian and the rest flew toward the Dragon Palace, they were extremely astonished. It only took the Dragon Palace about 10 minutes to counterattack and wipe out the ancient art sect and the heavenly dragon clan. This caused the news from the other side to not spread out at all. Wang Xian and the rest were very fast. Very soon, they arrived above the teleportation formation set up by the Qingzhou Trading Company. There were experts from the Qingzhou Trading Company guarding this place. Furthermore, as the ancient painting sect and the heavenly dragon clan had already made their move, they had 5 universe knights here. Wang Xian's gaze swept across everyone in the Qingzhou Trading Company. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura charged downwards. The disciples of the Green Province Trading Company who were below the level of a supremacy fell to the ground under this terrifying aura. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices and they died. The 5 universe knights felt this vast aura and their expressions changed drastically. Who is it? They flew out and growled in a low voice with extremely gloomy expressions. However, before they could put up any resistance, a wicker twined around them. In an instant, it completely bound them and pulled them into the sky. Hiss, you! You! The 5 universe knights from the Green Province Trading Company stared at Wang Xian and the rest in horror. Their expressions changed drastically. Soul Catcher! Wang Xian waved his arm and cast Soul Catcher. Wang Xian did not believe that the Qingzhou Trading Company was not involved in their business. It was impossible for the Qingzhou Trading Company to build such a huge teleportation formation at such a time. Cough, 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 cough. The level 2 universe knight who was Soul Catcher widened his eyes in shock. His pupils dilated slowly. Some information entered Wang Xian's mind, causing his eyes to turn cold. Very soon, he received all the information. The Qingzhou Trading Company was not directly involved in this matter, but they were indirectly involved as well. They understood everything. This teleportation formation was built by the ancient painting sect. However, the condition of gifting it to the Qingzhou Trading Company was that the Qingzhou Trading Company would cover for them. The Qingzhou Trading Company did not reject the deal and agreed to it gladly. From their point of view, the ancient painting sect and the heavenly dragon clan would definitely be able to destroy the Dragon Palace if they joined forces. Therefore, they cooperated with the 2 big forces. Humph! Wang Xian snorted softly. He waved his arm and a wave of energy swept towards them. No, no, no! The other 4 universe knights from the Qingzhou Trading Company shouted in horror. Let's go to the starry sky of the ancient painting sect. Wang Xian said faintly. There weren't any fixed names in the starry sky of the ancient painting sect. Some people called it Long Hai, while others called it Xingjiang. Long Hai was because there were divine dragons and sky sea dragon palaces. Xingjiang was because the strongest force there was the Xingjiang clan, a primary race in the universe. The Xingjiang clan's primary race in the universe was the strongest in that starry sky. There was a huge gap between them and the heavenly dragon clan. According to rumors, the clan leader of the Star River clan had the combat strength of a level 4 universe warrior. As long as the Star River clan accumulated more than 1 billion years, they might be able to advance to an intermediate race in the universe. Let's go. After killing the venerable of the Qingzhou Trading Company, Wang Xian flew straight into the teleportation formation below. About an hour later, they arrived at this piece of starry sky through the teleportation formation. They appeared on a planet of the Qingzhou Trading Company. This was a very prosperous planet. 8-limbed demonic fiend. Bring the poisonous horned dragon seed to understand the Qingzhou Trading Company. Collect the information and we will destroy them. Wang Xian ordered the willow deity, 8-limbed demonic fiend, and the rest calmly. Since the Green Province Trading Company was involved in the plan to destroy their Dragon Palace, they would have to bear the revenge of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. Leave this to me. Ba Qi Mo Sha and the other two nodded their heads heavily. They led one of their Universe Knight Level 1 subordinates and flew towards the front. Let's go to the Heaven Dragon clan first. Wang Xian continued. The Heaven Dragon tribe lived in an extremely huge ocean. Their lair was forbidden for other races to enter. Therefore, they had to exterminate the Heaven Dragon tribe first so that their news would not be leaked out in advance. The Heaven Dragon tribe was located very far away from here. However, the teleportation formation in the starry sky was much more developed than the Milky Way. They entered the teleportation formation and arrived at the planet closest to the Heaven Dragon tribe's lair in half an hour. Whoosh! 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 Wang Xian and the rest moved and flew towards the Heavenly Dragon tribe at a terrifying speed. An hour later, towering mountains appeared in their line of sight. Half of the mountains were in the ocean while the other half was surrounded by clouds and mist. It looked unusually majestic and magnificent. The entire lair of the Heavenly Dragon tribe was extremely huge. In this starry sky, the strength of the Heavenly Dragon tribe could be ranked in the top 3. The paradise where their lair was located was much better than the ordinary forces. Let's go. Wang Xian immediately flew forward. At the same time, the dragon aura on his body enveloped the surroundings. With his current level 8 Divine Emperor strength, he was able to rule the inferior dragons and aquatic creatures that were lower in level than him. As he flew over, all the creatures in the ocean below were trembling. They were crouching in the water and waiting for orders. There were more than 100 million disciples in the Heavenly Dragon tribe. They were different from the Dragon Palace. They had risen to power for more than 1 billion years. After so many years, a large number of subdragons had multiplied, causing the number of subdragons in the Heavenly Dragon tribe to be huge. However, today was the day that the Heavenly Dragon tribe would be exterminated. Bring me to the center of your Heavenly Dragon tribe. Wang Xian sensed the thousands of disciples of the Heavenly Dragon tribe and ordered in a deep voice. It's the Dragon King. They replied respectfully and immediately flew forward. They flew past numerous huge mountains. Along the way, there were also 9th-level Celestial the Arch and P54 who flew out to look at the group of intruders. However, they were easily killed by the members of the Dragon Palace. Heavenly Dragon Peak was the largest peak in the entire Dragon Palace. It was also the peak where the Heavenly Dragon King of the Heavenly Dragon tribe was located. The entire peak was extremely huge. The words Heavenly Dragon Peak were carved on it, and it contained an endless pressure. The rise of the entire Heavenly Dragon tribe was very short. It was all thanks to the Heavenly Dragon King that they were able to reach their current stage. Wang Xian and the rest were floating in the sky above the Heavenly Dragon Peak. Their eyes were sparkling. I wonder what is the current situation of that fellow, the Heavenly Dragon King. Is he dead or has he escaped? What a pity that the leader of a primary race in the universe is just a chess piece. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the area below. All of you go and check the surroundings to prevent the Heavenly Dragon tribe from taking away the treasures here. Also, Sky Formation, go and check the Divine Kingdom here and find the Divine Kingdom of the experts of the Heavenly Dragon tribe. He ordered them one by one. It's the Dragon King. The members of the Dragon Palace nodded. Wang Xian's body moved and landed in the ocean below. There was a Dragon Palace located below. This was the Dragon Palace of the Heavenly Dragon tribe. The appearance of the Heavenly Dragon Palace was almost identical to that of the Heavenly Sea Dragon Palace. He moved his body and forcefully barged in.
Who is it that barged into the Dragon Palace without permission?
You are courting death. Just as he entered the Dragon Palace, a cold voice was heard. More than 10 figures flew over immediately. The leader was a level 1 Universe Knight. Wang Xian looked over and waved his arm. Other than that Universe Knight, everyone else was killed.
Soul Catcher.
He stared at the Universe Knight of the Heavenly Dragon Clan who had his eyes wide open. He waved his arm and performed Soul Catcher. Buzz. A stream of information was transmitted into Wang Xian's mind. After seeing this information, a smile appeared on his face.
He flew straight ahead.
The layout of the entire Dragon Palace was almost identical to that of the Heavenly Sea Dragon Palace. However, compared to the Heavenly Sea Dragon Palace, it was much weaker. After flying all the way to the Dragon King Palace, he arrived at the back of the Dragon Throne. Over there was the treasure vault of the Heavenly Dragon Clan.
As expected of the treasure vault of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, Wang Xian entered and immediately felt a majestic energy impact. This caused his eyes to light up and he revealed a fiery expression.
Although the Heavenly Dragon Clan did not have a very deep foundation, there were several primary races in the universe that they had destroyed during the billions of years of their rise. In addition, the Heavenly Dragon Clan was fond of collecting treasures. The treasures in the Heavenly Dragon Clan were huge.
There were all kinds of pills, weapons, and treasures.
Wang Xian waved his arm and kept them all in his bag. After emptying the entire treasury, he went to the back. It was located at the back and was also a dragon tomb. However, there were not many dragon tombs, only 7 or 8 of them. However, those who could be buried here were all Universe Knights. Other than some pills and weapons, the entire Dragon Palace is also a huge resource.
Wang Xian kept the dragon bones of the heavenly dragons in the dragon tomb and muttered, "Eh?
This is." At this moment, Wang Xian looked at the mountain peak in the deepest part of the mountain. There was an entrance there. There was a huge forbidden word written on the top of the entrance.
Forbidden. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. After hesitating for a moment, he came to the front of the entrance.
The entrance was not big. It was only about 4 meters. There was a stone door. It was obvious that he did not want anyone to enter. He looked inside and revealed a hesitant expression. He walked to the front of the stone door and pushed it forcefully. The strong resistance caused a look of surprise to appear in his eyes. Wang Xian's arm turned into a dragon claw and forcefully opened a huge hole. Just as he opened the hole, a terrifying and strange force came from inside. One of the forces was familiar to Wang Xian. Heaven pilfering meridian exchange? A forbidden technique? An ancient technique?
He mumbled as he looked inside. The hole was not very big. There were 2 stone tables inside.
One of the tables was empty while the other table had a box on it. The box was about 1 meter long. Wang Xian looked at the box and hesitated for a moment before opening it. Crack, crack.
When the box was opened, there was a sculpture inside. When he saw the sculpture inside, he was slightly stunned. The upper body of the sculpture was that of a woman while the lower body was that of a divine dragon. The hair on her head was not hair, but venomous snakes that looked extremely cold. The eyes of the sculpture were blood red, as though they possessed a mysterious energy. Buzz. Just as Wang Xian was staring at the sculpture, a strange energy suddenly surged into his mind. He felt that he was surrounded by a large number of beautiful women with human bodies and dragon bodies and venomous snakes on their heads. They stuck out their tongues and revealed their ghastly mouths. Then they started to devour him. Wang Xian could feel that his body was being devoured bit by bit.
Buzz.
At this moment, a ray of clarity came from his chest, causing him to cleanse himself.
He hurriedly opened his eyes to get rid of this strange illusion.
What's going on?
Wang Xian stared at the statue in shock. His eyes widened slightly.
What?
At this moment, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise and stared at his body in disbelief. Feeling the intense pain from his body, his expression changed slightly. At this moment, 1/3 of his body was actually missing.
The flesh and blood inside was exposed.
Could it be this strange statue? When I was sizing her up, it attacked me.
Was my hallucination not an illusion? Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. Snap! He immediately closed the box with a grave expression on his face. No wonder the Heaven Dragon King placed this thing here so solemnly. It's really strange, he mumbled as his eyes sparkled. He kept it in his interspatial ring and prepared to return to the Dragon Palace to study it in front of the ancestral tree. Otherwise, if not for the power of the ancestral tree, he would have been devoured unknowingly. After leaving the stone room, he flew out of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King! At this moment, the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace flew over. How is it? Wang Xian looked at them and asked. The Heaven Array is still searching for the divine kingdoms of the Universe Knights. Some of the other powerhouses of the Heaven Dragon Clan have been killed by us. The Sky Dragon Clan has been completely exterminated. Lei Ming and the rest said. The Sky Dragon King is not dead yet. We don't know where he is now. Let the Sky Array search here first. We will head to the ancient painting sect. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said, in order to prevent the treasures of the ancient painting sect from being taken away by the surviving disciples, they had to rush over in advance. It's the Dragon King. Everyone nodded. They moved and immediately rushed towards the headquarters of the ancient painting sect. The ancient painting sect had tens of thousands of huge planets and countless disciples. The number of their sects was very terrifying. Whoosh! 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 Star Ink Map Galaxy. The Star Ink Map Galaxy was what the ancient painting sect called their territory. More than 10,000 stars gathered, and each star was emitting a luster. From afar, it looked like an extremely beautiful starry sky. The ancient painting sect was different from the Heavenly Dragon Clan. The Heavenly Dragon Clan's territory only had that sea. They didn't have their own planet, nor did they have their own people. The ancient painting sect was different. They were a human race, and the human race was one of the largest races in the universe. The ancient painting sect had trillions of people and a deep foundation. Their experts grew stronger and stronger from generation to generation. But unfortunately, they provoked the Dragon Palace. The current Star Ink Map Galaxy hadn't received any news that their experts had been destroyed. Even the ordinary disciples did not know that their ancient art sect was heading to the distant Milky Way to annihilate the Dragon Palace. It's really a bright starry sky. Wang Xian and the rest flew in the galaxy of the Star Ink Map. Looking at the bright starry sky in front of them, they said faintly, their ancient art sect has already formed a powerful inheritance. Generation after generation, unless all their citizens are annihilated, it will be difficult to completely destroy them. However, this is a devastating blow to the ancient painting sect. Almost all the Universe Knights have been destroyed. The Willow deity said faintly from the side. The headquarters of the ancient painting sect is on the bridge of the ancient painting planet. Come, let's go. As Wang Xian spoke, his gaze landed on the center of the galaxy. The bridge of the ancient painting planet was a huge bridge connecting more than 10 planets and more than 10 mountain ranges of the ancient painting sect. This was the headquarters of the ancient painting sect, and it was also the most prosperous place of the ancient painting sect. The holy land of the ancient painting sect. Wang Xian and the rest were moving very fast. Half an hour later, the magnificent bridge of the ancient painting planet appeared in their line of sight. Seal off the surroundings. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the holy land where the mountains connected to the planet and said, it's the Dragon King. The 40 Universe Knights of the Dragon Palace moved and immediately came to the left and right of the ancient painting planet bridge. They stood in the void and a terrifying aura surged out from their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, waves of dragon might crush toward the ancient painting planet bridge. Who dares to behave atrociously in our ancient painting sect? When waves of power swept over, 5 to 6 old men flew out from the center of the bridge on the ancient art planet. Their eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Behind the 5 to 6 old men were a few hundred young and middle-aged men. Their eyes swept toward Wang Xian and the rest, and their faces sank. Swoosh! Wang Xian moved and arrived around the group at a terrifying speed. Numerous chains sealed the surroundings. Ha! The pupils of the few people from the ancient art sect shrunk slightly when they saw this scene. Who are you?
The old man in the middle stared at Wang Xian with a sullen face. His expression changed.
He, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian smiled and introduced himself lightly. Dragon King.
Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the expressions of the few old men obviously changed. I don't want to waste any more time. I'm here to inform you that your time of death has come. Your ancient art sect is about to be exterminated. As he spoke, chains shot towards them.
Dragon King, stop. We are from the Xinjiang clan. An elder's expression changed drastically as he shouted immediately.
Oh!
Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the elder who spoke. Take out something to prove your identity. Leave within 3 seconds. Otherwise, don't leave. A voice filled with dominance entered the old man's ears, causing his expression to change drastically.
Behind him, a few young men revealed furious expressions.
We are disciples of the Xinjiang clan. Are you trying to threaten us?
A young man couldn't help but growl in a low voice. However, just as he finished his sentence, a chain pierced through him instantly. He widened his eyes and revealed a shocked expression. Since that's the case, let's all die.
As Wang Xian spoke, the chains pierced through them instantly. Dragon King, we are from the Star River clan. Are you trying to make an enemy out of our Star River clan by killing us? The Universe Knight-level elder of the Star River clan had a shocked expression on his face. He immediately shouted loudly. Hee. I have already exterminated the ancient painting sect and the Heavenly Dragon clan. Why would I be afraid of your Xinjiang clan?
How dare a mere disciple act so arrogantly in front of me? Wang Xian had a look of disdain on his face. In the next moment, chains penetrated their bodies. Soul capture. At the same time, he waved his arm. The body of an expert from the ancient painting sect, who was at level 2 of a Universe Knight, trembled slightly. A stream of information entered Wang Xian's mind. What are you doing?
How dare you behave atrociously in our ancient painting sect? TSK, behave atrociously. I will destroy all of you today.
Boom.
The sound of an attack was heard, accompanied by screams.
Everyone kneel down for me. Don't even think about escaping. Behave yourself. Otherwise, I will slaughter your entire ancient painting sect today. Ba Qi's cold voice spread across the entire ancient painting planet bridge. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all.
Who? Wang Xian opened his eyes at this moment. A cold expression appeared on his face. He swept his gaze across and kept the corpses.
According to the old man's memories, when the paragons of the ancient painting sect went to the Dragon Palace, to prevent any accidents from happening in their headquarters, they invited a few paragons from the Xinjiang clan to be guests. This was mainly to intimidate some small fry.
Kill all those above level 3 Void God Realm.
Wang Xian absorbed some of the memories and opened his eyes, giving out a killing order. Since the ancient painting sect wanted to destroy their Dragon Palace, their Dragon Palace could not allow the ancient painting sect to revive. Kill all those above level 3 Void God Realm. As long as the inheritance of the ancient painting sect was broken, the ancient painting sect would fall into complete silence.
It's the Dragon King, Jia. The trash of the ancient painting sect wants to destroy our Dragon Palace. Today we will break your inheritance. Everyone kneel down. Those above the Void God Emperor rank 3, come out and commit suicide. Otherwise, this father will start a massacre.
Ba Qi threatened with a dense expression.
They did not need to make a move. As long as the disciples of the ancient art sect did not obey, they could blast a planet apart. It would depend on whether they wanted to live or to save the other disciples. Wang Xian swept his gaze and flew straight to the location below. According to the memories he obtained, he had already determined the location of the ancient art sect's treasury.
Gulp!
How?
How could this happen?
All the experts of our ancient art sect were killed. The Dragon Palace attacked? They actually attacked. They want to destroy our entire ancient art sect.
On the bridge of the ancient art planet, countless disciples of the ancient art sect trembled and their faces were filled with shock. Kneel down. Didn't you hear what I said? If you don't kneel down, die.
Above the bridge of the ancient painting planet, an octagonal voice spread across the entire starry sky. Below the bridge of the ancient painting planet, all the disciples of the ancient painting sect revealed looks of shock and confusion. However, when the attack that covered an area of over 1,000,000 kilometers descended, and when the screams of countless people rang out, all the disciples of the ancient art sect were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled and they hurriedly knelt on the ground. Those who are at least at the third level of the Divine Emperor realm have been sent to the sky to commit suicide. I will give you 10 seconds. If you don't come out within 10 seconds, I will continue to slaughter until I destroy everyone on the bridge of the ancient art planet. When Ba Qi saw the disciples of the ancient art sect kneeling in the sky, he continued to speak coldly. How could this be? Experts above the rank 3 God Emperor realm have all committed suicide. Everyone on the bridge of the ancient painting planet trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear, especially those Void God Emperor realm experts above the rank 3 God Emperor realm. Their faces were filled with despair. They knew that their ancient painting sect had joined forces with the Heavenly Dragon Clan to exterminate the Dragon Palace. However, they never expected that they would be completely annihilated. Now, the experts from the Dragon Palace had come over and wanted them to kill themselves. They wanted to completely exterminate their ancient painting sect. It's over. Our ancient painting sect is over. Ha ha ha. Surrender and kill yourself. Some Void God Emperor realm experts and above flew to the sky and said with a mournful expression, the experts from the ancient painting sect had been killed. If they did not want everyone to die, they had to commit suicide. They flew to the sky and slapped their heads. TSK, 10 seconds have already passed. There are still some who did not come out. Since that's the case, we will let more people die with us. 8 points gaze swept across the area below and directly attacked. You bunch of cruel fellows, you bunch of inhumane fellows. Our ancient painting sect isn't afraid of you. We don't have any cowards. At this moment, a young man raised his head and looked upwards. His face filled with anger as he roared with blood-red eyes. Since you're not afraid, then everyone can go to hell. Mo Sha said coldly, and with a wave of his arm he directly attacked the position beside the young man. In an instant, a dense number of miserable cries sounded. When the young man saw this, his body trembled intensely. Are you not afraid of death? Very well, all of you should die. Ba Qi also roared with a face full of killing intent. He was prepared to continue attacking. No, don't. An old man flew out and hurriedly stopped him. Don't? But that brat said that your ancient art sect doesn't have any cowards? Ha ha ha, old thing, go and kill that brat. Ba Qi said coldly. His words caused that youth's face to instantly turn extremely pale. All right. That elder did not hesitate at all and directly charged towards that youth. No. The youth's face revealed a despairing roar. At this moment, all the experts at the third level of the Divine Emperor realm and above on the bridge of the ancient painting planet flew out in despair. If you start a war, you will have to bear the consequences of losing the war. The willow deity looked over and said softly, there are quite a number of treasures in the ancient painting sect. Wang Xian entered their treasury, and his eyes were sparkling. He would leave everything outside to the thunder, 8-headed willow deity and the others. It would be sufficient for him to keep these treasures. However, just as Wang Xian started to collect the treasures one by one, just as 8-headed willow deity and the others were killing the experts above level 3 of the celestial the Arch of Void from the ancient painting sect, they were located in this starry sky. The news regarding the Dragon Palace was immediately spread out in this starry sky. At the same time, a piece of news from the Milky Way was also transmitted over. The Celestial Dragon Clan from the ancient painting sect went to the Milky Way to attack the Dragon Palace. They were all killed by the Dragon Palace. Not a single one was spared. The Dragon Palace's Dragon King led the experts to the Celestial Dragon Clan. Now that the Celestial Dragon Clan has been exterminated, the Celestial Dragon Clan should not be exterminated. Right now, the Dragon Palace's experts are at the ancient painting sect's headquarters. The Dragon Palace wants to kill all the Void God Emperor rank 3 and above experts from the ancient painting sect. 3 pieces of news instantly caused a huge commotion in the starry sky. The ancient painting sect and the Sky Dragon Clan were well-known and powerful factions in the starry sky. However, now that the 2 large factions were suddenly exterminated, this was undoubtedly a huge earthquake.
Everyone who saw this news had shocked expressions on their faces as they discussed animatedly. Especially regarding the strength of the Dragon Palace, they were filled with shock. The Milky Way Dragon Palace, the power of the divine dragon lineage, was actually so strong? Just as these three news spread, another piece of news caused a huge uproar. The three Universe Knights of the Star River clan were guests at the ancient painting sect and were directly killed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. When everyone received the news, they immediately became excited. The Xinjiang clan was the most powerful force in this part of the starry sky. The Xinjiang clan leader seemed to have the strength of a level 4 Universe Knight. Furthermore, the number of Universe Knights in the entire Xinjiang clan had reached a terrifying 300. However, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace actually dared to kill a Universe Knight of the Xinjiang clan. Was this a provocation? Especially when the disciples of the Xinjiang clan saw the news, they were furious. Because of the arrival of the Dragon Palace, huge waves were created in the starry sky of the Xinjiang clan. At the same time, the news quickly spread to the Xinjiang clan. A vast river passed through the starry sky. The river was shining with 7 colored lights. Beside the river, there were towering temples. Reporting to Third Elder, Elder San Yuan's life tablets have been broken, and they have indeed fallen. It was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace who did it. In a temple in the center, an old man reported respectfully, "Yes, I have reported it to the clan leader. He will come right away." Third Elder, who was holding a huge staff, nodded and said with a frown, "Although the Star River clan had many Universe Knights, the death of every one of them was a big deal. Especially this time, 3 Universe Knights had died. This was a very big deal for the Star River clan. The clan leader had to deal with it personally." Wang. As soon as the Third Elder finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sky. Above the figure was a circular scarlet sun. The scarlet sun was suspended in the air and contained a terrifying pressure. "We pay our respects to the clan leader." Within the great hall, more than 10 figures immediately bowed respectfully. "N. Give me all the information." The scarlet sun emitted a red light that covered the face of the Xinjiang clan's clan leader as he spoke in a deep voice. "Yes." The old man below immediately handed over a set of information. The rest of the experts quietly lowered their heads and didn't speak. This Dragon Palace Dragon King doesn't put us in his eyes. In a shrine in the center of the 7-colored river, the figure with the red sun above his head looked at the information handed over by his clansmen and said lightly, "Clan leader, according to the information we received, Elder San Yuan told us the name of our Star River clan at that time and still suffered a vicious attack. That Dragon Palace Dragon King didn't care about us at all." The Third Elder, who was holding the huge staff, had a cold expression. The Dragon Palace is not as simple as the information said. They were able to destroy the ancient painting sect and the 150 Universe Knights of the Heavenly Dragon clan. This shows their strength. They either have a level for Universe Knight or an extremely powerful spiritual treasure. The clan leader of the Star River clan, who had a red sun on his head, said slowly, leaning slightly behind him, "Clan leader, are we just going to let it go?" The elder said unwillingly, "Let it go? Of course not. So what if it's a level 4 knight? We can go meet the Dragon King. The Dragon Palace will have to pay a price for this," the Xinjiang clan leader said as the red sun above his head burst into flames. He stood up and disappeared. "I will handle this matter." A voice rang out in the hall. The elders below bowed respectfully. In the teleportation formation of the Xinjiang clan, the Xinjiang clan leader disappeared in an instant. There are quite a number of treasures in the ancient painting sect's treasure vault. It's actually not less than the Heavenly Dragon clan. At this moment, in the ancient painting sect's treasure vault, Wang Xian looked at the large amount of resources inside and revealed an extremely excited expression. Although the ancient art sect was much weaker than the Celestial Dragon clan, their foundation was much stronger than the Celestial Dragon clan. Apart from that, the ancient art sect had many disciples and citizens. They also collected a lot of resources. In the treasury of the ancient art sect, the total amount of resources was even more than the Celestial Dragon clan. All kinds of divine herbs, pills, and divine weapons were kept in the treasury. This time, the Dragon Palace had obtained too many resources. After the Heaven Array returned, he could still find the Universe Knights of the ancient painting sect. After obtaining all the resources, the Dragon Palace's strength would be greatly enhanced. Just as Wang Xian was searching for treasures based on the memories in his mind, a figure was walking in the void in front of the bridge of the ancient painting planet. He was flying towards them at a terrifying speed. From afar, the figure looked extremely majestic. He had a body of 10,000 feet and was dressed in a set of divine flame armor. He was filled with power. What was most shocking was that there was an extremely huge blazing star floating above his head. The blazing star was comparable to a star and was emitting extremely hot flames. The blazing sun above his head was like an ancient god who had come from the ancient times. He was the ruler of the world. When this voice came, it immediately attracted the attention of the members of the Dragon Palace around the bridge of the ancient painting planet. They saw the towering figure that was stepping through the void and slightly narrowed their eyes. Universe Knight Level 4. The Willow God looked at the Xinjiang clan leader and slightly narrowed her eyes as she said, "That is? That is the Xinjiang clan's clan leader, Mo Yang Knight. It's the Xinjiang clan leader. The Xinjiang clan leader is here. He must be here to avenge the venerables of the Xinjiang clan. Will the Xinjiang clan leader destroy everyone in the Dragon Palace?" On the bridge of the ancient painting planet, all the disciples of the ancient painting sect recognized this towering figure immediately. They looked expectant. They hoped that Venerable Moyang and the Xinjiang clan leader could destroy the people of the Dragon Palace. Kill them all. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, come out immediately. The Xinjiang clan leader stopped in the void and swept his gaze across all the experts from the Dragon Palace. His cold voice spread across the entire bridge of the ancient painting planet. Who summoned our Dragon King? Lei Ming stared at the Xinjiang clan leader and asked coldly. At the same time, Wang Xian, who had just come out of the ancient painting sect's treasury, was slightly stunned when he heard this voice. He looked at the starry sky and narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this towering and huge figure. Venerable Moyang? The leader of the Xinjiang clan. Wang Xian saw his appearance and recalled some information from before. He moved his body and appeared behind him with the incipient saint wings. He stared at him and said faintly, "Dragon King of the Dragon Palace?" The leader of the Xinjiang clan's gaze landed on Wang Xian and asked coldly, "May I know why the leader of the Xinjiang clan is looking for me?" Wang Xian glanced at the scarlet sun above his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why are you asking if you already know the answer? If you don't give the Xinjiang clan an explanation today, I will have to ask for an explanation myself." As the leader of the Xinjiang clan spoke, a faint killing intent gushed out from his body. "Explanation? The disciples of your Xinjiang clan are courting death. Is this explanation enough?" Wang Xian looked at him and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He was not afraid of the Xinjiang clan's king Immortal at all. According to the information, the strongest person in the Xinjiang clan, Mo Yang the Venerable, was also the clan leader of the Xinjiang clan. He had the strength of a level 4 Universe Knight. This was also the only level 4 Universe Knight in the Xinjiang clan. A level 4 Universe Knight was a force that the Dragon Palace had nothing to worry about. This was also the reason why he dared to kill the experts of the Xinjiang clan. "Haha, good. You are really domineering, Dragon King. Let me learn from you today." The Xinjiang clan leader's eyes revealed a sinister look as he moved instantly. Boom. In the next moment, his entire body was like a flaming meteorite as he charged towards Wang Xian. Hee. Wang Xian stared at the Xinjiang tribe leader with a sinister look in his eyes. He flapped his incorporeal holy wings and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Xinjiang tribe leader. Huh? What a fast speed! At this moment, the Xinjiang tribe leader's expression changed slightly. "Scarlet Sun, defend," he growled in a low voice. The scarlet sun that was like the sun in the sky descended countless flaming waterfalls to defend his back. Holy Dragon Shadow! When Wang Xian saw the scarlet sun lowering its defense, he waved his arm slightly. A holy dragon shadow appeared in the sky and attacked the entire scarlet sun. Roar! 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 Boom! Boom! Boom!
The holy dragon shadow landed on the scarlet sun and let out a terrifying collision sound. The entire scarlet sun fell slightly downwards. Dragon claw. At this moment, Wang Xian flapped his godless holy wings and instantly appeared to his right. The dragon claw attacked the Xinjiang clan leader directly. Big Sun. The Xinjiang clan leader's expression changed slightly. He clenched his fist and attacked the dragon claw. Between his fists, a sun appeared and met the dragon claw. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying clashing sound rang out and a wave of air spread out in the surroundings. You're courting death. How dare you provoke our Dragon King? The willow deity and the rest looked over. Their bodies moved and they were prepared to attack. Haha, there's no need. I'll teach this Xinjiang clan leader a lesson. Wang Xian laughed out loud and stopped the willow deity and the rest from attacking. Roar, roar, roar. After Wang Xian stopped Lu Shun and the rest from attacking, he raised his head and let out a dragon roar. Then, he transformed into a dragon body that was more than 30,000 meters long. An extremely powerful dragon aura swept towards Xinjiang tribe leader. Divine Dragon. A purebred divine dragon? When Xinjiang tribe leader saw Wang Xian's body size, his gaze froze. A terrifying aura spread out. The divine dragon was glowing with radiance. If not for its strange wings, it would be exactly the same as the legendary divine dragon. Even so, he could feel a pressure from Wang Xian's body that came from the peak of his bloodline. Dragon Tomb. Wang Xian transformed into the body of the divine dragon and raised his head. The terrifying power of law in the sky started to revolve and condensed into a dragon tomb. The dragon tomb attacked the scarlet sun directly. The Xinjiang clan leader's expression changed slightly when he felt this terrifying attack. However, the scarlet sun above his head was too big. The opponent's attack also covered a large area. It was impossible for him to dodge it. Fiery explosion. He let out a low roar. Columns of fire erupted from the sky above the scarlet sun and attacked the dragon tomb. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Wang Xian relied on his terrifying speed to appear directly in front of the Xinjiang clan leader. He waved his dragon claws and clawed at him. The Xinjiang clan leader was 30,000 feet tall and was also 20,000 to 30,000 meters tall. When he saw Wang Xian coming at him, he made a circle in the air. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions of flames were heard as they blasted towards Wang Xian. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Wang Xian's figure swayed. He easily dodged the attack and arrived at the position behind him. The dragon tail attacked him directly. Bang! With a speed comparable to a level 5 universe knight, the Xinjiang clan leader did not have the time to react. An immense force landed on his body. Bang! His entire body was sent flying into the void. A large amount of fiery lava flowed from the scarlet sun above his head and landed on his body. Quickly healed his injuries. That's it? Xinjiang clan leader. Wang Xian growled and charged forward again. The Xinjiang clan leader's expression changed drastically when he sensed Wang Xian's terrifying attack power. No wonder your dragon palace was able to destroy the ancient painting sect and the heavenly dragon clan. It turns out that your dragon king has such strength. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me. The Xinjiang clan leader roared and raised his head with his mouth wide open. Buzz! The scarlet sun in the sky slowly shrank and flew toward his mouth. Boom! When the scarlet sun completely entered his body erupted with extremely terrifying flames. The flames directly burned an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers around him. Anyone who stepped into his area would be attacked by the flames without any difference. HMPH, let's try it then. The clouds and mist are like dragons. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. His body trembled and the entire void was instantly enveloped by the clouds and mist. Ha! The expression of the Xinjiang clan leader, who was enveloped, changed slightly when he saw that his vision was obstructed. Bang! Oh no! At this moment he felt a terrifying sense of danger coming from behind him. This caused his expression to change slightly as he waved his hand to sweep backwards. His entire arm was filled with incomparably dense law energy. Bang! However, his speed was still much slower.
The dragon claw landed on his shoulder, tearing open a huge wound.
Law projection, Rocket.
The Xinjiang clan leader's expression changed slightly as he raised both his hands. Streams of flames condensed into arrows as they shot out in all directions. Boom! Boom!
Boom! The bombardment came from all directions without any blind spots. When he sensed that there was a resistance coming from somewhere, his body moved. Sun fist. Boom! Boom! Boom!
He waved his huge fist. Streams of terrifying sun-like flaming fists attacked Wang Xian. Buzz! Wang Xian's figure flickered. He flapped his huge, uninitiated holy wings and dodged the attacks rapidly.
Heavenly Dragon 8 tribes.
Attack!
He let out a low roar and 8 divine dragon phantoms appeared in all directions. They attacked the Xinjiang tribe leader directly. I'm not his match. Sensing the attacks from all directions, the Xinjiang tribe leader's expression changed slightly.
When he was fighting with the Dragon King, it was difficult for his attacks to hit the other party. However, he could not dodge the other party's attacks. If he continued to fight, he would lose miserably. His expression changed, and the shadow of a great sun slowly wrapped around him. Boom, boom, boom! The shadow of 8 divine dragons landed on the shadow of the great sun and let out a terrifying collision. The shadow of the great sun slowly began to collapse.
This caused the face of the Xinjiang clan leader to change again. Bang, bang, bang!
Right at this moment, he felt the terrifying dragon claws clawing at him.
P54.
The dragon claw landed on his body, causing a large amount of blood to flow out from his body. The destructive force landed on his body, causing his expression to change drastically. The Xinjiang clan leader gritted his teeth and flew straight towards the void in front of him. He was no match for the Dragon King. He wanted to escape.
You want to escape? Wang Xian sensed that he wanted to escape and a cold look appeared in his eyes. However, at this moment, the Xinjiang clan leader suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a red sun that was filled with blood. His body moved and entered the red sun directly. The gigantic red sun left a trail and flew directly into the void.
Ha! At the side, the willow deity did not hesitate and attacked the red sun with a bunch of thorns. However, when the willows and thorns touched Scarlet Sun, they immediately withered. Wang Xian looked at his fleeing figure and raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he did not continue to pursue him. The clan leader of a powerful faction must have some tricks up his sleeves. For example, Scarlet Sun was an extremely terrifying numinous treasure.
Even if Wang Xian went all out, it would be difficult to kill him. At this moment, he also understood that the enemies he would encounter in the future would become stronger and stronger. The enemies he would encounter might also possess the ability to fight against opponents of a higher level.
If he escaped, so be it, he mumbled.
Ever since the start of the battle, he had no intention of keeping the other party alive. This Xinjiang clan leader actually escaped after being heavily injured. That Dragon King's strength is so terrifying. That Dragon King's strength is so strong that even Venerable Muyang is not his match. Then who else in our Xinjiang galaxy is his match?
It's over. Our ancient art sect is completely finished.
On the bridge of the ancient art planet, all the disciples of the ancient art sect saw this scene and their faces were filled with despair.
Even the strongest person in the starry sky of their galaxy was no match for the Dragon King, and their ancient art sect would never be able to turn the tables.
After today, their ancient art sect would probably become history. Their last hope had been extinguished and their faces were filled with despair.
Dragon King, this Xinjiang clan's patriarch is not weak, especially the spiritual treasure in his hands. Venerable Willow God flew over to Wang Xian and said, "Yes, he is very strong and the spiritual treasure is also very strong. We don't need to bother about the Xinjiang clan. The ancient painting sect's treasures have already been collected. We just need to wait for the heaven array to arrive and find the ancient painting sect's cosmos god country." Wang Xian said indifferently. Wang Xian was not prepared to wage a complete war against the Xinjiang clan. This time, the Xinjiang clan leader's probing attack had given them a better understanding of the strength of the Dragon Palace. They would definitely not dare to attack the Dragon Palace again.
The Dragon Palace was not prepared to continue the war either. They had just exterminated 2 major factions. The Dragon Palace needed to settle down and improve. Wang Xian and the rest flew to a palace on the bridge of the ancient painting planet and waited for news from the sky array. While Wang Xian and the rest were waiting, the battle between the Xinjiang clan leader, Venerate Ending Yang, and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace shook the entire Xinjiang galaxy. It was especially so when the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace defeated the Xinjiang clan leader. The Xinjiang clan leader, Venerate Ending Yang, is the strongest person here. He is the only level 4 Universe Knight, yet he was defeated by the Dragon King. I heard that Mo Yang Knight was heavily injured and escaped. No wonder the Dragon Palace was able to destroy the Sky Dragon clan and the ancient painting sect. This power is too terrifying. The Dragon God lineage, that Dragon Palace has a pure-blooded Dragon God. That Dragon King is also a very powerful Dragon God. A true Dragon God is completely incomparable to the Sky Dragon clan. Too strong. If it's not a fierce dragon, it won't cross the river. No wonder the Dragon Palace Dragon King dared to kill the Star River clan knight. They have this power. On the universe AI, countless people were discussing. At this moment, all the people of the Star River clan fell silent. They didn't expect that their clan leader would be defeated by the Dragon King. At this moment, in the Qingzhou Trading Company. The Qingzhou Trading Company was the biggest in this area, with more than 10 knights. However, after the Dragon Palace destroyed 5, there were only about 10 left. When they found out that the Heavenly Dragon Clan, the Ancient Art Sect, and their Green Province Trading Company Knight had been destroyed, they were instantly terrified. Especially after they found out that the Star River clan leader had been defeated by the Dragon Palace Dragon King. They didn't hesitate at all, bringing along all the warriors and treasures, immediately hiding in a very secret place. The head of the Green Province Trading Company even prepared to flee to another void space after the Dragon Palace left. The huge change in the Green Province Trading Company didn't attract too much attention in this boiling starry sky. However, what the Green Province Trading Company didn't know was that there were already outsiders amongst their group of knights. Their every move was also monitored. Dragon King. At the bridge of the ancient painting planet, the sky array rushed over from the Heavenly Dragon clan with a smile on his face. Continue to search for the universe god countries of the ancient painting sect's paragons. Wang Xian instructed him. It's Dragon King. The sky array nodded and took out some of the blood of the ancient painting sect's paragons. He began to search for the location of their god countries. It wasn't easy to find the god countries, and it took a long time. In the next 10 hours, Sky Array found 90% of the universe god countries. Some of the universe god countries were too far away, or for other reasons, they couldn't be found. But even so, the universe god countries that were found had huge resources. After all, this was the savings of a universe knight for hundreds of millions of years. Even if it was not as valuable as the treasury of their sect, there were still many precious items inside. Let's go back. How is the situation with the poisonous horned dragon? Wang Xian asked the 8-point demon fiend and the rest. Dragon King, they are already staying on the bodies of the universe knights of the Green Prefecture Trading Company. Now that all the elite experts of the Green Prefecture Trading Company are hiding in a secret place, we can directly kill our way over. Ba Qi immediately replied. All right, Willow Deity. Bring them to destroy the Green Province Trading Company. I will make another trip to the Sky Dragon clan. Wang Xian immediately instructed. After destroying them, all of you come to the Sky Dragon clan. It's the Dragon King. Willow Deity and the rest nodded. Wang Xian separated from them and flew toward the Sky Dragon clan once again. This time, he wanted to build a dragon palace instead of anything else. As long as he built a dragon palace there, it would be much more convenient for him to travel back and forth to the Milky Way. Furthermore, the resources in the Milky Way could no longer keep up with the development of the Dragon Palace. It might not be long before the Dragon Palace would transfer the main Dragon Palace here. Wang Xian was very fast. After more than 10 hours, he arrived at the Heaven Dragon clan. Currently, there were no more disciples in the headquarters of the Heaven Dragon tribe. No one dared to set foot in the entire ocean for the time being. Wang Xian went to the Dragon Palace of the Heaven Dragon tribe and stored the Dragon Palace away. He used the system to build a Dragon Palace. When the Dragon Palace was completed, there was a piece of news from the Willow Deity. The Qingzhou Trading Company had been destroyed. The destruction of the Qingzhou Trading Company signified the end of this war.
From the Qingzhou Trading Company, the Dragon Palace once again obtained a lot of resources. As a trading company, the Qingzhou Trading Company also possessed a lot of treasures. The news of the Qingzhou Trading Company being destroyed quickly spread throughout the starry skies. This news once again caused quite a stir.
In a short period of time, the Heavenly Dragon Clan, the Ancient Painting Sect, and the Qingzhou Trading Company were all destroyed. The Dragon Palace announced their strength in a domineering manner. The destruction of the three primary races in the universe also made all the forces in the starry sky extremely fearful.
Some people had even named the Dragon Palace as the strongest force.
A powerful existence that surpassed the Xinjiang clan. The divine dragon once again roared in their sky. Perhaps they should call this place the Roaring Dragon Starry Sky.
Just as everyone in the starry sky was discussing, a large amount of resources were displayed in the Dragon Palace.
Dragon King, this time we have obtained 167 Universe Knight corpses, including 7 Universe Knight Level 3 corpses and 135 Universe God Nation corpses.
There are countless other treasures. As for the corpses below the Paragon level, there are even more huge ones. There are 3.4 million Void God Emperor level corpses. Prime Minister GUI reported to Wang Xian with a burning gaze.
This time, the Dragon Palace had obtained too many resources. It was no exaggeration to say that it could increase the strength of the Dragon Palace by 1 or 2 times.
Just the corpses and the Divine Kingdom alone could create more than 200 universe paragons in the Dragon Palace.
Not to mention the huge amount of resources. Very good. Next, let's start distributing the spoils of war. Also, send some people to the Dragon Palace in the starry sky of the galaxy to guard it.
Wang Xian revealed a smile as his eyes sparkled.
It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gui and the other leaders responded immediately. Their faces were filled with excitement as well. Wang Xian waved his hand and prepared to take a look at the spoils of war.
This time, apart from the ordinary spoils, he still had a forbidden item in his possession. There were also some treasures that he obtained from the Tianhai Dragon Palace.
At this moment, he suddenly noticed some changes in the ancestral tree. In the past few days, the ancestral tree had saved Wang Xian twice. The first time was the terrifying and bizarre forbidden art, Heaven Pilfering Meridian Exchange.
The first time was to look directly at the bizarre sculpture. Both attacks were extremely bizarre and almost caused his death.
However, during the time in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, the ancestral tree had absorbed the forbidden art and also absorbed half of the Sky Sea Dragon King's dragon soul. At this moment, there was a black branch beside the branch of the ancestral tree's soul-returning tree. There were symbols on the black branch and it looked very strange. On the branch of the soul-returning tree, there was a golden fruit. The golden fruit was in the shape of a dragon and looked like a golden dragon. Wang Xian walked over and took a look at the black branch. His gaze landed on the fruit and his eyes sparkled. The golden divine dragon fruit is on the soul-returning embryo. Is it able to revive the metal elemental divine dragon?
He mumbled to himself. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over and plucked the fruit.
Sensing the power of the fruit, he moved to the front of the dragon transformation pool. The golden divine dragon embryo fruit and the dragon bone of the metal elemental divine dragon should be able to create a golden dragon. Wang Xian was deep in thought. With a wave of his arm, the dragon bones in the mother nest flew out. There were more than 100 dragon bones in total. They were all Universe Knights when they were alive.
Among them, there were more than 10 dragon bones of purebred golden dragons.
These dragon bones contained immense pressure. With a wave of his arm, he threw the more than 10 golden dragon bones into the transforming dragon pool.
At the same time, the golden fruit landed around the dozen or so golden dragon bones. These dozen or so golden dragon bones can already have the combat strength of more than a dozen Universe Knights. I hope I can nurture a purebred golden dragon.
Wang Xian muttered.
Purebred divine dragons could fight across 3 levels. In the Dragon Palace, there were quite a number of dragon species that could fight across 3 levels.
There was a reason why purebred dragons were the most precious, and that was because of the purity of their bloodlines.
Peak dragon species like imperial dragons and thorned dragons were the offspring of purebred dragons and other powerful bloodline creatures.
In other words, because of the purebred dragon bloodline and the mutation, a powerful existence was born. It was very difficult to replicate the birth of such dragon species. At the peak of the divine dragon clan, there were no more than 10,000 imperial dragons and berserk dragons.
At that time, over 1,000 berserk dragons could form a terrifying army of the Dragon Palace. If it wasn't for the Bug Clan's technology, the Dragon Palace wouldn't have been able to give birth to a peak dragon so easily.
A purebred divine dragon was very important to the Dragon Palace because if they wanted to mutate another peak dragon, they needed the bloodline of a purebred divine dragon. Currently, the Dragon Palace only had 2 purebred divine dragons, the Thunder Dragon and the Divine Wind Dragon. If a golden dragon could be born, it would be of great benefit to the Dragon Palace. I hope I can give you a surprise.
After taking a look in front of the dragon transformation pool, Wuxia moved his body and arrived in front of the dragon throne.
Behind the dragon throne, the ancestral tree was emitting a faint glow. It made Wuxia feel as if he was in a mystical realm.
He thought of a figure.
With a wave of his arm, a female snake landed in the middle of the Dragon King's hall.
Ah! The female snake appeared and looked around in astonishment. When she saw Wuxia in front of her, a look of awe appeared on her face.
"Greetings, Dragon King." She bowed and greeted him immediately. What treasures did you obtain in the Dragon King's hall of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace?"
Wuxia looked at the female snake and asked,
"Dragon King, I have obtained many treasures from a treasure vault in the Dragon King's palace. Please take a look." As she spoke, she waved her arm and placed some divine herbs and divine artifacts aside.
The divine herbs were in bottles and it was obvious that they were valuable. The divine artifacts were all very powerful. 2 of them were acquired numinous treasures.
Other than these, there was also a pair of gloves with a huge golden claw.
The golden claw looked like it was made from a dragon claw. To be able to wear it on one's hand, it was also an exceptionally powerful acquired numinous treasure.
"Is this all?"
Wuxia swept his gaze across and asked with a twinkle in his eyes.
"Yes, Dragon King. When I entered the Dragon King's hall, I could only take these things out. Some of them are too powerful and I didn't dare to touch them.
Also, I realized that the Tianhai Dragon King didn't die."
The female snake replied immediately. "Your bloodline isn't weak. How did you get to such a state? Don't you have any clansmen?" Wuxia nodded his head and looked at the female snake. He asked curiously. Through his senses, the female snake's bloodline was very pure. At the very least, she could fight above her level. In this universe, there was a watershed. The universe wasn't fair to begin with. Some races were born strong. The strong with bloodlines and strong physiques would be of great help to their cultivation. Later, some of the strong were divided into a few simple divisions.
Those with bloodlines and physiques that could fight above their level as long as they developed steadily and had powerful spells could reach the level of a mid-level race in the universe.
Those with bloodlines and physiques that could fight a level higher had powerful techniques and could reach the level of a high-level race in the universe.
And the peak races of today could fight a level higher than 3.
This was the power of bloodlines and physiques.
The female snake's bloodline power was very strong and she could fight a level higher. However, she looked very miserable. Once she was chased by a universe knight and once she was chased by other demon beasts.
I escaped from my race."
The female snake lowered her head slightly and said with a slightly unwilling expression.
Wuxia nodded and didn't ask further. "Do you want to leave or stay in the Dragon Palace?"
Wuxia asked him.
I'll stay in the Dragon Palace. It's too dangerous outside," the female snake said weakly. She had almost been killed twice. She was completely terrified. "All right."
Wuxia nodded and instructed Aonu bring her around. "It's the Dragon King." Aonu nodded and flew to the female snake's side. Wuxia swept his gaze across the treasures. With a move of his palm, a box appeared in his hand.
It was a taboo item of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. After hesitating for a moment, Wuxia waved his arm and the soul-returning tree branch of the Fuchang tree landed on his body. The Fuchang tree and the soul-returning tree were both targeted at the soul. They should be able to withstand this weird taboo item.
Wang Xian opened the box and sized up the weird sculpture inside. The weird sculpture was emitting a strange energy.
Wang Xian landed on the dragon tail on the lower half of the sculpture. Suddenly, he sensed a very familiar bloodline power. His eyes were filled with astonishment. This dragon tail was forged with the blood of a purebred divine dragon.
Dragon King.
At this moment, the female snake who was brought away by Ao Nu walked in. She looked at the sculpture in Wang Xian's hand with a shocked expression. Her eyes were filled with astonishment.
Eh? Why are you here? Wang Xian looked at her and raised his eyebrows slightly.
Dragon King. I sensed a strong attractive force, so I came over to take a look. The female snake spoke and her gaze landed on the statue.
Oh? This sculpture has a great attraction to you. Wang Xian looked at the female snake and raised his eyebrows slightly.
Yes, Dragon King. This sculpture has a great attraction and pressure to me. The image of this sculpture is very similar to our creator.
The female snake's expression changed as she spoke. Creator?
Wang Xian was astonished when he heard her words. Creator?
He had heard such a powerful title before.
What kind of existence dared to call himself a creator?
Yes. According to the records of our Sheiji race, we were created by the Creator. The Creator is an omnipotent existence.
She has a human body and a dragon tail. She is the supreme existence and a powerful ancestral witch in the universe. She created our Sheiji race and gave us life. The female snake said with slight respect. Ancestral wizard?
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard her words.
The wizard lineage was a very powerful and heaven-defying lineage. They were a different kind of scientists. They studied formations, studied sorcery, and studied bloodlines and constitutions. However, the wizard lineage could be divided into two directions. One was the direction of the formation. The other was the direction of the bloodline constitution.
The formation was the current direction of the sky formation. As for the bloodline constitution, it was more inclined towards close combat.
They used powerful and strange witchcraft to modify their bloodlines and even modify their bodies. They transferred the limbs of powerful existences onto their own bodies.
They could transform themselves into terrifying monsters.
In order to pursue extreme combat strength, there were even wizards who joined the limbs of various powerful creatures onto their own bodies. The ancestral wizard was the pinnacle of the wizards, and the ancestral wizard's strength was the corresponding ruler of the universe. If one were to say that the Snake Bell tribe was created by an ancestral wizard, it was really possible.
It was not impossible for a powerful ancestral wizard to build a tribe that could fight above their level through their powerful abilities.
A statue shouldn't be so strange. Now that I have the combat strength of a level for Universe Knight, it is very difficult for a statue to kill a level for Universe Knight unwittingly. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. A statue of the creator of the Snake Princess clan. Although an ancestral wizard was extremely terrifying, a statue of him wouldn't have such a strange ability.
Sky formation.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and transmitted his voice to the sky formation.
Dragon King.
Soon, the sky formation flew over and bowed to Wang Xian.
Take a look and see if this thing is a powerful magic tool.
As Wang Xian spoke, he raised the statue in his hand and said to him, The heavens formation looked over and his pupils narrowed slightly. His eyes sparkled. His body moved and came in front of Wang Xian. He touched it with his hand. Dragon King, this
might not be a statue or a magic tool.
The heavens formation spoke with a grave tone.
Then what is this? Wang Xian looked at him in astonishment.
This might be a corpse.
Tianqin said with a contemplative look on his face. According to the information I've read about wizards, I've seen something similar. Bloodline and physique wizards, their path of cultivation is to transform and strengthen themselves, turning their bodies into the most powerful and bizarre existence. After the death of bloodline and physique wizards, their bodies will become the most powerful wizard tools. This sculpture should be a corpse. As Tianqin spoke, his face was filled with affirmation.
It's actually a corpse. No wonder it's so bizarre. Wang Xian was slightly surprised as he sized it up carefully. A surge of energy entered the sculpture. He could sense the dragon's blood and other energies inside.
Is this the body that the ancestral wizard modified himself?
Even if he's dead, the energy inside didn't disappear. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Moreover, was this ancestral wizard completely dead? It was really extremely strange.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, he looked at the black branch on the ancestral tree behind him.
That black branch was formed from the forbidden art, the heaven-pilfering pulse-changing technique. Now, this branch also possessed the ability to do the same. Suddenly, he had an idea.
Why don't I let the members of the Dolphin clan try it out?
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and decided to give it a try. Even if the members of the Dolphin clan died, they could still be revived.
However, if he succeeded, perhaps the Dragon Palace would be able to give birth to a powerful dragon seed.
After all, this was the bloodline and physique of the ancestral wizard.
Prime Minister Gue, go and call a member of the Dolphin clan to conduct an experiment. Get her to come to the dragon transformation pool. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm and brought the female snake to the front of the dragon transformation pool in an instant.
The heaven formation also moved and followed behind. Soon, the leader of the Dolphin clan and a member of the Dolphin clan flew over. Wang Xian placed the branch filled with symbols on the ancestral witch's corpse and placed the other end of the branch on the member of the Dolphin clan. Enter the dragon transformation pool and see if there are any changes,
he instructed.
It's the Dragon King. The member of the Dolphin clan replied immediately and flew into the pool. Buzz. When she entered the dragon transformation pool, Wang Xian instantly felt the black symbols on the branch start to move. Waves of energy slowly surged into the member of the Dolphin clan.
Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly as he watched. After confirming that there was no danger, he waited quietly for the news.
Ding!
A new dragon species has been born in the Dragon Palace, the charming dragon species. Congratulations, host.
Ding! Due to energy reasons, the Dragon Palace can only nurture 1,000 charming dragon species. An hour later, the system's voice rang out suddenly.
When Wang Xian heard the notification, a glint flashed across his eyes.
Success! A smile appeared on his face. What was the grade of the charming dragons? They could only nurture 1,000 species of charming dragons, so the level of the charming dragons should not be low. It might also be a peak dragon species. It's a pity that the number is a little low. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at the dragon transformation pool expectantly.
Time flew by quickly. Wang Xian stood at the dragon transformation pool for more than 10 hours.
Voila!
After more than 10 hours, Wang Xian realized that the dolphins inside had undergone a huge change.
They had a human body and a dragon tail. There was also a hint of a strange aura on their bodies.
Their long wavy hair was exceptionally beautiful. Every move they made was soul-stirring. She had dark red eyes. When she looked into his eyes, she felt that it was extremely strange. This is... At the side, the female snake looked at the figure in the dragon transformation pool with a shocked expression on her face.
Dragon King. The newly promoted charming dragon flew over and greeted Wang Xian with a smile. How many levels higher can you fight? Wang Xian squinted his eyes and asked expectantly. Level 3. A peak dragon species.
The Mei Long replied with excitement in its eyes.
The succubus dragon could fight 3 levels above it.
And the succubus dragon's attack methods were very strange. Different from normal attacks, the succubus dragon's attack was a sound wave attack, a type of spiritual attack.
Secondly, when fighting with the succubus dragon, don't look at it. Once you look at it, you will suffer an even more terrifying attack. Could be said that every move of the charm dragon could carry out strange attacks on you. It's really powerful and strange. The ancestral witches in the universe are all incredible existences. Tian Chun, who was watching from the side, was full of admiration as he watched the charm dragon hide its attack methods. He was only a small array master back then, and his ultimate target was also the ancestral witch. However, when he saw the charm dragon, a dragon that had inherited some of the abilities of the ancestral wizard, his heart was filled with envy. However, his path of witchcraft and the charm dragon were 2 different paths. He focused on formations.
His path was even further than the charm dragon. However, if he wanted to go further, he would have to pay a lot more than the charm dragon.
Very good, very good. Even if there are only 1,000 charm dragons, when all of them have reached the level of the ancestral wizard, it would be terrifying to imagine them standing together. Wang Xian's face was full of smiles. Once the charm dragons reached their peak, they would definitely be extremely terrifying. As for the dolphins, they could also evolve into the charm dragons. Although there were a few of them, they were more powerful than before. Especially during this period of time, the black spider lilies grew again. When they grew to more than 1,000, the charm dragon and the spider lily would have an even more terrifying attack. Dragon King, can I evolve into such a charm dragon?
Can I?
At the side, the female snake was swaying her body as she asked with excitement and anticipation. If you are willing to join the Dragon Palace, you can evolve into a charm dragon. Wang Xian looked at her and nodded. If not for her inspiration, Wang Xian might not have thought of such a method.
Furthermore, the female snake's bloodline was not bad to begin with. Naturally, she would be welcome to join the Dragon Palace.
Sure. The goddess did not hesitate and nodded her head immediately. Once you enter the dragon transformation pool, you can undergo the transformation directly.
Wang Xian said to her.
The female snake did not hesitate and jumped into the pool directly. Dragon King, I will choose a group of dolphins to enter the dragon transformation pool. The leader of the dolphins spoke from the side. Wang Xian nodded immediately. Roar. At this moment, a low roar came from the depths of the dragon transformation pool.
The current dragon transformation pool was filled with dragon blood.
With dragon blood that was hundreds of kilometers deep, it was impossible to see the deepest part of the pool. However, at this moment, rays of golden light were emitted from the deepest part of the pool. Wang Xian immediately looked over and narrowed his eyes slightly. With a thought, he waved his arm and threw 2 golden dragon pearls directly toward the center. The golden dragon pearls entered the pool and immediately fell toward the lower part of the pool. Roar, roar, roar. Deep in the dragon transformation pool, the roars of the divine dragon could be heard.
There are more than 10 dragon bones, 2 golden dragon balls, and the dragon soul of the Tianhai Dragon King. Hopefully, a golden dragon will be born and this golden dragon will be more powerful. He mumbled. The improvement of the golden dragon continued. Wang Xian waited for a while before returning. Time passed day by day. The other members of the Dragon Palace also began to improve. The Heaven Formation also entered the Dragon Transformation Pool.
Roar, roar, roar. On the 5th day, an awe-inspiring roar came from the Dragon Transformation Pool.
A golden light flashed across the entire Dragon Palace. Wang Xian, who was in the Dragon King's bedroom, sensed the situation in the Dragon Transformation Pool. His eyes were filled with excitement. His body moved and he immediately appeared in front of the Dragon Transformation Pool.
In the sky above the Dragon Transformation Pool, a golden dragon that was about 40,000 meters long was circling in the sky. A powerful pressure came from his dragon body. The power of a universe knight at level 4. Wang Xian sensed his power and a glint flashed across his eyes. Roar!
The golden dragon swayed. He looked at Wang Xian and flew straight over.
Greetings, Dragon King. The golden dragon turned into a middle-aged man and half-knelt in front of Wang Xian. Very good. I'll call you Ao Jin from now on. Wang Xian looked at him and said with a smile.
It's the Dragon King. Ao Jin replied immediately.
Do you have any memories?
Wang Xian looked at him and asked. Ao Jin was mainly born with the dragon soul of the Tianhai Dragon King. However, he did not know if he had any memories that belonged to him. Dragon King, I was separated from the body of the Tianhai Dragon King. I have inherited all the memories of the Tianhai Dragon King.
Ao Jin immediately reported. That's good. Wang Xian nodded and asked, do you have any control over the Dragon Palace of the Sky Sea Dragon King? Yes. The Sky Sea Dragon King only has the other half of his dragon soul left. If he doesn't have a body, I can easily take over the Dragon Palace.
Ao Jin nodded.
Oh? Then I can make a trip there after a period of time and occupy the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. Wang Xian said. The Sky Sea Dragon Palace could be said to be a huge resource. Not to mention the treasures in the Dragon King Palace. Just the Sky Sea Dragon Palace alone could be upgraded to a level 6 or 7 Universe Knight if it was devoured by Ao Crab and the others.
What was the realm of the Sky Sea Dragon King when he was at his peak? Wuxia asked. His combat strength was at level 9 Universe Knight and his realm was at level 6 Universe Knight. Ao Jin immediately said, Universe Knight level 9 combat strength?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Such strength was not weak. Of course, for the Divine Dragon clan at their peak, it could only be said to be passable. The powerful Divine Dragons of the Peak clan were all terrifying existences at the level of Universe Masters. They occupied more than half of the ocean of the heaven-opening primal continent.
Dragon King, I think it's best for us to make a trip to the Sky Sea Dragon Palace as soon as possible. There's an acquired supreme treasure in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. It's very powerful.
Ao Jin suddenly suggested.
Acquired supreme treasure? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard his words.
Powerful treasures in the universe were divided into acquired supreme treasures, and then innate treasures. Acquired supreme treasures were definitely the most powerful treasures among the Universe Knights.
With an acquired supreme treasure, it was easy to kill existences of the same level. We'll head over immediately.
Wang Xian did not hesitate and immediately instructed Ao Jin. It's the Dragon King. Ao Jin nodded. Willow deity. Follow me to the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. Just in case, Wang Xian called the Willow deity.
Oh? Dragon King to the Sky Sea Dragon Palace?
I saw it on my brain. Someone said that the Sky Sea Dragon Palace has disappeared. The Willow deity flew over and said to Wang Xian in astonishment.
Disappeared?
Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard her words. He looked at Ao Jin who was beside him. Disappeared? There's only one possibility. He has possessed a physical body. Otherwise, the Dragon Palace wouldn't have been able to move or disappear. Ao Jin frowned slightly. The Tianhai Dragon King has possessed a physical body? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard Ao Jin's words. A look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Dragon King, according to my memories, the Tianhai Dragon King has been scheming for billions of years. He even gave the forbidden technique to the Tianhai Dragon King.
He wanted to use the Tianhai Dragon King as a chess piece so that he could bring a purebred divine dragon or a person with a mutated divine dragon bloodline.
However, he suffered a huge loss from you, Dragon King. Half of his dragon soul was taken away, and his control over the Dragon Palace was reduced to the minimum. A Universe Knight with level 4 combat strength could break through the defenses of the Dragon King Palace.
He might be afraid of being captured, so he took over a body. According to my guess, he must have taken over the body of the Tianhai Dragon King.
Ao Jin guessed and said to Wang Xian.
Took over the Heaven Dragon King? How strong is he after taking over?
Wang Xian frowned and asked.
With the resources left in the Dragon King's palace and the fact that the Heaven Dragon King is a level 3 Universe Knight, he should be able to raise his strength to level 4 Universe Knight.
Coupled with the acquired Supreme Treasure, Dragon Pearl, and other treasures, he should be able to become invincible at level 4 Universe Knight or even fight above his level. Ao Jin said. What a trouble.
Wang Xian frowned slightly.
They were now almost mortal enemies with the Sky Sea Dragon King. The revival that he had been planning for billions of years had been destroyed by him. Not only that, the dragon soul had already taken half of it.
In addition, other than the treasures in the Dragon King's palace, everything else had been taken away by him. The Sky Sea Dragon King must have wanted to kill him.
He even wanted to hide from his physical body. An invincible 4th-level Universe Knight who could even fight against opponents of a higher level was a huge threat to the Dragon Palace.
Especially a Dragon King who had lived for a very long time.
Prime Minister Gue, send your disciples to the starry sky of Xinjiang to keep an eye on the situation of the Sky Sea Dragon King. Also, tell the members of the Dragon Palace not to go out and cultivate in peace for the time being. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and ordered immediately. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. Damned Dragon King. He forced me to possess this lowly body.
Extract half of my dragon soul. I'm going to kill you.
At the same time, at a spot in the starry sky of Xinjiang.
An incomparably huge dragon palace was hidden in the void crack.
The Dragon Palace could not only be located in the ocean, but could also cross the void.
In the Dragon King Hall of the enormous Dragon Palace, a golden sky sea dragon king with enormous wings let out an angry roar. Although he had regained his body, he was not happy at all.
A lowly bloodline body even made him feel humiliated.
He understood that if he had such a body, it would be too difficult for him to reach the peak.
It was all because of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. He wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace, devour their bloodlines, and seek a breakthrough in his bloodline. Sky Sea Dragon King, according to the information we received, that Dragon King has the combat strength of a Universe Knight level 4. Not long ago, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace defeated the leader of the Star River clan. His strength is very terrifying. At this time, at the front, a group of great demons knelt at the front and bowed respectfully. Ever since the Sky Sea Dragon King completely took over, he immediately shut down the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. All the demon beasts were trapped in the Dragon Palace. The Sky Sea Dragon King used a terrifying method to enslave all of them. Right now, in the entire Sky Sea Dragon Palace, there were more than 100 great demons. However, out of these 100 great demons, only one was a level 3 Universe Knight. The rest were mostly level 1 Universe Knights. This power wasn't weak, it could even be said to be very strong.
But to Sky Sea Dragon King, this was still trash.
Dragon Palace Dragon King also has the combat strength of a level 4 Universe Knight. Along with that Willow Tree, Dragon Palace has at least 2 level 4 Universe Knights.
Sky Sea Dragon King heard his subordinate's report and roared in a low voice, his expression ugly. Because he had lost half of his dragon soul, it was impossible for him to raise his combat power quickly.
It took a lot of resources to raise his combat power to Universe Knight level 4. In addition, although the true treasure in his hand could make him invincible at level 4 and fight against level 5, it was still very unlikely for him to destroy Dragon Palace Dragon King.
After all, if the Dragon King escaped, it would be very difficult for him to keep him.
Once he couldn't keep the Dragon King, it would be futile. If he didn't make a move, as long as he made a move, he would kill the Dragon King. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his facial expression kept changing.
If he was asked to take revenge thousands or even tens of thousands of years later, he wouldn't be satisfied, and he didn't have so much time. He wanted to improve himself as soon as possible and destroy the Dragon Palace as soon as possible. The injuries on my dragon soul haven't recovered yet. I need some powerful divine herbs to recover.
The resources in the Dragon King's palace are almost used up. I need a huge amount of resources to cultivate in the future. The Tianhai Dragon King murmured and glanced at all the great demons below. Let's go. Follow me to the Xinjiang clan. I want to suppress the Xinjiang clan. The Tianhai Dragon Palace flapped its wings slowly and roared coldly. It's the Dragon King. The great demons immediately responded respectfully. Buzz! In the next moment, the entire Dragon Palace trembled and quickly flew toward the Xinjiang clan's 7-colored river.
Although the Tianhai Dragon King had always been in the Tianhai Dragon Palace, he knew the situation of the starry sky like the back of his hand.
This included the Xinjiang clan, which was the most powerful clan here. However, today he was going to suppress and subdue the most powerful clan in this starry sky. The Tianhai Dragon Palace sped through the starry sky. 2 days later, it appeared in front of the enormous 7-colored starry river. Crack, crack, crack. The Dragon Palace came out of the spatial crack and quickly flew toward the center of the 7-colored starry river. Right in front of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, the Sky Sea Dragon King was lying on top of a few dragon pillars, staring at the front with a grim expression. At the back, all the demon beasts were standing respectfully at the back. Who are you? The Star River clan had been living on both sides of the 7-colored river for generations. The powerful Sky Sea Dragon Palace flew over quickly and attracted the attention of the Star River clan warriors. 2 Universe Knights came over quickly and looked at the huge Dragon Palace in surprise. They felt that this Dragon Palace was familiar. I am Sky Sea Dragon King. Today, I order all the people of your Star River clan to submit to me. Sky Sea Dragon King looked at the 2 Universe Knights of the Star River clan and roared with a grim face. His voice resounded throughout the starry sky. Some disciples of the Star River clan were shocked when they heard his voice.
Sky Sea Dragon King? The two Universe Knights of the Star River clan were also shocked. They narrowed their eyes when they looked at Sky Sea Dragon King.
Sky Dragon King, you inherited the Sky Sea Dragon Palace?
They looked at Sky Sea Dragon King's body with cold eyes.
The Heavenly Dragon King, as one of the leaders of the powerful races in the Star River Galaxy, most of the Venerables had seen him before. The Universe Venerables of the Star River clan had naturally seen the Heavenly Dragon King before.
The great beings of other races might be afraid of the Heavenly Dragon King, but their Star River clan wasn't.
In terms of strength and foundation, their Star River clan was much stronger than the Heavenly Dragon clan.
And now, the Sky Dragon clan was destroyed by the Dragon Palace. Now, the Sky Dragon King might have inherited the Sky Sea Dragon Palace and had a breakthrough in strength. But he wanted the Star River clan to submit? Their eyes were cold.
How can that lowly thing, the Sky Dragon King, be compared to me?
You two are courting death, die for me. Today, if your Star River clan doesn't submit to me, I will destroy all of your clansmen.
Sky Sea Dragon King heard the words of the two Universe Knights, and his eyes revealed a cold and violent look. He moved and charged towards the two Universe Knights of the Star River clan at a terrifying speed.
What? Are you going against our Star River clan? The two Universe Knights of the Star River clan heard his words and saw him charging over. Their expressions changed slightly.
Hualala. One of the Universe Knights focused his gaze and waved his arm. The sound of rushing water instantly spread to the surrounding starry sky, giving off an alarm sound.
They sensed the speed of Sky Sea Dragon King and dodged to the side with grave expressions.
Die for me, you lowly thing.
At this time, Sky Sea Dragon King roared and terrifying golden lights suddenly appeared around the two Universe Knights of the Star River clan.
The golden light instantly attacked their bodies. What?
Seeing the golden light that suddenly appeared around them, their faces were filled with shock.
Pooh! Pooh! Pooh!
However, there was no time for them to dodge. The golden light instantly entered his body and his life force was completely gone.
Two lowly humans still dare to provoke me, Dragon King. Sky Sea Dragon King roared coldly. He waved his arm, and the Dragon Palace quickly flew forward. What? He killed two of our venerables. Who is he?
The Tianhai Dragon King or the Tianhai Dragon King?
Hiss! The Tianhai Dragon King wants to invade our Xinjiang clan. Some disciples of the Xinjiang clan saw this and their faces changed. They growled in a low voice.
Shut up, all of you die. The Tianhai Dragon King flapped his huge wings and stood in the sky above the Dragon Palace. He glanced at the people who were looking at him and waved his arm.
Roar! 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 The four golden dragon phantoms attacked the surroundings.
The terrifying attack and speed caused everyone to be shocked.
Run!
No, no, no.
They looked terrified and wanted to run. However, the Tianhai Dragon King's attack wasn't so easy to dodge. They didn't even manage to return to their own divine kingdom in an instant and were instantly killed. Enemies have invaded. Disciples of the Star River clan, get ready. At this time, a loud shout came from the shrine on both sides of the seven-colored river. More than 10 Universe Knights flew over in an instant.
Behind them, legions of the Star River clan flew over quickly.
Call your Star River clan's clan leader over. Tell him to bring all his disciples to kneel in front of this Dragon King. Otherwise, they will die.
Sky Sea Dragon King stared at the dozen Universe Knights flying over from the Star River clan. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he ordered coldly. Arrogant, making our Star River clan submit to you. Do you have the qualifications? Sky Dragon King?
Your Sky Dragon clan has already been destroyed, yet you still dare to be arrogant.
The dozen Universe Knights flew over and stared at Sky Sea Dragon King.
The leader of the Star River clan, a Universe Knight level 3 great being, had a cold look in his eyes.
Lowly human, die?
Remember, I am Sky Sea Dragon King.
Sky Sea Dragon King heard their address and instantly went berserk. His body moved and charged towards them. At the position of his dragon head, a golden crown slowly appeared.
The crown glowed, and in the center was a blade crossed with a sword.
An illusory crown flew out from the top of his head and trapped over a dozen Universe Knights.
HM?
Be careful, he has the combat strength of a level 4 Universe Knight.
Dodge! The leader of the Level 3 Universe Knights focused his gaze and immediately roared, "Russell!" However, just as they were about to dodge, the blade on the crown of the phantom suddenly flew out. The blade slashed towards where they were. Honk! A dazzling golden blade light slashed across half of the starry sky. What? The Universe Knights of the Star River clan were shocked. Honk! The energy swept across, and more than 10 corpses fell down. They didn't even scream.
A bunch of ungrateful things, die. Sky Sea Dragon King was enraged. He moved and attacked the huge temples in front of him.
Hide, the elders are killed. They are not his match. Hide. He is not Sky Dragon King. He is Sky Sea Dragon King. Sky Sea Dragon King is not dead.
In front of the godly palace, some Universe Knights who had rushed over saw that even a Level 3 Universe Knight Elder had been killed instantly. They looked shocked and shouted loudly.
From the words and actions of Sky Sea Dragon King, they also realized that this was not Sky Dragon King.
He called himself the Tian High Dragon King, and it was very likely that he was the master of the Tian High Dragon Palace, the Tian High Dragon King.
As for why he took over the body of the Tian High Dragon King, they had some vague guesses. Seeing the incomparably berserk Tian High Dragon King and his terrifying might, their faces were filled with shock. They hurriedly fled into the distance. Boom! 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 Rays of terrifying golden light shot towards the palaces in front of them. The terrifying attacks instantly covered over 100,000 palaces. Bang! 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 Under his terrifying attacks, all of the palaces instantly collapsed.
There were still a large number of people inside who didn't have time to escape before they were directly killed.
If you don't submit, then die. Leave no one alive. The Tian High Dragon King seemed to be in a crazed state as he roared wildly. One attack after another raged in the sky above the Xinjiang clan.
Each attack killed countless people and destroyed more than 100,000 palaces.
Run! Run, he's a demon! All disciples of the Xinjiang clan, run! Our clan leader is coming right now. All the experts of the Xinjiang clan saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically as they continued to roar.
Looking at the maniacal Tian High Dragon King, their expressions were abnormally ugly.
Impudent! Tian High Dragon King! You actually dare to slaughter a disciple of my Xinjiang clan.
Right at this moment, an angry roar sounded out from the distant void. 100,000 feet tall Xinjiang clan patriarch with a scarlet sun on his head walked over.
The clan leader is here. Clan leader! Countless palaces in the Star River clan's headquarters were destroyed by the Sky Sea Dragon King. When the experts and disciples saw the clan leader of the Star River clan with the red sun on his head, they were excited. The Sky Sea Dragon King had the combat strength of a Level 4 Universe Knight, and their clan leader also had the combat strength of a Level 4 Universe Knight. As long as their clan leader arrived, they would be able to stop Sky Sea Dragon King.
Clan leader of the Star River clan, hurry up and submit to this Dragon King.
Sky Sea Dragon King heard the words of the clan leader of the Star River clan and looked at him coldly. Looking at the clan leader of the Star River clan with the red sun above his head, he was still full of power.
Back then, my clan leader had already guessed that there might be a true dragon in Sky Sea Dragon Palace, and there really is one. However, at this moment, it seems that you can no longer be called a true dragon. A true dragon wouldn't kill innocents, and a true dragon wouldn't have such a body.
The head of the Xinjiang clan glanced around with a cold expression.
Sensing the thick smell of blood, his expression was extremely ugly.
Roar, roar, roar! You're courting death. In a while, it'll be time for you to crawl under me. Hearing his words, the Sky Sea Dragon King's eyes shot out terrifying killing intent as he flapped his wings and attacked the head of the Xinjiang clan. Humph!
The one who wants to die is you. The Xinjiang clan's patriarch snorted coldly. With a wave of his arm, he heavily punched the scarlet sun above his head.
The entire scarlet sun was like a volcano erupting as it directly met the Tian High Dragon King. You dare to fight me with a broken Ho Tian numinous treasure? When the Tian High Dragon King saw this incomparably huge scarlet sun, the crown on his head flew out, and the blades on it slowly grew larger. Finally, the blade released a terrifying golden color, and golden light filled the sky as it flew toward the red sun. We must win. We must win. With our clan leader's power, we will definitely win. Even if we can't win, we can still pin him down. We are ready to help our clan leader fight against that brutal Sky Sea Dragon King. At this time, more than 200 Universe Knights of the Star River clan had gathered around. They looked at the battle between their clan leader and Sky Sea Dragon King with anger and anxiety, ready to join the battle at any time. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the terrifying Golden Blade and Scarlet Sun clashed. The incomparably sharp and terrifying blade and sword directly entered Scarlet Sun under the shocked gaze of the Star River clan's clan leader. Pong! The entire Scarlet Sun emitted an intense sound as cracks appeared on its surface. What? When the Xingjiang clan's patriarch saw that the Scarlet Sun actually had cracks, his expression changed slightly. Clang, clang, clang. However, what made him even more terrified was that the terrifying golden blade and sword pierced through the Scarlet Sun and attacked him. Not good. What kind of treasure is this? This is absolutely not an acquired numinous treasure. This is an existence at the level of an acquired supreme treasure. The Xingjiang clan's patriarch roared in a low voice with a trace of shock on his face. Break! He roared wildly and waved the fist in his hand. Waves of terrifying flaming meteorites shot towards the golden saber and sword. Pong ping ping. Pooh! However, that terrifying golden saber and sword broke through all of his attacks and landed in front of him. A terrifying wave of energy charged over. The Xingjiang clan's patriarch's face was pale as he spat out blood. With one move, the Xingjiang clan leader was defeated. What? Not good. Support the clan leader. All the Universe Knights around were shocked when they saw this scene. They quickly made their moves, and beams of energy shot toward Sky Sea Dragon King. Just a bunch of trash like you dare to provoke me? Sky Sea Dragon King's gaze swept past them. He swept his arms and flapped his wings, and golden wings swept toward them. You little piece of trash, you still dare to contend with this Dragon King. Submit to this Dragon King immediately. Otherwise, I will exterminate everyone in your Xingjiang clan. As the Tianhai Dragon King spoke, he directly charged towards the Xingjiang clan's patriarch. Oh no, I am not his match. He is even more terrifying than that Dragon King. When the Xingjiang clan's patriarch saw the Tianhai Dragon King charging over, his expression changed drastically. If he continued to fight, he would definitely be destroyed. However, how could he be willing to submit to the Tianhai Dragon King? Whoosh! His body moved and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Ha ha ha, you want to hide? If you dare to escape, we will slaughter the rest of your Xingjiang clan. The Tianhai Dragon King saw that the Xingjiang clan leader wanted to escape. He flapped his dragon wings and attacked the palace in front of him. There were countless disciples of the Xingjiang clan, and all of them lived here. Some of the weaker ones couldn't escape at all. The Tianhai Dragon King's attack instantly killed countless people of the Xingjiang clan. Large areas of the palace were directly destroyed. Damn it! The Xingjiang clan leader's heart sank when he saw the Tianhai Dragon King's massacre. And his expression was extremely ugly. Looking at the crazy Sky Sea Dragon King, he had no doubt that he would slaughter the entire Xingjiang clan's disciples. There were trillions of people in the Xingjiang clan. If the Sky Sea Dragon King massacred them, too many people would die. Sky Sea Dragon King, you are a member of the Divine Dragon Clan. Are you so despicable? The Xingjiang clan leader gritted his teeth and had no choice but to charge toward the Sky Sea Dragon King. Attack! Attack this crazy fellow! Kill! The other 200+ Universe Knights also launched their attacks. I am the king under the crown. Suppress him. Ha ha ha. Sky Sea Dragon King laughed maniacally. The crown on his head rotated and expanded to over 10 million kilometers in size, forming a cage that enveloped all of them. Not good. Don't be enveloped by this crown. The Xingjiang clan's patriarch roared sternly. However, the Tianhai Dragon King's strength far exceeded their imaginations. As a former golden dragon, his battle experience and strength were simply not something the Xingjiang clan could compare to. The crown enveloped everyone, and blades suddenly floated around them. Not good. Looking at the blades that appeared out of thin air, their eyes darkened, and they had a bad premonition. Poo poo poo. Ah ah ah. At this moment, the blades began to move and they pierced towards them. Blades and swords continuously pierced through their bodies, and miserable screams rang out.
When the Xinjiang clan's patriarch saw this scene, his eyes were blood-red and his body trembled violently. Stop immediately. We surrender, our Xinjiang clan surrenders. He roared with a mournful and unwilling expression.
Roar, roar, roar. Surrender?
Submit and immediately kneel before this Dragon King. Otherwise, I will kill all of you, ha.
The Tianhai Dragon King roared with a savage expression, and his body was filled with a violent, murderous aura. He did not look like a noble dragon, but like a ferocious dragon. Roar! 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 Beside the seven-colored river of the Xinjiang clan, an extremely excited roar resounded through the sky. A dragon with a huge pair of wings and a powerful murderous aura floated in the air.
In front of them, a group of experts led by the Xinjiang clan leader kneeled in front of them with an extremely embarrassed expression. They had lost. The Xinjiang clan had completely lost.
The Xinjiang clan's clan leader had the ability to escape, but once he escaped, the Tianhai Dragon King would slaughter the entire Xinjiang clan. He didn't dare to escape, because the Tianhai Dragon King really dared to slaughter countless of their people. Our clan leader and the others have actually lost. Our Xinjiang clan is going to submit to that evil dragon.
It's over. We're going to submit to the Tianhai Dragon King.
No, how could this be?
He's an evil dragon, a brutal evil dragon. All the surrounding Xinjiang clansmen trembled violently when they saw the scene. Their faces revealed an extremely embarrassed expression.
Their Xinjiang clan had actually become the slave of an evil dragon. The news that the Tianhai Dragon King had brought his own dragon palace to suppress the Xinjiang clan quickly spread throughout the starry sky of Xinjiang.
When everyone learned that the Xinjiang clan had submitted to the Tianhai Dragon King, an extremely shocked expression appeared on their faces. Especially when they learned that the Tianhai Dragon King had defeated the Xinjiang clan's clan leader in one move, everyone was even more shocked.
The Tianhai Dragon King didn't die. He took over the body of the Tianhai Dragon King. His strength is extremely terrifying.
Who would have thought that the Tianhai Dragon King didn't die and reincarnated?
His strength is too terrifying. The Xinjiang clan was defeated in one move and is much stronger than the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. It's said that the Tianhai Dragon King is extremely crazy. As long as the Xinjiang clan doesn't surrender, he will slaughter everyone in the Xinjiang clan. That Tianhai Dragon King is an evil dragon. Countless people were discussing on the universe's AI. A divine dragon from afar had taken over and reincarnated, giving them a powerful shock. This was especially so since this divine dragon had suppressed the Xinjiang clan.
Dragon King, this is news from the Xinjiang starry sky.
At the same time, at the location of the Dragon Palace, the situation of the Xinjiang clan was immediately transmitted to Prime Minister Gue. When Wang Xian saw the news from Prime Minister Gue, he frowned slightly. Then what is the Tianhai Dragon King doing to suppress the Xinjiang clan? Is it for resources? A puzzled look appeared on his face as he pondered for a moment before continuing. There is another possibility. It is to deal with our Dragon Palace. It is possible, but it won't be so easy for them to destroy our Dragon Palace.
Prime Minister Gue said with a smile.
Keep an eye on the situation with the Tianhai Dragon King.
Wang Xian nodded his head. Yes, Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gue nodded his head.
I'll have to fight with the Tianhai Dragon King sooner or later.
Sitting on the dragon throne, Wang Xian muttered to himself. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. One after another, the acquired spiritual treasures were placed on the 5 elements millstone and were quickly absorbed by it. This included the 2 ancient paintings from the ancient painting sect. Those 2 ancient paintings were considered to be exceptionally powerful existences among the acquired spiritual treasures.
After the 5 elements millstone devoured them, they should be able to kill a level 4 universe knight.
As for the level of the 5 elements millstone, Wang Xian was unsure. Ordinary acquired spiritual treasures could only erupt with terrifying power when they were controlled. However, because Wang Xian had 5 of his clones in the 5 elements millstone, he didn't need to control it himself to unleash a terrifying combat strength.
After the 5 elements millstone devours it this time, it should be comparable to a postnatal numinous treasure, right?
Wang Xian mumbled.
The 5 elements millstone could attack the opponent's numinous treasure while he was fighting the enemy.
If he met the Sky Sea Dragon King, he might be able to fight him. However, it might be difficult to defeat him. However, if the Willow Deity and the Golden Dragon were added, he could definitely suppress the Sky Sea Dragon King. As he thought, waves of energy surged into the 5 elements millstone to increase its speed of absorbing the numinous treasure. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Palace, the other members of the Dragon Palace were increasing their strength in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Time passed day by day. The battle between the Dragon Palace and the other forces in the Milky Way also made all the forces in the Milky Way fearful.
Whether it was the Mist Race or the 3-foot race, they were all respectful to the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Palace had already become a transcendent existence in the Milky Way.
Another major event had happened in the starry sky. The Tianhai Dragon King announced that all the races in the starry sky had to submit to him or they would be destroyed. Once this news was out, it caused a huge commotion in the starry sky. There were 50 to 60 primary races in the starry sky.
There were 2 to 3 universe knights in the weaker primary races.
There were more than 1,000 universe knights in the starry sky. And the Sky Sea Dragon King's words were to make more than 1,000 universe knights submit to him. This caused the entire starry sky of Xinjiang to boil.
They were shocked by the Tianhai Dragon King's arrogance. But in their hearts, they were also very afraid of the Tianhai Dragon King.
Everyone already knew what happened at the Xinjiang clan.
The Tianhai Dragon King could really make the move that, as long as he didn't submit to him, he would exterminate the entire clan.
This made the primary races of the universe look extremely embarrassed.
There were only 2 options: either submit or lead their clansmen and escape.
Otherwise, what awaited them was likely the Tianhai Dragon King's attack.
The entire starry sky of Xinjiang was in complete chaos because of the Tianhai Dragon King. While the starry sky of Xinjiang was in chaos, the members of the Dragon Palace were all upgraded.
After absorbing the resources from this battle, the strength of the entire Dragon Palace changed dramatically.
The number of universe knights in the Dragon Palace had increased by about 400.
Among them, the Sky Array had absorbed the resources from the dragon bones in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon Tomb, and its combat strength had risen to Universe Knight level 4.
The other members of the Dragon Palace and their leaders had all risen to Universe Knight level 3.
Currently, there were around 500 Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace. 500 Universe Knights. This number was definitely very terrifying.
Even the Star River clan had a huge difference from the Dragon Palace. Not to mention the members of the Dragon Palace who had level 4 Universe Knights. Other than the improvement of the Universe Knights, the other members of the Dragon Palace had also reached a terrifying level.
This time, they had exterminated 3 universe primary races, and their elites were all at the God Emperor level. Close to 10 million God Emperor experts and the resources formed from all the corpses allowed the disciples of the Dragon Palace to receive a terrifying improvement.
At this moment, even the weakest disciple of the Dragon Palace had the combat strength of a Void God Emperor at level 6. A Void God Emperor at level 6 was considered an elite of a race across the Milky Way. It would not be a problem for them to control 1 or 2 planets. Greetings, Dragon King. In the Dragon Field, the million disciples of the Dragon Palace were divided into dragon species and lined up in the surroundings. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and revealed a satisfied expression on his face.
The current Dragon Palace's strength was definitely considered to be at the top among the primary races in the universe. The weakest Void God Emperor had a rank 6 combat strength. Among them, there were more than 1,000 peak Void God Emperor members.
More than 1,000 peak Void God Emperor members. This was definitely a terrifying number. With the combat strength of the disciples of the Dragon Palace, these 1,000 peak Void God Emperor members were comparable to more than 100 Universe Knight level 1 experts.
The strength of the entire Dragon Palace had reached an unprecedented height.
In the next period of time, get used to the increase in strength.
Wang Xian instructed indifferently.
As you command, Dragon King. The 1 million members of the Dragon Palace immediately responded respectfully. All the leaders of the Dragon Palace, follow me. The rest of the members can leave first.
As Wang Xian spoke, his body moved and he flew into the Dragon King's hall. All of you know about the matters in the starry sky of Xinjiang. Now that the Tianhai Dragon King wants to rule the entire starry sky of Xinjiang, our Dragon Palace and the Tianhai Dragon King are mortal enemies. We have to make preparations in advance for this matter. Wang Xian spoke.
In just a few days, there were already some primary races in the starry sky of Xinjiang who could not withstand the pressure of the Tianhai Dragon King and surrendered. Wang Xian could imagine that there would definitely be a large number of races that would submit to the Tianhai Dragon King.
When that time came, the influence of the Tianhai Dragon King would reach a very powerful level.
Initially, Wang Xian wanted to continue waiting until he had full confidence in killing the Tianhai Dragon King before making his move. Now, it seemed that he could not wait any longer.
Dragon King, our poisonous horned dragon species, can enter the starry sky of the Star River and parasitize the bodies of many experts. We can control their every move.
Ba Qi immediately spoke. Yes, that's possible. Wang Xian nodded in agreement.
Dragon King, I think we can just kill our way over. At the lower position, Ao Jin pondered for a moment and said, Dragon King, with you, me, and the Willow Deity Heaven formation, the four of us working together can definitely suppress the Tianhai Dragon King.
Maybe.
It will be difficult to kill him.
He frowned slightly as he spoke.
Is that Sky Sea Dragon King's acquired true treasure so strong?
We can't even kill him with our strength. Sky Array raised his eyebrows and asked. He could kill a Universe Knight level 4 great being now. Even the Willow God Aojin could do the same, and with Dragon King. Together, they could almost fight against a level 5 Universe Knight.
He's very strong. With that acquired spiritual treasure and his own resources and experience, even a level 5 Universe Knight might not be able to kill him. Aojin nodded. After all, the Sky Sea Dragon King was once a dragon god, once a dragon king.
Even if he was heavily injured now, it was not easy to kill him.
However, we can't let him continue to develop. Once all the primary races in the starry sky submit to him, it will be even more troublesome.
Prime Minister Gue said. Every primary race in the universe was not simple. They all had powerful trump cards. If the starry sky was really suppressed by the Tianhai Dragon King, it would not be good news for the Dragon Palace.
If the Sky Sea Dragon King recovered a little and obtained some treasures, it would be even harder to deal with him.
Aojin. How much control do you have over the Sky Sea Dragon Palace now? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he asked.
About 45%.
If I were to compete with him for the control of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, I wouldn't be able to compete with the Sky Sea Dragon King.
Aojin pondered for a moment before he replied.
Then, what is the probability of US snatching over the Sky Sea Dragon Palace? Wang Xian squinted his eyes and asked.
Snatching over?
Aojin's eyes sparkled. The Sky Sea Dragon King doesn't know of my existence. If we are caught off guard, coupled with you guys, the probability of us snatching over is very, very high.
Furthermore, the moment I enter the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, I will open up my authority and allow you guys to enter. The Sky Sea Dragon Palace will not dare to enter.
His words caused Ao Crab's eyes to light up. Now that Ao Crab had devoured 2 Universe God Kingdoms that were level 3 Universe Knights, he had the combat strength of a level 3 Universe Knight. If the Dragon King and the others could bring the Sky Sea Dragon Palace over to him, then, Dragon King, do you mean to bring the Sky Sea Dragon Palace over so that our devouring dragon can devour it?
Ao, he asked with anticipation.
The Sky Sea Dragon King's Dragon Palace was comparable to a level 6 Universe God country. If he could devour it, wouldn't he be able to raise his combat strength to level 5 Universe Knight? Their devouring dragon could even increase the combat strength of 2 level 5 Universe Knights. That's right.
Wang Xian nodded.
This was the best method he could think of at the moment.
As long as he could snatch the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Xie and the rest would be able to get a huge buzz. By then, the resources of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace would allow the 2 devouring dragons to raise their combat strength to level 5 Universe Knights. Killing the Sky Sea Dragon King would be a piece of cake.
Dragon King, this plan is feasible. When do we take action? All the leaders of the Dragon Palace nodded their heads in agreement. First, control all the actions of the Tianhai Dragon King. Then we will make a detailed plan. This time, only Lei Ming, Ao Jin Lushen, and I will take action. Wang Xian said faintly, It's the Dragon King. The venom horn dragon and the thorn dragon will go together to investigate the situation. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. Wang Xian nodded.
The plan was completed. Prime Minister Gue and the rest took action immediately.
Wang Xian was in the Dragon Palace, quietly waiting for the news. How many more races have yet to submit? At the same time, in the distant starry sky of Xinjiang, above the seven-colored river of the Xinjiang clan, a majestic dragon palace was floating above.
In the Dragon King's hall of the Dragon Palace, the Tianhai Dragon King was sitting on the dragon throne. He looked at the Xinjiang clan's leader and the rest with a cold expression.
Reporting to the Dragon King, only 15 races have declared their allegiance. There are still 36 primary races that have yet to respond. The clan leader of the Xinjiang clan respectfully knelt on the throne below and replied.
His eyes were filled with respect and obedience as he faced the Tianhai Dragon King.
It was obvious that he had been subdued by the Tianhai Dragon King in a terrifying manner.
There are still 36 races?
I think they want to be destroyed. Immediately notify them. In 10 days, this Dragon King will convene a rising dragon gathering. All factions must come. Those who don't come will be directly destroyed. When that day comes, this Dragon King wants to see which race dares to disobey. Ha ha ha! The Tianhai Dragon King roared arrogantly, his eyes filled with coldness.
It's the Sky Sea Dragon King. This lowly one will immediately notify all the races. If you dare to disobey the Dragon King, kill.
The Xinjiang clan leader's eyes were burning as he spoke. The Xinjiang clan announces that the Tianhai Dragon King will hold the Rising Dragon Assembly in the seven-colored river 10 days from now. All factions in the Xinjiang galaxy will be present. Those who have not arrived will be killed without mercy. In the chaotic Xinjiang galaxy, a piece of news from the Xinjiang clan once again caused an uproar in the entire galaxy. In the past 10 days, the Tianhai Dragon King had ordered all factions to submit, causing the entire Xinjiang galaxy to be in turmoil. Especially when the primary races of the universe announced their submission, there was an uproar.
Now, the Tianhai Dragon King suddenly announced that the Rising Dragon Conference would be held on the 10th day. What did this mean?
Rising Dragon Conference? It's the final ultimatum, right?
When that day comes, whichever faction doesn't submit to him, he might have to take action and destroy them. This Tianhai Dragon King is so arrogant, so arrogant. Gathering all the factions in the starry sky, isn't he afraid of being surrounded and attacked?
Surrounded? With what? Now, the Xinjiang clan seems to have been completely subdued by the Tianhai Dragon King. With the Tianhai Dragon King and the Xinjiang clan leader, who in the entire starry sky is their match?
With the strength displayed by the Tianhai Dragon King, anyone who doesn't submit will probably be destroyed. He's too overbearing.
Countless people discussed animatedly on the cosmic AI in the starry sky.
When the 30 ODD forces that didn't submit received the news, their expressions turned extremely ugly. If they didn't go after 10 days, they would be destroyed.
However, if they went after 10 days, they would be destroyed even if they didn't submit.
There was no room for them to choose. Rising Dragon Association?
In the Milky Way Dragon Palace, Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he received the news. Let's make it 10 days later then. He muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Currently, he had obtained most of the treasures in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace and half of the Dragon Soul. The last piece of fleece would be the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. Once he snatched this over, the Dragon Palace would have 2 more Universe Knights at level 5.
They would be invincible in the starry sky of the galaxy.
Wang Xian told the Willow Deity Ao Golden Heaven Formation and the others about this news and told them to get ready.
10 days later, they would make their move.
Has the Winter Moon race contacted the Gemini race? Are they willing to make their move? In a palace located at the edge of the starry sky, there were over 100 Universe Knights sitting in the palace.
An old man looked at the night with the moon between his eyebrows and asked expectantly.
We have contacted them. The first elder and second elder of the Gemini race will bring people over. I want to see how long that evil dragon can be arrogant. The middle-aged man with the crescent moon between his brows said coldly.
It's good that the Gemini race is here. That dragon is too arrogant. I hope the Gemini race can destroy him. It might be difficult to destroy him. That dragon used to be a pure-blooded divine dragon. He's an old man who has lived for billions of years.
Even if we can't destroy him, it's good that we can eliminate his arrogance. I heard that there are other races that have invited the powerful races from the surrounding Lu Xingkong. In the main hall, the Universe Knights were talking, their eyes filled with coldness.
In the universe, one should never underestimate any race.
The Sky Sea Dragon King wanted 50 to 60 universe primary races to submit to him during this rising dragon gathering. Naturally, most of the races wouldn't agree.
Some races had billions of years of foundation, they had powerful trump cards, and some had powerful connections. There were even some low-level races that owed a favor to some mid-level races.
Or, there were some low-level races that married mid-level races. All of these existed.
Normally, they wouldn't think much of it. But when they were faced with a life or death threat, their connections would explode.
Obviously, the Sky Sea Dragon King's threat made many of the universe's primary races extremely angry.
And the 100-plus venerables in the hall came from more than 10 universes' primary races. They used their connections to take out treasures and ask for help from powerful races. According to the information they received, there were many races that were looking for helpers this time.
They wanted to see how Sky Sea Dragon King would end up this time. Time passed day by day, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Above the Star River clan, the array formation condensed into a huge square.
At this time, around the square, more than 100 great demons and millions of demon beasts were standing at the forefront. Around them, the venerables of the Xinjiang clan were standing on both sides. At a glance, there were about 400 universe venerables. In front of the square was an incomparably huge dragon palace.
The entire dragon palace was emitting golden light.
The square was connected to the dragon palace. It was like a square in front of the palace, where everyone came to pay their respects. In the Dragon Palace's Dragon King Hall, the Tian Hai Dragon King sat quietly on the dragon throne with his eyes slightly closed.
Whoosh! 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 As time passed, figures quickly flew over from the square above the seven-colored river. Groups of people had solemn expressions on their faces.
There weren't many people in each group. There were dozens of them, and only a dozen of them were missing. They all represented different powers. This Rising Dragon Conference, the powers that came weren't just the low-level races of the universe. Those domain-level races also had to come. Is this the power of the Sky Sea Dragon King?
So many Universe Knights, the Sky Sea Dragon King actually has more than 400 Universe Knights under him.
That group of demon beasts seems to be from the Demon God Palace. When the domain-level beings arrived, they all looked at their surroundings in awe. They came to a corner of the square and stood there waiting quietly. So.
More and more powers flew over from the surroundings.
Even though there weren't many people from each of the powers that had arrived, the entire starry sky of Star River was so huge. Very quickly, tens of thousands of people gathered here. Almost all of the universe's primary races, the race knights who had already pledged their allegiance, had arrived.
They walked straight towards the knights of the Star River clan, smiling apologetically as they tried to get closer to them.
As for the universe's primary races that hadn't pledged their allegiance, they gathered together. The universe knights looked at each other and smiled faintly. The entire square was very quiet. It was so quiet that the atmosphere was a little strange. Everyone knew that this Rising Dragon Conference was not an exchange meeting. Dragon King, many of the major races have already arrived. However, it seems that there are still many races that have yet to arrive. I wonder if they will come. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, Wang Xian and the others were hiding in the spatial rift.
Willow God's gaze swept the surroundings, sensing a flying figure toward that side one by one, whispered. Tian Hai Dragon King wants to suppress the entire starry sky of Xinjiang. I'm afraid the strength is not enough. I'm afraid there will be forces not convinced.
Wang Xian shook his head slightly. According to their sensors, only 30 more races have arrived so far, and 20 more have yet to arrive. If they still hadn't arrived at this time, it was obvious that they wouldn't submit to the Sky Sea Dragon King.
What happened next might be interesting.
Reporting to the Tian Hai Dragon King, 40 universe races have arrived, and there are still 21 universe primary races that have yet to arrive.
Within the Tianhai Dragon Palace, the Xinjiang clan's patriarch came to the Dragon King's hall and reported respectfully to the Tianhai Dragon King.
There are still 21 races? Very good, very good. The Tianhai Dragon King leaned on the dragon throne and transformed into a burly middle-aged man. He wore a crown on his head and his eyes were filled with a sinister look. Boom!
His body moved and flew directly toward the outside, his body emitting an extremely powerful murderous aura. The head of the Xinjiang clan immediately followed behind.
Boom!
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 On the square in front of the Tianhai Dragon Palace, waves of terrifying auras charged toward them. The powerful aura was filled with unbridled fear as it directly charged toward the experts of the various factions.
What a terrifying aura.
Hiss, is this the Sky Sea Dragon King? I heard that he possessed the Sky Dragon King. He was once a purebred divine dragon.
Seeing the Sky Sea Dragon King fly out, the experts of the various factions felt this terrifying aura and their pupils constricted slightly. Their faces revealed a solemn and fearful expression.
Roar, roar, roar. The Sky Sea Dragon King flew out and raised his head, letting out a roar.
The powerful aura pressed forward. This! Pong, pong, pong!
The faces of some of the great beings who were weaker than universe knights instantly turned pale. Under this terrifying dragon aura, they directly laid on the ground, sweat pouring down like rain.
Today, I will exterminate all the universe primary races that haven't arrived, he said with a ferocious expression. What? Hiss, there are still more than 20 races that haven't arrived. Could it be that he wants to exterminate all the universe primary races? The group of universe knights forcefully withstood the draconic aura of Sky Sea Dragon King. Their expressions extremely ugly. In their eyes, this Sky Sea Dragon King was a madman.
He was crazy and arrogant. What? Do you dare to object? Sky Sea Dragon King heard the shocked expressions of the crowd. He smiled coldly and asked. Everyone looked at him, their hearts shook slightly, they lowered their heads and no one dared to speak.
Sky Sea Dragon King, have you stayed in your dragon palace for too long? Is your brain damaged? So. At this moment, figures suddenly flew over from the void in front of them. The one who spoke was an old man with a crescent moon between his brows. His eyes were cold as he stared at Sky Sea Dragon King.
Around him were universe knights.
There were more than 200 universe knights. The most eye-catching ones were two people. These two people looked very strange. They had two faces,
one in the front and one behind. Two-faced people.
These two-faced people looked around and looked at the Sky Sea Dragon King, then at the dragon palace behind them.
It's the Winter Moon race and their forces. How did they come together?
The Winter Moon race and more than 10 other races came together. Who's that two-faced man? Why haven't we seen him before? All the forces heard this voice, and their eyes were filled with shock. The Star River clan and the great demons looked over, their eyes filled with coldness and killing intent.
Not only is his brain damaged, a pure-blooded dragon possessing a sub-dragon and being trapped within the Dragon Palace for billions of years, he should be a mad ant by now.
At this time, another voice sounded. On the right, another 7 or 8 races over 100 knights flew over.
These 100 people could clearly see that they were split into two camps.
One camp was led by 2 female snakes with human bodies and snake tails. The two held a statue, their eyes filled with coldness.
In the middle of the 2 female snakes, there was a middle-aged man with a horn and a 10 m long tail.
The leader of the other camp was a mecha, a 10-meter-long mecha.
The entire mecha exuded a terrifying aura.
Seeing their arrival, everyone was slightly shocked. Roar!
I think you're courting death.
Seeing their arrival, the Tianhai Dragon King's expression darkened as he roared sternly. His body moved and immediately transformed into the appearance of a heavenly dragon. A monstrous killing intent surged towards the experts in the void.
You dare to insult our Dragon King?
You are courting death. The Xinjiang clan's clan leader flew into the sky and roared icily with the scarlet sun above his head.
Ha ha, I didn't expect the Grand Xinjiang clan to become the lackey of an evil dragon.
The elder from the Winter Moon clan laughed loudly and roared icily. The clan leader of the Star River clan has been controlled. TSK, TSK, TSK. as expected of a purebred divine dragon. His methods are truly formidable.
Just as he finished speaking, a two-faced person at the side laughed and said, "The star of our clan is truly pitiful. This evil dragon of yours is even more detestable. You even said that you wanted to exterminate all of our universe's primary races. Do you really think that we are easy to bully?"
On the right, an old woman said coldly.
Facing the Sky Sea Dragon King, who was stronger than them, they didn't have the slightest fear. They weren't a match for the Sky Sea Dragon King, but it didn't mean that they were at his mercy.
Their arrival this time wasn't just to warn the Sky Sea Dragon King.
What a pity. The true dragon has turned into a quasi-dragon.
The snake-tailed woman beside the old woman on the right shook her head. This snake-tailed man seems to be from the Snake-G race, surrounding the low-level Snake-G race in the starry skies. If I'm not wrong, that two-faced man is from the mid-level twin race, the mid-level race of the universe. What's that mech? It feels so terrifying. Its strength shouldn't be lower than a knight level 4. We've gone too far. The Sky Sea Dragon King has gone too far. He's forced some of the universe's primary races into a corner.
In the surrounding areas, some of the powerful beings saw the group of powerful beings suddenly flying over. They didn't put the Sky Sea Dragon King in their eyes at all. Their eyes were filled with excitement,
especially when they recognized the twin races. Although the twin races were at the bottom of the universe's intermediate races, they were still an intermediate race in the universe. Although the Serpentine race was only a low-tier race in the universe, they were definitely at the pinnacle among the low-tier races in the universe.
The Serpentine race had a terrifying number of knights, reaching nearly 2,000.
The only thing they lacked was a universe knight level 4 great being.
Although they didn't have the combat power of a universe knight level 4, some middle-tier races in the universe didn't dare to underestimate them. After all, they had too many universe knights and had many trump cards.
Their arrival was obviously to deal with the Sky Sea Dragon King. The Sky Sea Dragon King had to pay the price for his arrogance today.
Ao Jean, don't you think the Sky Sea Dragon King is a little crazy?
At the same time, in the distant void, Wang Xian, who sensed the scene, raised his eyebrows. This Tianhai Dragon King seems to have gone crazy. Ao Jean looked at the rising dragon assembly square and said bitterly. He had been trapped in the Dragon Palace for billions of years and had planned for billions of years. In the end, not only did he fail, but half of his dragon soul was also taken away.
He had no choice but to possess an inferior dragon. Maybe there was something wrong with this Tianhai Dragon King's brain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant and reckless. Now, the price was coming. The primary races of the universe had invited the experts from the surrounding starry skies.
The so-called surrounding starry skies was like a name surrounding a continent.
Surrounding the first continent of the universe, surrounding the first continent to be born. There was even a legend that there was this heaven-opening primal continent before the universe.
The surrounding starry sky was also known as the landing starry sky. In this starry sky, countless races and forces wanted to enter the heaven-opening desolate continent. That was because it was the true holy land in the universe, where acquired spiritual treasures were often born. Acquired spiritual treasures would also soar into the sky if something happened. A single blade of grass could be cultivated to a terrifying level and cut down the sun, moon, and stars. The heaven-opening desolate continent was the truly dazzling place. However, the powers that could establish their own clans in the surrounding starry skies were not weak either. Their ultimate goal was to ascend to the heaven-splitting primordial land. Naturally, they had to have a certain level of strength. It's normal for a powerhouse to go crazy after being trapped in a place for billions of years of torture. Wang Xian mumbled. From the very beginning, the actions of the Sky Sea Dragon King were somewhat abnormal. To be able to cultivate to such a realm, which one of them wasn't meticulous and would think twice before taking action.
For someone like the Tianhai Dragon King, his brain wasn't normal.
Perhaps it was because he had suffered a huge blow.
Dragon King, this is an opportunity for us.
Tianqin narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. I'll leave the Ao Jean Dragon Palace to you. Later we'll take action as well. We'll strive to eliminate the Tianhai Dragon King. A madman could do anything.
It was better to eliminate him. It would save them too much trouble.
It's the Dragon King. Eugene nodded. Roar, roar, roar. A bunch of damned fellows. How dare they challenge the dignity of this Dragon King? All of you will die today. At this moment, a furious roar was heard from the rising dragon assembly square. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The Tian-Hai Dragon King roared and flapped his enormous wings, directly attacking the members of the Winter Moon race and the twin species. Behind him, all the great demons and experts of the Star River clan who were under his control heard the order and followed closely behind. HMPH Tian-Hai Dragon King, I'll teach you a lesson today. Don't be too arrogant. The first elder and second elder of the twin life race had a sinister look in their eyes. They moved to meet Sky Sea Dragon King. 2 universe knights at level 4 and you still want to fight me? Die! Sky Sea Dragon King flapped his wings, and the crown on his head emitted a golden light. The golden light flowed onto his wings, and golden wings attacked the 2 great beings of the twin life race. Two-sided. The first elder and second elder of the twin species shouted in a low voice, and a 2-sided mask of wind attribute laws condensed in the air. The mask was slightly distorted, and it directly met the golden wings of the Tian-Hai Dragon King. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collision rang out, but the 2-sided mask of laws was instantly destroyed. What powerful strength! The pupils of the 2 elders of the twin races slightly contracted when they saw their attack was instantly destroyed. They had solemn expressions on their faces. This Lord of the Horned Seal race, let's attack together. They looked to the right and shouted at the middle-aged figure in the middle of the Sheiji race. Destroy him. I want his body and the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. The middle-aged man with a horn and a long tail shouted confidently and moved. Roar. He growled and turned into battle mode. His body had grown by about 1,000 meters. Other than his long tail and huge horn, he still looked like a human. The difference was that his body was covered in golden scales, and his entire body was shining with golden light. The Horned Seal race was also a great being from a mid-level race in the universe, and to be able to be addressed as Lord by the 2 elders of the twin races, one could only imagine how powerful he was. He had the combat power of a Universe Knight level 5. Honk! His body was emitting a terrifying power. He locked onto Sky Sea Dragon King and instantly attacked him. What? A Universe Knight level 5 great being actually appeared, hiss. This is a great being invited by that low-level race in the universe. This time, the Sky Sea Dragon King is going to be in trouble. Even a Universe Knight level 5 great being has appeared. 2 universe intermediate races. On the plaza below, when the other great beings saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. This Sky Sea Dragon King had gone too far. Leave the Xinjiang clan's clan leader to me. A voice came from the mech on the right that contained terrifying power. The entire mech burst into flames and attacked the Xinjiang clan's clan leader at a terrifying speed. Destroy them. The 2 women from the Serpentine clan spoke. Their bodies moved and held strange sculptures in their hands. They directly attacked the Xinjiang clan's venerable and the other great demons. The battle had completely erupted. Fuck. Kill this arrogant fellow, Tian-Hai Dragon King. Kill his people. Below them, the eyes of the experts from the other universe's primary races flashed. With a loud roar, they attacked. Sky Sea Dragon King wanted them to submit or else he would destroy them. This made them angry and murderous. Now that they saw so many beings attacking them, they hesitated and attacked the Star River clan and the beasts. Roar, Universe Knight level 5? When I was at my peak, I killed trash like you. Today, you dare to attack me. I want you to die. The Sky Dragon King saw the Horned Seal race warrior attacking him. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. The crown on his head gleamed. A golden light spread to the dragon tail. The dragon tail swept, directly attacking the Horned Seal race warrior. Hee hee. If you were at your peak, I wouldn't be much in front of you. But now you are a half-dragon, a piece of trash. You still dare to talk nonsense in front of me? A look of disdain appeared in the eyes of the expert from the Horned Seal race. The long golden tail behind him went straight for him. Bang! A violent collision sounded. The body of the Skysia Dragon King flew backward. A large amount of blood flowed out from his dragon tail. Roar!
Roar. His eyes turned blood red and his expression was abnormally ugly. Attack! At this moment, Wang Xian and the rest who were in the distance narrowed their eyes and instantly charged over. Ao Jin, leave the Heaven Sea Dragon Palace to me. After we enter, bring him back to the Dragon Palace immediately. Let's speed up. When Wang Xian and the rest flew over, the incipient Saint Wings appeared behind him. He brought Ao Jin along and flew toward the Heaven Sea Dragon Palace at a terrifying speed. Swoosh. When he brought him to the front of the Heaven Sea Dragon Palace, Wang Xian changed his direction and immediately attacked the Heaven Sea Dragon King. With a move of his palm, a 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. The 5 elements millstone directly attacked the Sky Sea Dragon King. Sky Sea Dragon King, today is the day you die. He shouted softly, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Wang Xian's sudden attack stunned the experts from the horned seal race and the twin species. They looked over. Boom. At this moment, the Tianhai Dragon King saw the attack of the 5 elements millstone and felt its power. He revealed an extremely ugly expression. The crown on his head flew up and crashed into the 5 elements millstone. Bang! 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 The sound of collision rang out. The 5 elements millstone flew toward Wang Xian. Let's destroy him together. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and shouted. Kill! The 2 universe knights of the twin species squinted their eyes. The Hurricane Law condensed into Wind Demon and attacked the Tianhai Dragon King directly. The Horned Seal race experts also flew towards the Tianhai Dragon King and swept their long tails. Roar, 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 you deserve to die. Dragon King, you deserve to die. I didn't go to kill you, but you dare to attack me. Roar, roar, roar. The eyes of the Tianhai Dragon King, who was instantly besieged, turned blood red. He roared with a crazed look on his face. He flapped his 2 crimson gold dragon wings. Numerous sabers and swords flew out and covered Wang Xian. Old man, you still want to covet our Dragon King's bloodline? You're really courting death. You won't be able to escape today. The voice of the Heaven Formation and the Willow Deity rang out. Accompanied by terrifying attacks, they met the sabers and swords. Boom! Boom! The Array and the Dragon Scale and Willow Leaf clashed with the Sky Sea Dragon King's attack, completely canceling it out. Eh? That's the Dragon Palace? They're so powerful. The 2 elders of the twin species saw the scene and their expressions froze, their eyes filled with shock. They had already witnessed the Sky Sea Dragon King's strength, and it was definitely not something an ordinary 4th-level knight could contend against. However, the 2 members of the Dragon Palace were able to withstand it directly. This Dragon Palace was not simple. Furthermore, the Dragon Palace had displayed 3 4th-level universe knights at once. This was comparable to an intermediate-level universe race that was weak like them. Holy Dragon Shadow, kill! Wang Xian's gaze focused. A holy dragon shadow appeared in the sky and charged toward the Sky Sea Dragon King. Horn region. Break the barrier. The expert from the Horned Seal race roared. The horn on his head emitted a radiance and instantly attacked the Tianhai Dragon King. You bunch of damn things. How do you offend me? Die. When the Tianhai Dragon King saw the terrifying attacks coming towards him, his expression was extremely ferocious. The crown on his head shone brightly. A golden longsword and a golden longsword slashed towards them. Clang! The sound of the blades clashing was deafening as they swept through the surrounding space. Bang, bang, bang! Terrifying clashing sounds rang out as the sacred dragon's figure slowly disappeared. The Horned Seal race's golden horn attack also gradually disappeared. Oh, this Sky Sea Dragon King is so strong. The acquired supreme treasure in his hands is very strong. The Horned Seal race expert's eyes were filled with shock when he saw this scene. They thought that they could kill the Tianhai Dragon King with their own strength, but it seemed that it was impossible for them to do it by themselves. Fire Dragon Array, dissolve. At this moment, the attack of the Heaven Array descended again. Fire conquers gold. For pillars descended around the Tianhai Dragon King. Divine dragons rushed out from the fire pillars and attacked him. Wood Dragon Leaves. The Willow God waved her arms and countless willow leaves condensed into the shape of a wood divine dragon and attacked the Tianhai Dragon King.
The continuous attacks caused the Tian-Hai Dragon King's expression to change drastically. He had relied on the acquired supreme treasure to block the attacks from the experts of the Wang Immortal Horn Seal race. After that, 2 attacks covered him. Bang bang bang. Roar. 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 The Sky Sea Dragon King let out a blood-curdling scream. A large amount of blood flowed out from his mouth, causing his body to be in a sorry state. His blood-red eyes stared at his surroundings, and his expression was abnormally ugly. All of you, just you wait. All of you, just you wait. One day, I will exterminate all of you. I will kill all of you. His face was filled with rage as he roared. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. HMPH, little evil dragon, today is the day you die. You still want to kill us? The eyes of the 2 elders of the twin species were filled with a sinister look. A magic staff appeared in their hands, and a hurricane surrounded the green magic staff. The 2 waved their arms, and countless wind attribute needles shot towards the Sky Sea Dragon King. Today, I'll cut off your head. The Horned Seal Race warrior had a cold look in his eyes. He moved and rushed over. The group attacked again. You want to kill me? You think you can kill me? A bunch of trash. Even a Pinnacle Universe Knight couldn't kill me. You think you can? Sky Sea Dragon King's blood-red eyes swept over them, filled with killing intent. Facing the attacks of the experts, he wasn't too afraid. Roar. 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 Just you wait. I'll take revenge on you one by one. Divine Crown Protection. He roared, and the crown on his head emitted a dazzling light, completely protecting his entire body. At the same time, he flapped his enormous wings and flew directly into his dragon palace. Even though Sky Sea Dragon King was arrogant and crazy, he still had one thing to rely on. And that was his dragon palace. Even though he was much weaker, the dragon palace was still that powerful dragon palace. As long as he entered the dragon palace, no knight above level 9 could kill him. He could enter the dragon palace and escape, looking for an opportunity to take revenge. This was his greatest trump card, and also his capital to be arrogant and crazy. Stop him. He wants to escape back to his god country. Stop him. The expert from the Horned Seal race shouted loudly. Wuxia squinted his eyes and waved his arm. The 5 elements millstone above his head smashed toward the Sky Sea Dragon King. Bang. However, the 5 elements millstone landed in front of his body and bounced to the side. Ha ha ha. Just you wait for me, Dragon King. The Tian-Hai Dragon King laughed maniacally and dashed towards the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was very close to him. He only needed a few seconds to enter. Once he entered, no one would be able to do anything to him. Not good, go after him. The expression of the experts from the Horned Seal race changed slightly as they shouted loudly. Hee hee. At this moment, Wuxia did not panic. Instead, he smiled faintly. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the Tian-Hai Dragon Palace trembled strangely. Just you wait. Sky Sea Dragon King let out a ferocious roar as the crown of acquired true treasure wrapped around him. The Dragon Palace was right in front of him. However, he didn't notice that the Dragon Palace was trembling slightly. Boom. 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 At this time, a level 5 Universe Knight from the Horned Seal race waved a terrifying golden diamond towards Sky Sea Dragon King from behind him. Humph! Sky Sea Dragon King sensed the attack from behind him, snorted, and continued to fly forward. With the defensive power of his acquired true treasure, it was enough to block this attack. Pung! A terrifying collision sound was heard and cracks appeared on Sky Sea Dragon King's defense. Damn it! The acquired true treasure on his body is too powerful. Seeing that his full power attack was blocked, the great beings of the Horned Seal race had ugly expressions and were somewhat envious. Acquired supreme treasure. He didn't even have such a treasure. If he wanted to obtain an acquired supreme treasure, he would need a great opportunity, or there was only one way to enter the heaven-splitting chaotic land. Ha ha ha! The Sky Sea Dragon King laughed wildly and dragged his injured body forward. In the next second, he would be able to enter his own dragon palace. Buzz! 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 However, at this moment, the Tian-Hai Dragon Palace trembled violently and suddenly flew away in a strange manner.
The Tianhai Dragon King, who was flying toward his own dragon palace, was stunned. He opened his mouth slightly and his expression changed drastically. Buzz. His expression changed drastically and his body quickly turned illusory. Bang. Ha ha, Tianhai Dragon King, I want to see how you can escape without your dragon palace. Wang Xian saw the dragon palace flying towards the distance at a terrifying speed. Knowing that Ao Jin had succeeded, a smile appeared on his face. He interrupted Ao Jin's thoughts of escaping back to his dragon palace in an instant. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he charged towards the Tianhai Dragon King. What have you done? What have you done to my dragon palace? When the Tianhai Dragon King saw that his dragon palace was fleeing, he wanted to control it to fly over from afar. However, he was met with a huge resistance. This caused his expression to change drastically. He glared at Wang Xian with his blood-red eyes and roared furiously. Ha ha! What have you done? Don't you want to snatch my bloodline? It's impolite not to reciprocate. This time, I will snatch your dragon palace and take your life. Wang Xian smiled faintly and looked at him mockingly. Without the dragon palace under their siege, even if he had acquired supreme treasure, he was definitely not their match. Surround and kill him, Wang Xian said in a sinister tone. The 5 elements grinding mill directly attacked the Tianhai Dragon King. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. The willow deity and the heaven formation's attack arrived. The terrifying power directly covered the Tianhai Dragon King. Return this Dragon King's Dragon Palace. Return this Dragon King's Dragon Palace. The Tianhai Dragon King roared somewhat crazily. He wanted to chase after his Dragon Palace. The Tianhai Dragon Palace was his last trump card. Once he lost the Tianhai Dragon Palace, everything would be over. Losing his bloodline, losing his Dragon Palace, everything would be over. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 elements Great Mill and the Willow Deity Sky Array's attacks landed on the Tianhai Dragon King, causing his acquired Supreme Treasure's defense to completely collapse. They actually took away the Tianhai Dragon King's Dragon Palace. The experts of the Horned Seal race and the Gemini race, who were standing to the side, revealed astonished expressions. Their eyes flickered as they directly attacked the Tianhai Dragon King. No, 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 the Tianhai Dragon King, am not resigned. The Tianhai Dragon King saw the group of people surrounding him and felt the terrifying energy. His face revealed a terrified expression. With his current strength, he was no match for them. The Dragon Palace had been stolen away. What awaited him was the possibility of destruction. Kill, kill, kill. He attacked Wang Xian and the rest with a crazed expression, flapping his huge wings. Die, beast! The eyes of the elite from the Horned Seal race were filled with coldness. He moved and rushed over. His terrifying long tail swept towards the Sky Sea Dragon King. With the Sky Sea Dragon King's strength, he could barely fight against a level 5 Universe Knight. However, if it was a life-and-death battle, he was still no match for him. Not to mention, there was also Wang Xian and the other experts. At this moment, the Sky Sea Dragon King did not have the ability to resist. Bang! The huge force caused his body to start to collapse, with cracks appearing one after another. Heavenly Dragon 8 Tribes, Wang Xian growled in a low voice. The shadows of the 8 divine dragons attacked the Tianhai Dragon King from all directions. The attacks of the 2 experts of the twin species also covered the area. No, no, no. Terrified and desperate screams were heard. No, no. At the side, the great demons controlled by the Tianhai Dragon King and the supremacies of the Xinjiang clan revealed terrified expressions in their eyes. Bang! 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 At the Tianhai Dragon King's side, streams of terrifying energy were extinguishing the life force of the Tianhai Dragon King. 10 seconds later, the Tianhai Dragon King was completely annihilated. No! At the side, the bodies of all the great demons and venerables controlled by the Tianhai Dragon King trembled. The life force on their bodies also quickly disappeared. Ha! Wang Xian's gaze swept over and he raised his eyebrows slightly. What a terrifying control technique! He muttered. Whoosh! At this moment,
Wang Xian saw the expert from the Horned Seal race moving and flying toward the Tianhai Dragon King rapidly. He moved his palm and grabbed the crown on the head of the Tianhai Dragon King. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and moved his body. He reached out his hand and grabbed the body of the Tianhai Dragon King.
Buzz. However, just as he was about to grab it, the expert from the Horned Seal race waved his arm and directly put the Tianhai Dragon King's corpse into his bag.
You took away the acquired treasure and you want to take away the corpse as well?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and said faintly, "Your Dragon Palace has obtained the Tianhai Dragon King's Dragon Palace. Your harvest is greater than ours."
The expert from the Horned Seal race frowned slightly and said, "Without us taking the Sky Sea Dragon Palace away, can you destroy the Sky Sea Dragon King?" Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he said indifferently. However, he did not snatch it away from the experts from the Horned Seal race. The corpse of the Sky Sea Dragon King was comparable to the corpse of a Universe Knight at level 4.
There was another one not far away.
Furthermore, the Star River clan and the other great demons' corpses numbered in the hundreds.
He moved and immediately grabbed towards the Star River clan's clan leader's corpse.
When he flew over, the eyes of the two women from the Snake Lady clan flickered.
Their bodies moved and similarly grabbed towards the Star River clan's clan leader's corpse. Beside the corpse of the Xinjiang clan's clan leader was a powerful acquired spiritual treasure, Qi Yang. Scram! Wang Xian's eyes turned cold when he saw the two women from the Sheiji clan trying to snatch the treasure from him. The Horned Seal race was in cahoots with the Sheiji clan. Do you want more treasures?
We killed the Xinjiang clan's clan leader. When the two women from the Sheiji clan saw Wang Xian heading towards them, their expressions changed slightly. They quickly dodged to the side. You killed him.
Wang Xian glanced at them with a mocking look in his eyes.
The death of the Xinjiang clan's clan leader was due to the death of the Tianhai Dragon King. He ignored them and went straight for the corpse of the Xinjiang clan leader. Buzz.
He kept the corpse in the mother nest and reached for the acquired numinous treasure, Qi Yang. This acquired numinous treasure was very powerful.
That is our spoils of war. The expressions of the two women from the Sheiji clan changed slightly. With a wave of the strange sculpture in their hands, a surge of energy attacked Wang Xian. You're courting death. How dare you attack our Dragon King? At this moment, a cold killing intent enveloped the two women from the Sheiji clan. Dragon-scaled willow leaves attacked them one after another.
The expressions of the two women changed drastically.
With a wave of their arms, a wave of strange dark energy blocked the dragon-scaled willow leaves. Pooh. Ah! However, the two of them were only at level 3 of the Universe Knights. Facing the sudden attack of the Willow God, they could not withstand it at all.
The willow leaves entered their bodies, causing a large amount of blood to ooze out from their bodies. Their faces were pale as they screamed in pain.
Stop! At the side, the expert from the Horned Seal race looked over. His face turned cold as he scolded coldly.
Wang Xian waved his arm slightly and dispersed the strange attack from the Snake Princess race. Then he kept the acquired spiritual treasure, Qi Yang.
If you dare to attack again, I will destroy all of you. He looked at the two women from the Snake Princess race. His eyes were filled with coldness. Even the Divine Dragon race is so arrogant? Didn't you see the fate of the Sky Sea Dragon King? When the expert from the Horned Seal race heard Wang Xian's words, he narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at him coldly.
You think you can destroy the Sky Sea Dragon King?
How dare you attack me? Do you believe that I can destroy them? Wang Xian looked at the expert of the Horned Seal race and said coldly.
If Ao Jin did not take the Dragon Palace away, it would be wishful thinking for them to kill the Sky Sea Dragon King.
When they attacked the Sky Sea Dragon King earlier, Wang Xian and the rest had contributed as much as the experts of the Horned Seal race. He was not afraid of the Horned Seal race, a Universe Knight level 5 expert. With the Sky Array and Willow God, he could easily fight against them. If Ao Jin were to come, he could directly suppress them. You! The two women of the Snake Lady race had a slight change in expression. They looked extremely embarrassed. I really don't believe that you can destroy them.
The eyes of the experts from the Horned Seal race flashed with killing intent. The enemy has already been destroyed. Everyone, next is the time to collect the spoils of war. There's no need to have a conflict.
The two elders from the twin races looked over, frowned slightly, and said, I agree.
A voice came from a mecha that contained a powerful aura. I want 50% of all the spoils of war.
As soon as they finished speaking, the powerhouse from the Horned Seal race said directly, Among the remaining resources, I want 30%. Wang Xian said faintly as his gaze swept across the corpses around him. I'm not interested in the Xinjiang clan's territory and other treasures. I want these corpses. Aren't the two of you asking for a little too much?
When the two experts from the twin species heard their words, their expressions turned ugly. You want corpses?
An array master can find their universe god country through corpses. This Dragon King from the Dragon Palace, you have a good plan. The expert from the Horned Seal race said coldly. The Star River clan's treasury, the Star River clan's domain, and the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land are equally valuable. If you have any objections, you can find all of them and share them. However, if that's the case, our Dragon Palace wants 40%.
Wang Xian said faintly. Your Dragon Palace has already obtained a Sky Sea Dragon Palace. Do you still want so many resources?
The experts from the Horned Seal race narrowed their eyes slightly. Dragon King, we still have our forces to divide the resources. I hope you won't forget about us. At this moment, the experts from the forces on the right spoke up.
We also want 10 to 20%. I don't think it's much.
A group of powerhouses led by the Winter Moon race took a step forward and spoke. 10% is enough for us. The mech that was emitting a terrifying aura said faintly.
In that case, it's not enough.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly.
This lord from the Horned Seal race is a level 5 universe knight. I have no objection to them splitting 50% with the Snake Princess race.
The two elders of the twin races spoke and looked at Wang Xian. Your Dragon Palace has already obtained the Dragon Palace. 20% is enough for you.
20% of the resources, together with the Dragon Palace of the Sky Sea Dragon King, is equivalent to 30 to 40%. The elder of the Winter Moon race, who was the leader, said faintly.
Then it's settled. Find all the treasures and share them according to the ratio. The expert from the Horned Seal race spoke directly. Have you decided that the Dragon Palace will agree to this? Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and asked faintly. Why?
You don't agree?
It's already good enough if you get some points. Don't wait until the end when none of them will be yours. The expert from the Horned Seal race emitted waves of aura as he stared at him coldly. The two elders from the twin species and the mech that exuded a terrifying aura also looked at Wang Xian and the rest.
Humph.
The two women from the Serpentine race had a cold look in their eyes.
Haha, without you, the Tianhai Dragon King and my Dragon Palace can be destroyed as well. However, without our Dragon Palace, it's impossible for you to kill the Tianhai Dragon King.
Since you think that this is a reasonable distribution, you can take it. Our Dragon Palace will take it based on our strength. Wang Xian laughed out loud and looked at the Willow Deity Sky Formation and the rest. At the same time, the incipient Saint Wings appeared behind him. He quickly retrieved the corpses one by one. You are courting death. Impudent, arrogant fellow. The Tianhai Dragon King is the fate of your Dragon Palace. When the expert from the Horned Seal race saw Wang Xian snatching the corpses away, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared coldly. The two elders from the twin races, the 100-plus universe knights from the Winter Moon race, the terrifying mech, and the Snake Princess race all had ugly expressions on their faces. They didn't expect the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to be so arrogant and look down on them. Your Dragon Palace only had 3 universe knights at level 4. Even if they were stronger than ordinary experts, they were too arrogant. They were simply courting death. Let's kill these reckless fellows first. The great beings of the Horned Seal race roared. Are the dragon god lineage also arrogant? Surround and attack them. The knights of the Winter Moon race also roared with murderous intent. In an instant, 200 to 300 universe knights locked onto Wang Xian and the rest.
Hong hong hong. A terrifying aura rose above the square of Rising Dragon Society.
However, the main character had undergone a huge change. Hong, hong, hong.
Waves of terrifying pressure rose into the sky, and the vast power caused the entire starry sky to change color. The battle had just ended, and another battle had begun. The Winter Moon race, led by the twin races, had more than 10 universe primary races and more than 100 universe knights. There were 70 to 80 universe knights led by the Snake G race. There were 70 to 80 universe knights led by the powerful mech. There were a total of 200 to 300 universe knights. Each knight exuded a terrifying aura as they locked onto Wang Xian and the rest. Hiss this. They are fighting again. That Dragon King is so arrogant. They are actually snatching the spoils of war. They don't even care about the Horned Seal race and the twin races at all. The one from the Horned Seal race is a universe knight at level 5, while the Dragon King from the Dragon Palace is only at level 4. This is too arrogant and arrogant. The surrounding experts from various factions were shocked when they saw the war breaking out again. This was especially so for the Dragon King. In their eyes, he was no weaker than the Tianhai Dragon King. The Horned Seal race and the Gemini race were the experts from the two mid-level races in the universe. Regardless of the races, the experts from the Horned Seal race and the Gemini race were not something the Dragon Palace could contend against. You're courting death. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent when he saw all of them attacking him. Everyone could see the contributions made by the various factions in this battle. They actually wanted to snatch the spoils of war that belonged to the Dragon Palace. Then they would kill them. I'll leave the expert from the Horned Seal race to you. Wang Xian ordered the Lucian Heaven formation and the rest. He narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his arm. The 5 elements grinding mill attacked the expert from the Horned Seal race. Roar! As he was speaking, the roar of a divine dragon could be heard from afar. A golden dragon was flying toward them at a terrifying speed. It's the Dragon King. Leave it to us. The Willow Deity Sky Formation saw Aogene flying over and nodded his head. The Willow Deity Sky Formation, Aogene, and the 5 elements millstone were all able to kill a Universe Knight level 4 expert. It was not too much of a pressure for them to work together to fight against a level 5 Universe Knight. 3 level 4 Universe Knights and you want to fight against me? Let's see how I'm going to kill you all. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the great being of the Horned Seal race exuded a violent aura. His long golden tail swept toward the 5 elements grindstone. His gaze swept past Aogene, and his eyes gleamed. Sir, help us destroy that golden dragon. We want the bloodline of that golden dragon. At the side, the 2 women from the Sheiji race saw Aogene flying over. Their eyes emitted a fiery glow as they shouted immediately. No problem. The expert from the Horned Seal race smiled confidently. He clenched his arm and streams of terrifying golden radiance condensed on it. Kill! Walala! The Willow God growled, and her entire body changed instantly. Her hair turned into long willow branches. The willow branches fluttered and directly attacked the chief of the Horned Seal race. Formation Heaven Overturning. The Heaven Array waved its arm, and a formation directly covered the expert from the Horned Seal race. Roar, roar, roar. The 5 divine dragons raised their heads, and an image of the starry sky appeared in the sky above them. In the starry sky above them, there were frost divine swords, earth yellow coffins, powerful swords, and fire pagodas. Boom! 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 The images began to materialize and become real, and the frost divine swords attacked the expert of the Horned Seal race. Eh? Sensing the might of the Willow Divine Sky Formation and the 5 elements Great Mill, the expert from the Horned Seal race narrowed his eyes, revealing an extremely shocked expression. These attacks came one after another, causing him to feel a sense of threat. Roar, roar, roar. Aogene, who had rushed over, opened his dragon mouth, and a golden dragon pearl also attacked the expert from the Horned Seal race. 4 attacks were aimed at him. At this moment, the expression of the expert of the Horned Seal race changed slightly. Whoosh! 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 He hurriedly retreated and dodged to the side. Eh? What? Seeing that the master of the Horned Seal race had actually dodged to the side, all the experts around were slightly shocked. You are courting death. You still want the bloodline of the divine dragon of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's gaze landed on the two women from the Sheiji clan. His body moved and he charged towards them with a terrifying speed. The Sheiji clan was also a race of female snakes. However, the female snakes had escaped from the Sheiji clan. Wang Xian did not have any good feelings towards the Sheiji clan, but he did not have any ill intentions. However, since they wanted the bloodline of Ao Jin, they were courting death. Stop him and attack this Dragon King. We have many experts. When the two Sheiji clan women saw Wang Xian flying towards them at a terrifying speed, their expressions changed drastically. They immediately shouted loudly, "Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, don't be infatuated." The two elders of the twin species looked a little embarrassed. They were still very fearful of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. However, they had no choice but to fight for the resources of the Xinjiang clan. They did not want to be enemies with the Dragon Palace, but that did not mean that they did not dare to. After all, they were an intermediate race in the universe. Their overall strength was much stronger than the Dragon Palace. The two elders of the Gemini race waved their arms and tornadoes of laws attacked Wang Xian. Bang, bang, bang. The mech expert raised his arm and fired a cannonball at Wang Xian. Do it. Cover him with energy. The rest of the experts from the elementary races in the Star River Galaxy gritted their teeth and roared loudly. In order to invite the twin races of the Serpentine clan to help, they had already paid a great price. However, if they could share the treasures of the Star River clan, they could make up for their injuries and even obtain some treasures. With the alliance of their races, even the Tianhai Dragon King would not be afraid, let alone the Dragon Palace. Hee. Wang Xian saw streams of extremely terrifying energy covering him. His dragon eyes were glowing. 8 luminaries dragon scale. He let out a low roar. His body was covered by the 8-colored dragon scale. There were also yin-yang tai chi patterns revolving around him. He unfurled the Primulus sacred wings, and his dragon eyes found a weak spot. Voila! The Primulus sacred wings flapped, and he flew toward that weak spot in an instant. With his full speed, his speed was comparable to a level 5 universe knight. On the battlefield, other than the experts from the Horned Seal race who could fight against Wang Xian, the rest were much slower. Buzz! His terrifying speed allowed him to dodge the overwhelming attacks. He narrowed his eyes and locked onto a Universe Knight level 1 expert. So, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the Universe Knight level 1 expert instantly. Bang! Wang Xian arrived in front of a level 1 Universe Knight at a terrifying speed. This time, there were more than 20 races and 200 to 300 Universe Knights surrounding Wang Xian and the rest. However, apart from 3 to 4 Universe Knights who could unleash the combat strength of a level 4 Universe Knight, the rest of them did not have any effect on Wang Xian. He instantly arrived in front of a Universe Knight. His palm turned into a dragon claw and grabbed it directly. The destructive energy immediately made his life force disappear. A level 1 Universe Knight was completely helpless in front of Wang Xian. That Universe Knight was instantly killed before he could even scream. Crash! With the flapping of the Primulus sacred wings, he disappeared instantly. Be careful, he is very fast. An old man saw that his own race's powerhouse was instantly killed. His face revealed a look of fear as he shouted sternly. Use an area of effect attack and cover him with a powerful energy. The eyes of the mech that was emitting a terrifying power flashed red as he ordered. Hee. Is it useful? When Wang Xian heard his words, his eyes revealed a look of mockery. The two elders of the mech and the Gemini race, coupled with the strange attacks of the Sheiji race, Wang Xian could not do anything to them in a head-on battle. He might even be at a disadvantage. However, as long as Wang Xian did not fight them head-on, they could not do anything to Wang Xian's speed. Whoosh! Wang Xian flapped his wings and flew around them at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! In the next moment, he locked onto a dozen figures behind him. Chains appeared around him one after another. Be careful! The mech's eyes were shining. When it sensed Wang Xian's target, it immediately raised its voice. However, it was too late. Walala! Blood-red chains instantly wrapped around them. The terrifying chains made the Universe Knights look horrified. Cut! An expert holding a broadsword raised the broadsword in his hand in horror and slashed at the chains. Bang! However, the chains didn't move at all. The blood-red chains directly penetrated their bodies.
Wang Xian pulled hard, and more than 10 universe knights flew toward him.
No, sir, save us.
No, no, no.
Don't kill us. More than 10 universe knights had terrified expressions on their faces, and they begged for mercy loudly. Pung!
However, in the next second, Wang Xian waved his dragon claws, and streams of terrifying energy covered them. The 13 universe knights were killed in an instant. Wang Xian killed them all and kept their corpses. His face showed a hint of coldness. These corpses were also a huge resource for the Dragon Palace.
Hee hee.
You bunch of trash want to compete with our Dragon Palace for resources?
Wang Xian said coldly and flapped his wings.
His speed is too fast. We can't keep up at all. An elder of the twin species roared with an extremely embarrassed expression. Damn it!
The two women of the Sheiji race had a drastic change in expression. The strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had exceeded their expectations.
This is just the beginning. Let me see what gives you the right to take away the resources that belong to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian swept his gaze across all of them and started moving again. Be careful. Everyone, gather together. An elder of the Gemini race shouted loudly.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is too fast.
How can he be so fast? I can't even see his movements. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Star River Galaxy were sweating profusely. They had a bad premonition. In just a dozen seconds, more than a dozen universe knights on their side were killed by the Dragon King at a terrifying speed. They couldn't even touch the shadow of the Dragon King. How could they fight? With just the two of you, you still want to stop my hunt? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned them with his dragon eyes. Two experts of the Gemini race were guarding the group while the mech stood in front of the group of supremacies.
Two women of the Sheiji race were standing in front of the group of supremacies.
Only 3 positions were protected by them. But what about the top, bottom, and 4th position? Whoosh! Wang Xian flapped his uninitiated holy wings and disappeared instantly. Be careful! The group of supremacies shouted. Soaring clouds. At this moment, clouds and mist suddenly enveloped all of them.
In the midst of the rain and mist, their vision was greatly obstructed. Area of effect defense, envelop everyone. Defense.
The mech expert immediately roared loudly. Beams of dazzling metal blocked the position in front of them. The bodies of the 2 elders of the Gemini race and the Serpentine race trembled, and they immediately released a powerful defensive force.
The group of universe knights in the center also released their defenses immediately, and their expressions were abnormally ugly.
Hee hee.
The moment they released their defenses, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked toward the sky.
How can these 3 guys and that terrifying treasure be so powerful? In the sky, the expert from the Horned Seal race was defending against the attacks from the Heaven Formation with an extremely ugly expression.
Ao Jin was fighting in close combat while the Willow deity was using thorns to restrain them.
The Heaven Formation was attacking from a distance. The 5 elements grinding was also a close combat and energy attack. The great being of the Horned Seal race, regardless of whether it was a close combat or a long-range bombardment, would be greatly hindered. As a level 5 Universe Knight, he was restrained by a level 4 Universe Knight, which made him feel very aggrieved. So, this is bad.
Just as he was resisting the bombardment of the array and the attack of the dragon tail, he suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from below.
His expression changed slightly, and he immediately looked down.
Damn it!
When he saw an incomparably terrifying dragon claw coming at him, his expression changed drastically. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the face of the Horned Seal race expert changed drastically. He spat out blood, and his eyes turned blood red.
What's going on?
There are so many people below you, but you can't pin down one. Damn it! Dragon Palace, Dragon King. You are courting death. You are provoking our Horned Seal race. The Horned Seal race warrior flew backwards. His body injured, he roared ferociously. What? Not good. That Dragon King didn't attack us. He went to attack the Horned Seal race lord. Within the fog, the knights who were releasing powerful defenses heard the roar of the horned seal race warrior, and their expressions changed. They had been played.
When they released their defenses, the Dragon King didn't attack them, instead he attacked the horned seal race warrior.
The warrior was obviously caught off guard and was injured. This made their expressions extremely ugly.
Damn it, that Dragon King is hard to deal with.
The twin race warriors were extremely ugly.
Support Lord Golden Dragon.
The two women of the Snake Lady race heard the roar of the horned 11 race warrior, and their expressions changed.
The horned she race's Golden Dragon Knight was called over by them and was on their side.
Hearing the roar of rage, the two of them moved and immediately flew into the sky. The other knights' expressions changed, not knowing what to do. The 7 to 8 experts from the Elementary Universe races who were with the Snake Princess clan hesitated for a moment before following behind. Crash.
At this moment, Wuxia, who had attacked the Golden Dragon Knight, immediately looked down and narrowed his eyes. He flapped his incipient saint wings and flew down at a terrifying speed.
His gaze was locked onto the group of knights following behind the two women of the Snake Princess clan. The two women of the Snake Lady clan were only at the level of a level 3 Universe Knight. However, with the addition of that strange sculpture, it would be a little troublesome for Wuxia to kill them. Therefore, he locked onto the 70 to 80 Universe Knights behind them. Among this group of Universe Knights, the strongest one was only at the level 2 Universe Knight. In the clouds, their vision was already obstructed. Whoosh! At this moment, the two women of the Sheiji clan, who were flying towards them, felt a voice attacking them.
Their eyes focused and they held the statue in their hands, emitting a strange energy.
Not good. That Dragon King is attacking us.
At this moment, a voice of fear came from behind them.
Not good. The two women from the Sheiji clan had a slight change in expression. Ah! Wuxia arrived at the group of paragons at a terrifying speed. His dragon claws slashed across the bodies of the paragons.
Buzz! A dragon tomb appeared below them and covered them. 5 elements annihilation river.
Wuxia opened his mouth and a gray torrent swept across 70 to 80 Universe Knights.
No, no. Run, run. Bang, bang, bang. Some of the Universe Knights let out desperate roars and fled in all directions.
However, Wuxia was even faster. As the river of destruction swept across, Wuxia's 5 elements dragon claws covered everyone and knocked them into the dragon tomb. The terrifying energy in the dragon tomb quickly destroyed their last chance of survival.
Dragon King, you are courting death.
The two women from the Serpentine clan reacted. They turned around and let out a sharp sound.
On their sculpture, a black poisonous snake flew out and let out a terrifying roar.
It's a little slow.
Wuxia swept his gaze over and a mocking expression appeared on his face. He waved his arm and stored 70 to 80 corpses.
You, the primary races of the universe, are simply asking for your own destruction. Our dragon palace is not the Tianhai Dragon King.
Wuxia easily dodged the attacks of the two venomous snakes. With a flap of his incipient saint wings, he flew to the side and said calmly, "The Universe Knights who followed the Sheiji race were killed."
Hiss. This. What should we do? What should we do? What's the situation with the horned seal race's lord? Without him to deal with the Dragon King, we'll all be killed by him sooner or later.
The Golden Dragon Knight is completely restrained. We're not the Dragon Palace's Dragon King's match. Below, the Knights of the Star River Universe primary race had extremely ugly expressions.
There were already 70 to 80 knights that had died at the Dragon Palace's Dragon King's hands. Even though they weren't from their race, they were on the same side now.
The fox mourns the death of the hare. They might be next.
Furthermore, the strength that the Dragon Palace had displayed made them feel fear.
They were from the starry skies of Star River. If the Dragon Palace were to take revenge on them in the future, with the terrifying strength of the Dragon Palace, they could easily destroy them.
I didn't expect that the great beings from the Horned Seal race, Twin race, and Snake race couldn't be a match for the Dragon Palace. That Dragon King has already killed nearly 100 Universe Knights. His power is too terrifying. Fortunately, we didn't participate. The power of the Dragon Palace is much more terrifying than that of the Sky Sea Dragon King.
In the battle to kill the Sky Sea Dragon King, the Dragon King and the others played a crucial role. In the end, they only gave the Dragon Palace 20% of the spoils of war. This time, they are in big trouble. Let alone the spoils of war, who knows how many knights will die.
The surrounding warriors of the universe primary races looked at the battle in the sky with shock on their faces.
This time all the powers had underestimated the Dragon Palace and they had paid a heavy price for it.
It was hard to say how the spoils of war would be distributed. The Star River clan's spoils of war. We have suffered so much that we don't want them anymore. The two elders of the twin races, the knights of the Winter Moon race, looked at each other and said with an unsightly expression.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was so fast that they couldn't beat him at all. They could only be killed passively. If they continued to fight, they might die. Even if the entire Star River clan's resources were given to them, they didn't dare to fight for it.
They could already tell that their side would not be able to win this war.
The words of the expert from the bitter non-race caused all of their expressions to change slightly.
We.
The expression of the expert from the Dongwei race changed as he had the intention to retreat.
He.
Wang Xian's gaze swept across the group of them. His body moved and he did not attack again. Instead, he flew to the side.
There were still a group of corpses of the Xinjiang clan and great demons that had yet to be collected. He flew over and collected all the corpses into his bag. The rain and fog in the middle disappeared. The Gemini race, Mech, Snake Lady race, and the rest gathered together. Behind them, there were nearly 200 universe knights. Wang Xian floated in the air and stared at them with a mocking gaze. Continue, or get lost immediately. He swept his gaze across the crowd and asked indifferently. Dragon King, your Dragon Palace doesn't have the ability to make us leave.
The two elders of the Gemini race heard his words and said coldly,
You can kill them, but you can't kill us. We will still get a share of the resources this time. The mech stared at Wang Xian and echoed coldly.
It doesn't matter. No matter how much resources you take away, I will blame it on the races behind you. If they don't compensate our Dragon Palace, I will destroy them. Wang Xian smiled and his tone was filled with hostility.
Dragon King, you don't go too far. When the experts from the elementary races in the universe heard his words, their expressions changed drastically. They clenched their fists and roared in a low voice. So what if I bully you?
You dare to besiege our Dragon Palace. It's already merciful of me not to destroy you all. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them. His eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. One had to pay the price for being enemies with the Dragon Palace. It would be difficult for them to stop the Horned Seal race, the Gemini race, the Sheiji race, and the Mech. Some treasures would definitely be obtained by them.
But it didn't matter. They could just get them back from the lower races. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! In the Rising Dragon Gathering Square, the Universe Knights from the low-level races in the starry sky were breathing heavily. They had paid a huge price to summon the twin races and the Snake Lady race to tide over this crisis. Now, a true dragon had come after the destruction of an inferior dragon. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace's strength made their expressions extremely ugly. If the Dragon Palace really wanted them to pay a certain price and take out some treasures to compensate, they would be destroyed if they didn't agree. This wasn't much different from submitting to the Tianhai Dragon King. They could either take out treasures to compensate or escape from the starry sky.
As for the others?
The experts of the Horned Seal race and the twin races couldn't protect them forever. The Dragon Palace and the Tianhai Dragon King were slightly different.
The Tianhai Dragon King was arrogant and extremely powerful. Although the Dragon Palace was powerful, they always had a plan. If they really wanted to destroy them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it with their strength.
Unless the Dragon Palace was destroyed.
My lord.
They looked at the experts of the twin species and the Snake Princess race with an extremely ugly expression.
The two elders of the Gemini race also had ugly expressions. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, do you know that you are making an enemy out of our Gemini race, the Snake Princess race, and the Horned Imperial Pig?
Have you considered the consequences of making an enemy out of us?
The two elders of the Gemini race stared at Wang Xian coldly and threatened him.
I would like to see what the consequences will be. As Wang Xian spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He swept his gaze across the two elders of the Gemini race and said, If I remember correctly, the strongest person in your race is only a level 4 Universe Knight. Have you ever thought of the consequences of offending our Dragon Palace?
Threatening? Who would know that? The Gemini race was an intermediate race in the universe, but they were only the weakest intermediate race in the universe. They were the strongest at level 4 Universe Knight level, and the Dragon Palace's current strength was no problem for them to fight against more than a dozen level 4 Universe Knights. Not to mention their strength after this upgrade in resources. It was not certain who would be eliminated. His words caused the faces of the two elders of the Gemini race to change slightly. Haha, a bunch of trash. If you want to take over our Dragon Palace's resources today, our Dragon Palace is not afraid of starting a war with you. Wang Xian laughed out loud and flew to a spot about 10,000 meters in front of him. Damn it! Seeing that the Dragon King was almost right in front of them and feeling the thick provocation, their faces turned gloomy. Holy Armor Knight, we are no match for the Dragon King. We will go back first, a Universe Knight said to the mech. His figure was slightly illusory. Go, go! That Dragon King's speed is too terrifying. Beside him, a few other Universe Knights were illusory. If they couldn't win the battle, staying here would only lead to death. Naturally, they wouldn't seek death. The knights started to flee and returned to their god countries in an instant. Sacred Armor Knight's home port swept by, his expression unchanging. He looked at the two elders of the twin race and the two women of the Snake Lady race. If you want to leave, then leave, the two elders said. This battle wasn't something they could participate in anymore. Yes, yes. The knights hesitated and decided to leave. They couldn't participate in this battle anymore. If they continued, they would be courting death. So. At this moment, figures emitting powerful auras flew over. There were 300 of them, each of them exuding the power of a Universe Knight. Feeling this terrifying aura, the expressions of the two elders of the twin races and the two women of the Snake Lady race changed. This is a great being from the Dragon Palace, a great being from the Dragon Palace. Looking at the terrifying wind god dragon swaying in front of them, their expressions were unusually solemn. Just this terrifying power alone made them feel a strong pressure. One had to know that they had the combat power of a level 4 Universe Knight. How did the great beings from the Dragon Palace arrive so quickly? Aren't they at the Milky Way? How did they rush over so quickly? The two elders of the twin races' expressions changed. They had also reported the situation here to their clan. Now, their clan had sent their experts over. However, it would take at least a few days to get here from the encirclement of Lu Xingkong. However, the people of the Dragon Palace had arrived so quickly. Didn't they say that the teleportation array from Xinjiang to the Milky Way had been destroyed? Once the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace arrived, all the resources would be taken away by them. Dragon King, we agree with you. Your Dragon Palace will get 50%. The two elders of the twin species looked at each other and said with changing expressions, Are you idiots? Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian laughed mockingly. He looked at the members of the Dragon Palace who were flying over and immediately gave an order. Gather all the treasures of the Xinjiang clan. You don't have to participate in the battle here. It's the Dragon King. The leaders of the Dragon Palace immediately responded when they heard Wang Xian's order. Dragon King, are you trying to monopolize everything? Are you ignoring us completely? The two women from the Sheiji clan said with a gloomy expression as blood dripped from their faces. Stop the people from the Dragon Palace. Our Horned Seal race can ensure your safety. In the sky, the Horned Seal race saw that the experts from the Dragon Palace had arrived. Their expressions changed slightly and they immediately shouted. They were already restrained. If no one was restraining the experts from the Dragon Palace, they wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures. The two elders from the twin species frowned and looked at the people from the Winter Moon race beside them. Hee, you can try to stop them. Let's see if you will be destroyed by the Dragon Palace in the future. Wang Xian smiled gently and swept his gaze across the forces of the Winter Moon race. Regardless of whether their race could stop the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace would definitely destroy them if they dared to stop them. Even the Horned Seal race could not protect them. Gulp! The Universe Knights of the Winter Moon race looked at the 300 or so powerhouses of the Dragon Palace before looking at the powerful Dragon King. They pursed their lips. Becoming enemies with the Dragon Palace? No matter what the outcome was, they could forget about staying in the starry sky. Sir, The expression of the Winter Moon race's paragon changed as he looked at the two elders of the Gemini race in front of him. The Gemini race's Shagi race and that saint-armored paragon had gloomy expressions. They knew that they did not want to be enemies with the Dragon Palace. And at this moment, more than 300 experts of the Dragon Palace had already entered the Star River clan and started to collect treasures. The dragon wizard that had specially brought over started to search the Cosmos God Nation with the help of the treasures. Wang Xian floated there quietly with a smile on his face, sealing off all of them. One person could hold the fort and no one could open it. Wang Xian stood there calmly. The experts from the Gemini race, the Snake Princess race, the Saint Armor Venerable, and the other forces looked at him with an awkward expression. The elementary races in the starry sky didn't dare to make a move. The strength displayed by the Dragon Palace made them feel fearful. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Are you going to make an enemy out of us? The Dragon Palace must think of the price to pay for making an enemy out of us. In the sky, the experts of the Horned Seal race, who were completely restrained by the Heaven Formation Willow God and the rest, roared furiously. Today, you can either defeat us and fight for the resources or get lost. As for making an enemy out of you, our Dragon Palace is not afraid at all. Wang Xian looked at the venerable golden dragon of the Horned Seal race in the sky and said faintly, "Roar! Good, good, good. Just you wait." When the Golden Dragon Knight heard Wang Xian's words, a cold killing intent appeared on his face. He moved and retreated to the back immediately. Now, there was no longer a need to continue the battle. They could not fight against the Dragon Palace. They could only watch helplessly as they plundered a large number of treasures. The experts of the Horned Seal race are completely unable to fight against the experts of the Dragon Palace. The strength of the Dragon Palace is simply too strong. I really did not expect that their strength would be so terrifying. Another faction of the divine dragon lineage has risen. The experts of the other races who were not participating in the battle in the starry sky of the surrounding galaxy were filled with shock when they saw this scene. The Dragon Palace had single-handedly blocked the experts from the three races and the terrifying mecha. If they split the spoils of war like the Dragon Palace said at the beginning, they can still get a lot of treasures. Now, some people pursed their lips and glanced at the venerable golden dragon and the others. Maybe it wasn't because they were greedy, but they didn't expect the Dragon Palace's strength to be so terrifying. Venerable Golden Dragon. The two women of the Serpentine clan moved and flew toward the venerable Golden Dragon. Yes. The venerable Golden Dragon nodded with a gloomy face and looked down. The experts of the Dragon Palace were looting all kinds of treasures. The Star River clan was not weak. The treasures that their clan had were very tempting to even the Horned Seal clan. Now, seeing that the treasures that originally belonged to them had been taken away by others, his heart was burning with anger. The people of the Dragon Palace are too arrogant. They don't put us in their eyes at all, a woman said with a changing expression. It will take a few days for our people to reach here. During this time, they will be able to take away all the treasures here. The other snake lady's expression was not good either. They thought it would be a huge harvest, but they did not expect it to be like this. Everyone, goodbye. From the side, the Sacred Armor Knight shook his head when he saw this. He moved and left immediately. The Sacred Armor Knight was a lone wolf in the universe. He did not have his own race. He was not going to participate in this situation. It might not be beneficial for him to continue participating. As he spoke, his body flashed and he left. Sir Golden Dragon Knight, The two elders of the twin species flew over and said with an ugly expression, "The Tianhai Dragon King's Dragon Palace is a huge treasure, and with the Xinjiang clan's treasure." The Golden Dragon Venerable's expression also changed slightly. A former divine dragon, a former Dragon King. Even if the Sky Sea Dragon Palace didn't have any treasures, the Sky Sea Dragon Palace's value alone was extremely terrifying. With the entire Star River clan's treasure, this resource was too terrifying. That Dragon Palace's rate of improvement is very fast. Their Dragon Palace definitely has a powerful divine dragon inheritance. The two women of the Snake Princess clan said. Now, they were considering whether or not to attack the Dragon Palace. Once they did, they had to destroy the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, the revenge of a faction of the divine dragon bloodline would be very terrifying, especially since the Dragon Palace had a purebred divine dragon. With a purebred divine dragon, their potential in the future was much greater than theirs. Let's investigate the situation of the Dragon Palace first before making a decision. After seeing the terrifying power of the Dragon Palace, the Golden Dragon Knight didn't dare to start a war rashly. Even though their Horned Seal race was a mid-level race in the universe, they weren't too strong. Compared to the powerful races in the surrounding starry skies, there was still a huge gap. There weren't many Universe Knight level 5 great beings in their race. They wouldn't make a move rashly before they had the confidence to destroy the Dragon Palace. The Gemini race and the Sheiji race were slightly silent. If the Horned Seal race didn't make a move, it would be very difficult for them to destroy the Dragon Palace with their race's strength. Damn the Dragon Palace! The Sheiji race's 2 women looked around with dark expressions. This time, they came for the Dragon Blood and the Dragon Palace. In the end, they only obtained the corpse of a Yilong. The venerable Golden Dragon and the rest did not continue to attack. Wang Xian and the rest were floating in the void and locked onto them. Time passed little by little. The members of the Dragon Palace had obtained a large number of treasures. None of the Cosmos God Kingdoms could find them. Dragon King, we have basically obtained everything that we can gather. 10 hours later, the leaders of the Dragon Palace walked over excitedly. Very good. Let's go back. Wang Xian smiled and waved at them. Let's go back. The leaders of the Dragon Palace shouted softly and slowly disappeared. They left behind the Golden Dragon Venerable and the rest, who looked a little embarrassed and gloomy. Dragon King, there are a lot of treasures in the Star River clan's treasury. Most importantly, there are a large number of treasures in the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. They should have been given to the Sky Sea Dragon King by the Great Demons and the Star River clan. These resources would not pose a problem for the Dragon Palace to increase the number of Universe Knights by more than 100. There are also the resources in the Cosmos God Nation and the Cosmos God Nation which could increase the number of Universe Knights by around 200. Prime Minister Gue and the rest finished counting the resources and revealed an excited expression. There are around 550 corpses of Universe Knights here. Among them, there is 1 level 4 Universe Knight and 7 or 8 level 3 Universe Knights. Wang Xian waved his arm and took out all the corpses. He was smiling. This time, the Dragon Palace had gained more than the 3 races. The Star River clan had lost more than 300 Universe Knights this time, along with the Great Demons and the ones he killed later. There was a total of more than 500. These corpses could increase the combat strength of the Dragon Palace by at least 500 Universe Knights. After this, the Dragon Palace will have the strength of an intermediate race in the universe. Wang Xian's eyes were shining. The resources this time are almost enough to improve myself. In the Dragon King Palace of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian was looking at the information in front of him. His eyes were shining. There were hundreds of treasures in the Divine Kingdom of Universe Knights, including the treasures in the Divine Kingdom of the Xinjiang clan's patriarch. This was a terrifying amount of resources. These resources could produce more than 100 Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian roughly estimated that these resources were sufficient to allow him to achieve a breakthrough in his strength. Very good, I can achieve a breakthrough on my own. I should be able to achieve a breakthrough with the 5 Elements Millstone. It's a pity that I didn't obtain the corpse of the Tianhai Dragon King and his acquired supreme treasure this time. He mumbled. The corpse of the Tianhai Dragon King might be able to produce a golden dragon in the Dragon Palace. Needless to say, the power of the acquired supreme treasure was beyond description. Let's first increase my strength and the 5 Elements Millstone. He waved his arm, and the acquired supreme treasure, Qiyang, and the other 70 or 80 acquired supreme treasures of the 5 elements appeared at the side. The 5 Elements Millstone floated and began to devour. Qiyang, the supreme treasure of the Xinjiang clan leader, was almost 1 step away from breaking through to the realm of the acquired supreme treasure. After devouring so many spirit treasures, the 5 Elements Millstone was almost 100% certain that it would be able to improve. At that time, the 5 Elements Millstone would have the power to kill a level 5 knight. Roar! He growled, and a large amount of resources entered his stomach and turned into dragon chi.
In the dragon transformation pool of the Dragon Palace, all the members of the Dragon Palace were improving. Next to the Dragon Palace was another Dragon Palace. At this moment, Ao Crab was leading a few of his subordinates to devour the treasures. That Dragon Palace is so arrogant. They actually took away all the resources and treasures. Humph!
While the Dragon Palace was upgrading, nearly 1,000 experts were sitting in a palace of the Xingjiang clan. The leader was an expert of the horned seal race with a single horn and a long tail. On the left and right were the warriors of the Snake Lady race and the twin races.
In 2 days, the reinforcements of the 3 races had all arrived.
Any one of the 3 races would be invincible in the Star River Galaxy.
The total number of universe knights they had as reinforcements reached over 1,000.
One could imagine how terrifying their strength was. The most precious thing is the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon Palace of a powerful true dragon. The lady of the Snake Lady race said with a burning gaze. The Dragon Palace isn't weak. Their great beings working together can pin me down. And that Dragon King can pin down 2 or 3 universe knights at level 4. His speed is terrifying.
Golden Dragon Knight said solemnly, looking at the great beings of the same race beside him.
So, in order to destroy that Dragon Palace, at least 3 Universe Knight level 5 great beings are needed?
To be safe, for Universe Knight level 5 great beings are better. The Horned Seal race great being sitting beside Golden Dragon Knight said indifferently. If there are 4 of us, we can basically destroy the Dragon Palace completely. However, Golden Dragon Knight has obtained a acquired true treasure. If we refine it, it shouldn't be a problem for one person to fight 2 or 3 of the same level. The eyes of the first elder of the twin species flickered as he said, "Ha!" His words slightly startled the knight at the center of the Horned Seal race, and he looked at Golden Dragon Knight.
That's right. It's a very powerful acquired true treasure. If I refine it, it might take some time.
Golden Dragon Knight's eyes were shining, and he nodded. Congratulations, Golden Dragon Protector. Acquired true treasures are very rare. The great being from the Horned Seal race said enviously, if Golden Dragon Protector can refine an acquired true treasure, then we don't need 4 5th-level knights. Just the 2 of us are enough.
The power of one acquired supreme treasure was enough for one person to fight against 2 or 3 of the same level.
A powerful acquired supreme treasure was undoubtedly a terrifying trump card for them.
However, acquired supreme treasures were extremely rare. If they wanted to obtain them, they had to go to the Heaven Opening and Desolate Continent.
We can, but we still can't underestimate the Dragon Palace. Golden Dragon Knight nodded. I'll refine the acquired true treasure during this period of time. You guys go and test the strength of the Dragon Palace. Sure. Be prepared.
Another great being of the Horned Seal race, a level 5 great being, nodded and glanced at the other 2 races.
They nodded in agreement. The Horned Seal race's strength was 1 level higher than theirs. They naturally wouldn't refute Golden Dragon Knight's opinion.
Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, a dragon roar sounded from within the Dragon Palace's Dragon King Hall.
Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through to the 9th level Void God Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the laws of the divine dragon true dragon body. Along with the system's voice, Wang Xian raised his head. His eyes revealed an excited expression.
He curled up and glanced at his body.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a thought, his body began to change. The 8-colored dragon scales began to transform. Slowly, 8 rays of light circulated, forming an extremely terrifying flame.
Following that, the flame turned into a stream of water. The stream of water turned into a golden light, and the golden light turned into a yellow color.
Name Wang Xian.
Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity.
Grade, Void God Emperor Rank 9, Divine Dragon Transformation 8th Form. Origin, 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Divine Ability, Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine ability, soul capturing, spirit attaching. Laws and divine abilities. Dragon Eye Lock, 5 elements Dragon Claw, Yin Yang Realm Breaking, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Divine Dragon Shadow, Heavenly Dragon 8 Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Soaring, True Dragon Body. Aspect, 5 Elemental Great Mill, Dragon Kingdom in Palm, Dragon Head Under the Heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 Miles, Yin Yang Dual Polarity, Yin Yang 5 Elemental Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Laws of Control. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark wind. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace in possession. Acquired. Scanning his own attributes, Wang Xian was full of smiles as the attributes in his body kept rotating. This true dragon body's abhijna is very strong. When it is activated, the energy of the other attributes will be converted into one type. This way, it will be easier to form a counter in battle.
Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled.
Crack, crack, crack. His body moved and he slowly transformed into his human form. His gaze swept across the 5 elements millstone at the side. It might still take some time for the 5 elements millstone to improve. His body moved and he came to the front of the 5 elements millstone to help refine a bunch of numinous treasures.
Time passed day by day. After the 5 elements millstone had swallowed the Scarlet Sun acquired numinous treasure, it had already made a breakthrough. When he was still refining and absorbing other acquired spiritual treasures, the increase in his strength had greatly increased his sensing ability.
Through his sensing ability, he realized that there were experts hiding around the Dragon Palace as if they were sizing up something. Who is plotting something? The race of the Horned Seal? Or? Wang Xian mumbled and disappeared in an instant. Is this their Dragon Palace? It looks very similar to the Sky Sea Dragon King. It seems that this Dragon Palace has also obtained the true dragon inheritance. Let's test the strength of this Dragon Palace and be careful. Once the experts of the Dragon Palace come out, we will escape immediately. Over 20 figures were hiding in the air above the Dragon Palace. They were the Horned Seal Race, Twin Race, and Snake Lady Race warriors. After flying for close to 10 days, they arrived at the Milky Way. This time, the main goal was to investigate the strength of the Dragon Palace. The 3 races had sent out a total of 6 Universe Knights with level 3 combat strength. This strength wasn't weak.
Spread out and attack the 4 dragon gates of the Dragon Palace. The leader of the Horned 11 race ordered.
Yes. The rest nodded. Their gazes locked onto the dragon gates.
Attack!
The Horned 11 race knight shouted and flew towards the east gate. Stop testing. Test my strength first. At this time, a voice sounded beside their ears, shocking them.
Walala! At this moment, chains were binding them. Everyone from the 3 races did not even have the time to react.
Who is it? They looked at the chains on their bodies. Their foreheads were instantly filled with cold sweat as they looked at Wang Xian in shock. Hee. Why are you still asking who is coming to our Dragon Palace?
Wang Xian smiled. His dragon eyes swept across them and revealed a demonic luster. Soul capture.
In an instant, more than 20 Universe Knights from the 3 races were in a trance. Summon your divine kingdoms over.
Wang Xian's command was heard.
Yes. Buzz. Buzz.
Buzz.
The strongest Universe Knight at level 3 could not resist Wang Xian at all. Soon, more than 20 divine kingdoms appeared in the sky above the Dragon Palace. In the Dragon Palace, the halberd dragon guard sensed the situation and immediately flew over.
What are your intentions in coming to the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian looked at them and asked faintly. We are here to test the strength of the Dragon Palace. The Universe Knights answered in unison. Test the strength of the Dragon Palace?
What happens after that?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and continued to ask.
If the Dragon Palace is not strong, we are prepared to destroy it.
They continued to reply. Destroy our Dragon Palace?
Are the 3 races prepared to send experts to destroy us?
Wang Xian's eyes flickered.
Yes. Currently, the 3 races have gathered more than 1,000 Universe Knights in the starry sky of the galaxy. Among them, there are 2 level 5 Universe Knights.
To ensure that we can destroy the Dragon Palace, we, the Golden Dragon Knight, are refining an acquired spiritual treasure. Once the refinement is completed, if there are no level 5 Universe Knights in the Dragon Palace, we can easily destroy them. The Knights of the three races replied.
It seems that they have decided to destroy our Dragon Palace?
Wuxia mumbled, how long will it take for the Golden Dragon Knight to refine an acquired spiritual treasure?
I don't know, but it will take at least 1 to 2 months. A Universe Knight from the Horned Seal race replied. Wuxia nodded his head slightly. He stared at the 3 level 3 Universe Knights and absorbed their souls. Waves of memories surged into his mind. He sealed these memories and didn't plan to read them for the time being. Walala!
Wuxia pulled the chain in his hand lightly and destroyed them. With a wave of his hand, he threw more than 20 corpses beside the dragon transformation pool of the Dragon Palace.
There were more than 20 corpses and 6 level 3 Universe Knights. This was a lot of resources.
Keep these divine kingdoms and let the devouring dragon devour them. Tell Prime Minister Turtle that I will be leaving for a while. This time, I might be leaving for a longer period of time. Wuxia ordered the halberd dragon guard at the side. He arrived at the teleportation formation of the Dragon Palace and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the former location of the Heavenly Dragon Clan in the starry sky of Xinjiang. After flying out of the Dragon Palace, Wuxia read some information in his mind and flew directly in the direction of the Xinjiang clan. If I want to destroy the Dragon Palace, I can only make the first move. Not only do I want to destroy all of you, I also want to go to the encirclement of Lu Xingkong and your lair. Even if I can't destroy the Horned Seal race, the Shaiji race and the Gemini race can still be easily destroyed.
As Wuxia flew, killing intent flickered in his eyes.
His strength had made a breakthrough and the 5 elements millstone in his hand had also completed its advancement.
With his current strength, he could already go to most places in the universe. This time, the Horned Seal race, the Snake Princess race, and the Gemini race wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace. It was just right for him to go around Lu Xingkong as well. He would go and destroy the Gemini race and the Snake Princess race.
It was better to strike first.
A hint of killing intent flashed in Wuxia's eyes as he quickly shuttled through the starry sky. With the uninitiated holy wings spread out, his speed had reached a terrifying level. Originally, the journey would take 7 to 8 days. However, it only took him 1 day to reach the sky above the 7-colored river of the Xinjiang clan. When he reached the sky, Wuxia's eyes flickered as he scanned his surroundings.
His gaze landed on a palace and he narrowed his eyes slightly.
According to the memories obtained in his mind, the experts of the 3 clans were all in this palace. The palace was huge, comparable to a planet. This was once the main shrine of the Xinjiang clan. Whoosh! Wuxia's figure moved and flew down quickly. Under his concealment, it was difficult for anyone below level 5 Universe Knights to discover him. Coupled with his terrifying speed, level 1 or level 2 Universe Knights could not see his shadow at all.
Dragon I lock on all corners.
Coming to the sky above the temple, Wuxia slowly spread out his arms. Chains covered the surroundings in an instant. The terrifying blood-red chains completely covered the temple below.
His pupils were sparkling as his gaze landed on the main hall at the center.
Over there, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Horned Seal race and the Golden Dragon Knight were all there. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived at the right side of the shrine and hid himself.
Hong!
Hong! Hong! Just as he flew down, terrifying figures flew out of the shrine. Who are they? Their eyes revealed a serious and shocked expression. In an instant, 1,100 Universe Knights floated in the sky. Kill a level 5 Universe Knight first. Then it'll be easy. Wuxia squinted his eyes when he saw this scene. He flapped his incipient saint wings and instantly attacked the first Supreme Elder of the Horned Seal race.
Oh no! Oh no! Sensing the terrifying aura coming from behind, the first Supreme Elder of the Horned Seal race in the sky felt his heart tighten and quickly looked down.
Your reaction is too slow. A cold voice was heard and a flaming dragon claw grabbed the first Supreme Elder. Bang! A terrifying attack came. Wuxia's dragon claw grabbed the body of the Grand Elder of the Horned Seal race. Scram! When the Grand Elder of the Horned Seal race saw this situation, His expression changed drastically. He roared in horror and a huge golden hammer appeared in his hand.
Buzz. Ah! However, at the next moment an extremely terrifying power of flames surged into his body.
Fire countered metal. The first Supreme Elder's body turned red instantly and his body trembled. This is bad. Not good, First Supreme Elder.
Attack him.
The thousands of Universe Knights beside the first Supreme Elder of the Horned Seal race had a drastic change of expression when they saw this scene.
Their eyes revealed a look of horror. There was actually someone who suddenly attacked from below.
This made their hearts tighten. They waved the weapons in their hands and slashed at Wang Xian. Ha ha ha! Do you think you can destroy our dragon palace? Wang Xian laughed out loud. His figure flashed as he grabbed the body of the chief elder of the Horned Seal race and easily dodged their attack. No!
At this moment, the chief elder of the Horned Seal race, who was about to collapse, let out a desperate scream. Wang Xian waved his arm and put his body away.
What? That's the Dragon King. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Damn it. He actually killed the first Supreme Elder.
Lord Protector, help. In just a split second, when they saw the first Supreme Elder being killed, the Universe Knights were shocked. The first Supreme Elder of the Horned Seal race was a level 5 Universe Knight.
He was killed by the Dragon King in an instant. How was this possible? Didn't the Dragon King only have the strength of a level 4 Universe Knight?
Could it be that he had broken through? Everyone's expression was abnormally ugly. The group of knights from the Horned Seal race hurriedly looked down for help.
Their Golden Dragon Knight Protector didn't come out immediately because he was refining the acquired Supreme Treasure.
It's your turn now. A level 5 Universe Knight was killed. Wang Xian had nothing to worry about now.
The 5 Elements millstone appeared above his head. He flapped his Primalist sacred wings and charged towards more than 1,000 Universe Knights.
Attack him. Seeing Wang Xian's attack, the Universe Knights from the 3 races in the sky showed a look of fear. They immediately released a terrifying energy that poured towards him.
Bang, bang, bang. The 5 Elements grinding mill spun above Wang Xian's head. The attacks were easily blocked.
Roar. Wang Xian let out a low roar and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The incomparably huge dragon tail swept towards them. Not good, dodge immediately.
Dodge, dodge quickly.
The terrifying dragon tail suddenly attacked, causing everyone to reveal a look of horror. The terrifying aura on the dragon tail made them feel suffocated.
Bang, bang, bang. More than 100 Universe Knights couldn't dodge in time and were swept by Wang Xian's dragon tail. Their bodies were sent flying backward, and their vitality was almost gone. He is very strong. We are not his match. An elder of the twin species shouted in shock as his expression changed drastically. Isn't the Dragon King a level 4 Universe Knight? How did he suddenly become a level 5? Furthermore, he is such a terrifying level 5 powerhouse. The lady of the Serpentine race roared with bloodshot eyes. Hee hee. With your strength, you still want to destroy our dragon palace? Wang Xian said disdainfully. He swayed his huge dragon body and charged towards them. Clang! Dragon King, you're courting death.
At this moment, a terrifying attack came from below.
An incomparably resplendent crown was emitting a dazzling golden glow. The swords and sabers on it were crossed as they attacked Wang Xian directly.
Bang! Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly when he saw the acquired supreme treasure that was attacking him.
Roar! 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 Without Wang Xian's command and control, the 5 Elements millstone in the sky let out a furious roar. The entire 5 Elements millstone spun and turned into a terrifying flame that smashed directly at the crown. Boom!
An incomparably terrifying collision sound was heard. The crown that was at the level of an acquired supreme treasure fell directly downwards.
In this collision, the 5 Elements millstone had the complete upper hand. Of course, this was also the reason why this acquired supreme treasure had not been completely refined.
What? Below, the figure of the Golden Dragon Knight appeared. When he saw that the crown had been knocked down, his expression changed drastically. Even if this acquired supreme treasure had not been completely refined, he could still display some of its power. However, he was actually at a disadvantage in the collision with the Dragon King's treasure. This caused his pupils to constrict slightly. That's it?
I'll destroy you first. Wang Xian's gaze locked onto the venerable golden dragon. He moved his body and extended his dragon claws to dive down.
His body was slowly emitting a terrifying power of flames. The true dragon's dragon body could allow him to change the 8 attributes in his body at will. Under such circumstances, he could perfectly restrain his enemy.
What speed and terrifying power! This Dragon King has broken through. Sensing the Dragon King who was charging at him, the expression of the venerable golden dragon changed drastically. He could no longer sense the aura of the first Supreme Elder. In other words, the first Supreme Elder had been killed.
This made his heart sink slightly. A hint of panic appeared in his eyes.
Scram!
His body trembled. His entire body turned into 1,000 meters in size. His long golden tail swept towards Wang Xian.
Humph! Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claw and clawed at his long golden tail. Bang! The dragon claw collided with the long golden tail. The 5 elements grinding mill landed on the dragon claw rapidly, and a surge of energy was added to it. Crack!
Crack!
Crack! The dragon claw grabbed the long tail. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression as he flung it downwards.
Bang!
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 The shrine below instantly collapsed. Wang Xian swayed his body and appeared below the venerable golden dragon in the next second. What a terrifying speed!
The descending venerable golden dragon sensed the Dragon King below him and his expression changed drastically.
Divine crown protection, he growled in a low voice. The acquired supreme treasure crown was above his head as a wave of golden laws enveloped his body. It's useless.
Bang, bang, bang.
Wang Xian looked at the venerable golden dragon, who was enveloped by the golden glow. His dragon claws landed heavily on the crown. Roar! The 5 elements grinding on the fire god dragon let out a roar. A terrifying pillar of fire shot out.
Crack, crack, crack.
The golden law surrounding him slowly cracked and collapsed. No, Dragon King, stop! At this moment, the venerable golden dragon revealed a look of fear in his eyes. He let out an involuntary roar. Pong!
Wang Xian's dragon claw penetrated the golden light defense and landed on his body. He clenched it tightly.
The second level 5 universe knight of the Horned Seal race had died. Gulp! This. In the sky, when the other knights of the 3 races saw Golden Dragon Knight being killed so quickly, their eyes revealed fear and despair. It's your turn. Wang Xian kept the corpse of the Golden Dragon Knight and the acquired true treasure.
He squinted his eyes and looked at the universe knights of the 3 races who were filled with fear.
Run!
More than 1,000 universe knights were filled with fear at this moment. They wanted to escape in fear.
Their figures flashed and they wanted to escape immediately. Walala. However, when their figures became illusory, the chains around them trembled and prevented them from returning to their own divine kingdom. This made all of them look horrified. Their eyes swept across the blood-red chains around them. Breakthrough! A universe knight roared and fled frantically. Whoosh! Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone flew out. A grayish long river of annihilation swept towards them. The terrifying long river seemed as though it wanted to destroy everything in the world, enveloping all of them.
The experts of the 3 races revealed a terrified expression.
Ahoy! When the energy of annihilation landed on their bodies, they let out a miserable scream.
There were more than 1,000 universe knights from the 3 races, and the strongest one was a level 4 universe knight.
Under the attack of the 5 elements millstone, they could not resist at all.
Very soon, one by one, the universe knights were wiped out. There was no sign of life left.
Wang Xian flew over and waved his arm, sending all the corpses back to the Dragon Palace. He did not order them to summon his universe god country over because he was afraid of alerting them. The moment the 3 races became wary, they would be in great trouble for his next move.
I'll go to the surrounding starry sky to take a look. If there's a chance, I'll see if I can make a trip to the heaven-opening primal continent, the central continent of the universe. Wang Xian mumbled. His body moved and he flew in a certain direction at a terrifying speed.
There was no teleportation formation in the surrounding starry sky. He had to fly in order to get there. With his speed, it would take him a few days.
The surrounding starry sky was just a step away from the dazzling heaven-splitting chaotic land.
That was the dazzling land of the entire universe, the origin of the universe. The heaven-splitting chaotic land was huge. There were all kinds of secret realms, grotto heavens, blessed lands, and places of races. There were countless of them.
The spiritual energy in the universe was all emitted from the heaven-opening primal continent.
One could imagine how terrifying that place was.
And the surrounding starry sky was also incomparably huge. Countless races were gathered there. The weakest were the primary races of the universe, and the strongest were the intermediate races of the universe. There were also many sects and sects.
All of them were terrifying experts.
According to some rough estimates, there were hundreds of thousands of universe's primary and intermediate races surrounding Lu Xingkong, or even more.
Hundreds of thousands of the weakest primary races. What kind of concept was that?
Of course, the area surrounding Lu Xingkong was also very vast. The Starry River Starry Sky was already very big. There were 50 to 60 universe's primary races.
But the Starry River Starry Sky was nothing compared to the surrounding Lu Xingkong.
However, my invincible strength as a universe knight at level 5 would be considered strong in the surrounding starry sky.
Wang Xian mumbled and smiled. While absorbing the memories in his mind, he flew in the starry sky. Although there were more powerful races in the surrounding starry sky, the truly powerful forces had already set foot on the primeval continent. There, an intermediate race with a Universe Knight level 6 great being could attempt to land. If one had the power of a Universe Knight level 7, 80% of them would be able to land on the vast land and establish a race there. Of course, this also depended on where one chose to land. There were countless grotto heavens and blessed lands on the vast land. There were also 3, 6, and 9 levels of grotto heavens and blessed lands. There were more forces competing for the stronger grotto heavens and blessed lands. For example, the Snake Princess race and the Gemini race were both at the edge of the surrounding starry sky. The strength of the Horned Seal race could only be considered average when compared to the surrounding starry sky. It's easy to exterminate the Snake Princess race. It's also easy to exterminate the Gemini race. However, it might be a little difficult for the Horned Seal race. It might even be impossible to exterminate them. Wang Xian mumbled to himself as he shuttled through the starry sky rapidly.
Time passed day by day. On the third day, the surrounding starry sky underwent an earth-shattering change.
Wang Xian looked at his surroundings with an extremely astonished expression.
In the surrounding starry sky, he could see a huge battleship shuttling through the void from time to time. There were also ships that were similar to ancient sailing ships that were shuttling through the void.
Wang Xian even saw flying vessels that were similar to dragon boats that were wandering in the starry sky.
There were all kinds of large flying divine artifacts.
He looked at the bustling starry sky with a shocked expression on his face. In the Milky Way and the starry sky of the galaxy, he had never seen such a resplendent scene. All kinds of flying artifacts could be seen almost everywhere. Other than these flying artifacts, he could also see all kinds of powerful demonic beasts and desolate beast mounts. His eyes sparkled. What a prosperous starry sky! What a bright starry sky! Some flying treasures are even at the level of acquired numinous treasures.
Moreover, from our senses, the number of universe knights around us is no less than 10.
He mumbled. This could be said to be the center of the universe. There were hundreds of thousands of powerful races and trillions of living beings. The number of strong people was naturally terrifying. Roar!
Wang Xian continued to fly. An hour later, a roar suddenly came from the front.
He saw more than a dozen battleships and spaceships in the surroundings quickly making way for him. Everyone, please make way. Please forgive me if I have offended you.
Quick, 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 catch it. We can't let it escape. Dragon scale chains?
A delicate voice was heard. Soon after, Wang Xian sensed a rush of savage aura. He looked over and was slightly shocked. At the front, a terrifying gigantic beast that was at least 100,000 meters in size was flying over. The gigantic beast was similar to a sea turtle, but it was completely different.
It had several heads and there were 5 in Wang Xian's line of sight alone.
This was a space beast. What shocked him even more was that there were more than 10 divine dragons swaying their huge bodies around the space beast. They were using huge nets and chains to capture this space beast. Other than one of them, the rest are not purebred divine dragons. However, they are still very powerful dragon species. I didn't expect to see a powerhouse of the divine dragon lineage when I just stepped into this space. Wang Xian swept his gaze over, and his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. It was a space behemoth, a purebred water divine dragon. This encirclement of the starry sky really surprised him. It's the people from the Water Dragon Palace. They are actually hunting that dragon's savagely 10-headed space behemoth. The experts from the Water Dragon Palace. They are too powerful. They have a high chance of capturing that dragon's savagely 10-headed space behemoth. Not far away from Wang Xian, there were sounds of exclamations. In the boundless space surrounding the land, a 100,000 m large space beast was escaping. It had 10 heads and a huge body, giving off a prehistoric aura. Over 10 godly dragons surrounded it, wanting to hunt it down. This shocked the people on the surrounding battleships and spaceships. This dragon savage 10-head space beast was a very powerful existence. Looking at its power, it had the strength of a Universe Knight level 3 or 4. However, the surrounding Water Dragon Palace warriors weren't weak either. Some of them had at least the strength of a Universe Knight level 4. Especially that water god dragon, it was the strongest. Blue chains completely bound the dragon savage 10-head space beast. A law net formed from water attribute energy trapped it. Roar, roar, roar. The 10-headed dragon space beast shook its huge body and struggled to break free. Beast, behave yourself. The delicate voice continued to ring out. A water god dragon shook its huge body and flew directly to the sky above the 10-headed dragon space beast. Her body shook, and water pillars fell from the sky. They directly attacked the 10-headed dragon space beast. Roar, roar, roar. The 10 ferocious dragon-headed space beasts were in pain and shook their bodies crazily. Waves of earth elemental nomological power spread out in all directions. Watch out! A dragon god roared and they tried to block the attacks. A few weaker members of the Water Dragon Palace couldn't help but fly backward. Roar! 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 At this moment, the 10 ferocious dragon-headed space beast let out a furious roar again. This roar was extremely dull and uncomfortable. Balls that were 100 meters in size were spat out from the 10 dragon heads. Be careful, it's black meteorites. Their attack power is very terrifying. A cry sounded and the water dragon god in the sky warned. Be careful. 10 black meteorites that looked like black holes attacked the 10 people from the Water Dragon Palace. Ha! Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, saw the black meteorites that were attacking him. He raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw a dragon species flying in his direction. According to his calculations, the dragon species in front of him would definitely not be able to dodge this attack. With the terrifying attack of the space beast, this dragon would probably perish. Shui Yun, be careful. Dodge? The exclamations of the other dragon species could be heard from the side as they flew rapidly towards him. The expression of the dragon species changed drastically when he saw the incoming black meteorite. Crash. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he flapped his divine wings and instantly appeared beside the water god dragon. His arm turned into a dragon claw and grabbed him to the side. Boom! The terrifying black meteorite shot out from the side. What a powerful attack! As expected of the space behemoth. Wang Xian sensed the terrifying energy from the black meteorite and was astonished. Space behemoths were the behemoths in the universe. Each of them had terrifying strength when they matured. It was almost impossible to suppress a space beast of the same level. Even a warrior would find it difficult to suppress a space beast. This space beast was able to fight back despite being surrounded by over 10 powerful dragon species. One could imagine how terrifying its strength was. However, this 10-headed space beast couldn't compare to Xiao Zhai. Now that Xiao Zhai Xiaolan had the combat strength of a level 4 Universe Knight, their body size had already reached over 1,000 kilometers. Xiao Zhai Xiaolan's body size at the later stage could be comparable to the size of the stars. Thank you for your help, sir. The Water Dragon Palace's powerhouse, who was rescued by Wang Xian, had a look of a survivor. He quickly thanked Wang Xian.
No need, it's nothing.
Wang Xian shook his head and retracted his dragon claw. This, sir, is also a member of the divine dragon lineage.
When the expert from the Water Dragon Palace saw Wang Xian's palm, his eyes were filled with astonishment.
He could sense the might of the divine dragon on the dragon claw. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Thank you for your help, brother. Our Water Dragon Palace is extremely grateful.
In the sky above the 10 ferocious dragons, the Water Dragon God thanked Wang Xian. She held a huge water rope in her hand. The water rope bound all 10 heads of the 10 ferocious dragons. Wang Xian took a look from the side. He knew a little about the Water Dragon Palace from the universe's AI.
Before the rise of the Dragon Palace, there were 9 more famous divine dragons in the universe.
The weakest divine dragon clan and the rest of the divine dragon lineages had all reached the level of mid-level races in the universe.
As for the Water Dragon Palace, among the other 8 forces of the divine dragon lineage, they were neither strong nor weak. The strongest divine dragon lineage called themselves the ancestral dragon lineage. They had already entered the heaven-splitting primordial land and had also stepped into the ranks of the high-level races in the universe. Wang Xian was very curious about the powers of these divine dragon lineages. Currently, there were not many purebred divine dragons in the Dragon Palace. As for the water god dragon in front of him, the Dragon Palace did not have one.
According to the information on the AI, the strongest person in the water god dragon lineage seems to be a level 5 universe knight.
Wang Xian muttered.
Boom.
Roar, roar, roar.
At this moment, in front of them, the ferocious 10-headed space beast let out a pained cry. Its body was also riddled with injuries.
It could be seen that the battle between the Water Dragon Palace and this cosmic beast had been going on for a long time.
It's going to be suppressed.
Wang Xian muttered as he saw the heads of the 10-headed cosmic beast lowering slowly. It's a success. At the side, the dragon of the Water Dragon Palace, who was similar to the water god dragon but had a completely different head, looked excited when he saw this scene.
Sir, you have saved my life. This is for you. Welcome to our Water Dragon Palace as a guest in the future. I will help to subdue this space behemoth first.
He spoke to Wang Xian respectfully. He opened his mouth and spat out a water dragon bead. Then, he flew toward the 10 ferocious dragon heads excitedly.
Wang Xian looked at the dragon bead and raised his eyebrows with a smile.
A level 2 water dragon pearl of a universe knight. Although it was not a purebred dragon pearl, it was still pretty good.
I can go to the Water Dragon Palace to take a look.
Wang Xian mumbled. He was also curious about the other divine dragons. Since the Water Dragon Palace had a purebred divine dragon, it must have obtained a huge opportunity and the inheritance of the divine dragon.
Seeing that they were doing their best to suppress the ferocious 10-headed space beast, Wang Xian did not continue to watch. He moved his body and continued forward.
The main objective of this trip was the 3 major races. He flapped his incipient saint wings and shuttled through the surrounding starry skies at a terrifying speed. His first target was the Gemini race. Buzz. Crash. Wang Xian flapped his incipient saint wings and quickly shuttled through the surrounding starry sky. A day later, he arrived at a planet. This starry sky was very strange.
2 planets were connected together.
Green trees grew in the void. These green trees were also connected together. Even the huge star and sun in the center were connected to each other.
This was a very special starry sky.
It was also this special starry sky that created an intermediate race, the Gemini race.
Although the Gemini race was not very strong in the surrounding starry sky, they still had a few billion years of foundation. The Gemini race had many disciples and the entire void was the domain of the Gemini race.
The number of stars occupied by the Gemini race alone numbered in the millions. The number of Gemini race had reached a terrifying level. The special and special space had created this special race.
It really is a place where water and soil nourish a person. Hee. Wang Xian came to the starry space. In this space, he could feel a special and strange energy.
This kind of energy would have some effect on a person.
There are people in the AI who refer to this place as the Gemini domain. It seems like this is indeed the case. As Wang Xian spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly and flew straight towards the main planet of the Gemini race according to the memories in his mind.
The main planet of the Gemini race was very special.
Most planets were solid while the starry sky of the Gemini race was like a hornet's nest. It was densely packed and looked extremely shocking from afar.
The experts of the Gemini race lived in this hornet's nest. According to my memory, this planet is the most precious treasure of the Gemini race. The entire planet contains a terrifying wind attribute force. The closer to the center, the more experts there are of the Gemini race. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the area.
This was the first time he had directly charged into an intermediate race in the universe.
He had to be careful.
After all, it was an elementary race in the universe.
His body moved, and his body began to turn illusory as he flew straight in. What the Gemini race could confirm was that they did not have a level 5 universe knight. This allowed Wang Xian to sneak in very smoothly. With his concealment ability, only a level 5 universe knight or above could sense it. It was located at the core of the entire planet of the Gemini race.
It was also the largest cave entrance in the center. After Wang Xian entered, he immediately sensed the strong wind attribute law energy. The entire cave entrance was only 1,000 kilometers in height. Looking up from below, one could see the green energy. In the sky, there were some wind attribute trees and plants.
The scenery of the plants above was indeed a little strange.
However, the entire interior was very beautiful. Wang Xian flapped his wings and flew rapidly into the cave.
The plants in the sky gave him the best cover. As he flew into the cave, he soon saw many palaces. The palaces were lined up in a row. At a glance, they looked exceptionally luxurious. It's about time. We can start now. Just as he was about to reach the center, Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He took out the 5 elements millstone. With a move of his palm, he positioned it in the sky above the 5 elements millstone. The fire god dragon slowly extended his hand.
Let's attract all the experts from the Gemini race over first,
he muttered to himself. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone flew straight ahead. Roar! 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 The next moment, the roar reverberated throughout the entire planet. A fire god dragon swayed its huge body and roared furiously. The fire god dragon's power was not very strong. It was only comparable to a level 4 universe knight.
However, with the support of the 5 elements grinding mill, the fire god dragon's recovery and endurance had reached a terrifying level.
Boom! Under the control of Wang Xian, the fire god dragon raised his head and unleashed a ball of terrifying flames towards the palace in front of him. What? What happened? Divine dragon?
Fire god dragon?
Why did a divine dragon suddenly appear in our Gemini race? Bastard, quick! Destroy him! This was the core of the entire Gemini race. It was also the residence of countless experts of the Gemini race.
When a fire dragon suddenly appeared within them, the expressions of the great beings of the twin species changed drastically.
The universe knights immediately attacked the fire dragon. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The fire dragon swayed its huge body and waves of terrifying flames attacked the universe knights.
Oh no, this dragon is very powerful. Why did such a dragon suddenly appear here? What the hell is going on?
The universe knights' expressions changed drastically and they roared in embarrassment.
Roar! Pong! Pong! Pong!
In the sky, the fire god Dragontail, which was over 30,000 meters long, swept toward the dozen universe knights.
Dodge! Dodge! The universe knights of the twin races' expressions changed drastically. Pong!
Pong! Pum!
However, 5 or 6 universe knights were killed instantly. Who?
Who?
At this moment, the sound of rushing wind could be heard throughout the entire planet. What happened? The highest alert is that there's an enemy invasion. Who dares to invade our twin races? Universe knights of the twin races rushed toward them from the other caves.
When they saw the flaming fire dragon, their expressions changed.
Why did a fire dragon suddenly appear on our side? A two-faced old man frowned and asked with a serious expression.
Leader, we don't know either. This fire dragon suddenly appeared in the sky and it's exactly the same as the legendary dragon. It should be a pure-blooded dragon.
A two-faced old man flew over and said solemnly,
"Send someone to guard the surroundings and kill this fire god dragon first." The leader of the twin races ordered coldly.
"It's the leader."
"Kill this fire god dragon." The old man roared and ordered the Universe Knights around him.
It's the Supreme Elder.
The Universe Knights responded immediately. In an instant, 700 to 800 Universe Knights attacked the Fire God Dragon.
The leader of the twin races gestured to the great beings around him and started to look around. Suddenly, a Fire God Dragon appeared. They had to be alert to see if there were any accomplices around or if there was a conspiracy. I wonder if I can destroy this twin species with the 5 elements millstone alone. Wang Xian hid in a corner and stared at the battle ahead with a cold gaze. He had merely ordered a divine dragon from the 5 elements millstone to come out and fight. He wanted to attract all the experts from the twin species to come over. Then, he would capture them all in one go. Roar, roar, roar. On the main planet of the twin species, the fire dragon was wreaking havoc. The 30,000-meter-long body burst out terrifying flames in this narrow space. Under the terrifying flames, the temples below collapsed one by one. Even the ground was cracked. Stop him.
Don't let him destroy our planet.
The Universe Knights of the twin races roared. They were all Universe Knights, and they were all Universe Knights. They were all Universe Knights, and they were all Universe Knights. They were all Universe Knights, and they were all Universe Knights. They were all Universe Knights, and they were all Universe Knights. Not only that, but dozens of Universe Knights were killed by the fire dragon. Activate the wind array and kill this beast.
The leader of the twin races looked at the battlefield and growled.
It's the leader. The Universe Knights immediately responded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next moment, a green light flashed across the space.
Terrifying wind blades were formed.
Bind. In the middle, a level 4 Universe Knight saw the formation around him activated and immediately shouted. Wind Gods bind. Wind Gods bind. Earth net and sky bind.
Cold roars were heard as wind chains and wind bind headed towards the Fire God Dragon.
There should be more than 1,300 Universe Knights from the Gemini race. There are only about 800 of them here. It's not enough. I need the Fire God Dragon to hold on for a while longer.
Wang Xian muttered when he saw the other party using the power of the formation. Roar! At this moment, at the core of the Fire Dragon, the 5 elements grinding mill started to operate. The other divine dragons were breathing in and out.
An even more terrifying aura burst out from the Fire Dragon's body. The flames turned into numerous fire divine swords and went straight for the countless wind swords in the surroundings. Pong, pong, pong.
The intense collision made everyone from the twin races change their expressions.
Not good. This flame dragon is going crazy. The expressions of the 10 Universe Knight level 4 great beings from the twin races changed.
Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the flame dragon raised his head again and a terrifying sun appeared above him. Crack, crack, crack. The appearance of the sun caused cracks to appear on the top of the twin species. This was the power of the acquired spirit treasure, Red Sun. When Red Sun appeared, the fire dragon's destructive power had already reached the level of a level 5 Universe Knight.
Damn it, kill!
The expression of the twin species leader changed slightly when he saw the scene and he waved the small tree in his hand.
The small tree was emitting green energy. The small trees of wind attribute attacked Scarlet Sun like they were about to hit the starry sky. Honk! A terrifying collision sound was heard, and a large number of Universe Knights were sent flying backward. Roar! 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 Fire God Dragon swayed his huge body and attacked the Universe Knights. Not good.
The expressions of the dozens of Universe Knights changed slightly.
Honk! The next moment, the flames covered them, and their bodies fell down one by one. Activate the power of Wind Star. The expression of the twin race leader changed again when he saw this scene. He waved the green tree in his hand upward. Ka-ka-ka! The entire planet seemed to revolve, and countless wind law energies began to condense. The vast wind attribute law energy pressed towards the Fire God Dragon. Kill this beast! In the surrounding area, a group of Universe Knights roared with bloodshot eyes. From the start of the battle until now, more than 200 Universe Knights had rushed over after receiving the news.
The number of Universe Knights from the twin races in the surroundings had reached more than 900.
As expected of an intermediate race in the universe. Such a terrifying attack can defeat an ordinary Universe Knight level 5 powerhouse.
At this moment, Wang Xian, who had been hiding at the side, saw this attack and muttered, "It was about time."
Wang Xian was already very satisfied to be able to gather more than 900 Universe Knights.
After all, many Universe Knights might be cultivating in their own god country or on other planets.
Gathering more than 900 Universe Knights should be the current limit. If it weren't for the Gemini race's wind planet being attacked, there wouldn't be so many Universe Knights coming over. Boom! 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 At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a terrifying wind attribute law power coming from the entire planet. A huge sword formed from wind attribute law was formed. It seemed to have split apart the entire planet and was heading towards the fire god dragon. Terrifying sounds of collision rang out. The fire god dragon's body slowly collapsed. Bang! Finally, the sound of metal colliding rang out. The 5 elements grinding mill that was 100 meters wide appeared in front of everyone. What is this? This is
a pre-sky realm treasure? What level of treasure is this?
How can it be a treasure? When all the paragons of the twin species saw the 5 elements grinding mill after the fire god dragon collapsed, they were all shocked.
The leader of the twin races was also stunned, and then his eyes lit up.
Acquired true treasure? Why would we have acquired true treasures here?
He murmured, and then he shouted, "Suppress and subdue it."
Yes. The Universe Knights around him answered immediately, and their eyes were burning with passion. Not bad, not bad. To be able to defeat my weapon, the twin races are indeed powerful. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. This shocked the more than 900 Universe Knights of the Gemini race who were surrounding the 5 elements grinding mill.
Their bodies trembled and their eyes revealed a look of shock. Who is it?
The leader of the Gemini race was drenched in cold sweat at this moment. He immediately turned around and looked behind him. Hee. Wang Xian smiled. He flapped his incorporeal holy wings and flew over slowly.
Who are you? The leader of the Gemini race stared at Wang Xian. He felt his scalp tingling. They had used almost all their strength to deal with his weapon?
What about his strength?
Don't you Gemini race know who I am?
Didn't you want to destroy us? Wang Xian swept his gaze across them. His face was filled with mockery.
Ha! The expression of the leader of the twin species changed. All of you from the twin species will die today. Wang Xian didn't explain too much to them. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone flew towards him.
Walala! At this moment, chains spread out in the surroundings, sealing all of them. After today, there will be no other twin species. He roared and turned into a divine dragon, attacking them. You're from the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the leader of the twin species suddenly realized and roared in disbelief. It's too late to know now. Wang Xian stared at the experts of the Gemini race with a cold look in his eyes. Roar! 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 He let out an angry roar. He swayed his huge divine dragon body and attacked the experts of the Gemini race directly. The dragon scales on his body glowed and transformed into a terrifying fire divine dragon that swept towards them.
Oh no, all the experts of the twin species, defend. When the tribe leader of the twin species saw this scene, his face revealed a look of horror as he shouted in horror. The fire god dragon that they had spent a huge price to defeat was actually just a treasure of the Dragon King. Now that the Dragon King had taken action personally, how terrifying would that be? His expression changed drastically as his gaze swept across the surrounding chains. His body moved and he did not attack Wang Xian. Instead, he attacked the blood-red chains. He could feel a strange energy from the chains. This energy could stop them from escaping in an instant. Whoosh! When he attacked the chains, the 5 elements millstone attacked him directly. The 5 elements millstone spun and contained a terrifying power. This power was not something that the Gemini tribe leader could withstand. Wang, feeling the power of the 5 elements millstone, he was overwhelmed with shock. Just now, only a dozen Universe Knight level 4 great beings of the twin races had been able to suppress it. Now he was no match for it. The green tree in his hand swayed with the green law energy and went straight for the 5 elements millstone. However, on the 5 elements millstone, a fire dragon suddenly poked out.
The fire dragon raised its huge head and attacked the green tree. Ka! The acquired numinous treasure level small tree instantly flew backwards. The leaves on it were somewhat withered, and the terrifying power continued to attack the Gemini tribe leader.
No. Feeling the power of the 5 elements millstone, the Gemini tribe leader's face revealed a look of despair. After a miserable cry, his body was covered by the 5 elements millstone and his life force completely disappeared.
Clan leader! Clan leader!
In the sky, everyone heard the blood-curdling scream of the clan leader. A look of horror appeared on their faces.
Dragon tomb suppress! Wang Xian swept his gaze across. A cold expression appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his dragon claws, an incomparably huge dragon tomb appeared below them. Above them, the coffin lid of the dragon tomb was pressing down on all of them.
A terrifying suction force came from the dragon tomb. Not good, Dodge. We're not his match. Run as much as you can. We'll avenge our brothers in the future.
Terrified voices sounded around them. The death of their patriarch made them lose their will to fight.
They also knew that they were no match for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
The entire twin species was no match for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. They moved one by one and quickly fled to their surroundings. However, under the attack of the Dragon Tomb, more than 300 Universe Knights were suppressed in an instant.
You want to escape?
None of you can escape. Wang Xian looked around with contempt in his eyes. The purpose of gathering them here was to capture all of them in one go. Dragon Eye lock on all corners lock. 5 elements millstone. River of annihilation. Wang Xian let out a low roar and the dense chains around him began to shrink. 5 divine dragons on the 5 elements millstone raised their heads and spat out 5 elemental laws. The 5 elemental laws interweaved and formed a grayish river of annihilation. The river of annihilation engulfed all the experts of the twin species. No!
Under the horrifying attack of the life-extinguishing force, the great beings of the twin species let out desperate roars.
Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the corpses fell to the ground. After more than 10 seconds, more than 900 Universe Knights were all dead. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and revealed a smile. Buzz. With a move of his palm, an altar appeared in front of him.
Unlai, bring the heaven array over.
With a thought, a voice sounded from within the Dragon Palace.
It's the Dragon King.
And Lai nodded respectfully within the Dragon Palace. 10 seconds later, the figures of the dark intense heaven array and the rest appeared in front of him. Collect all these corpses. Heaven array. Search the surroundings of their cosmos god nation. Wang Xian immediately ordered them.
It's the Dragon King.
Sky Array looked around with excitement in his eyes. Dragon King, with so many corpses, our Dragon Palace can increase the combat strength of a few level 5 Universe Knights. And you should improve first. Also, let Xiao Lan and the rest improve as well. Wang Xian said. Xiao Lan's small house and the rest's combat strength were still very abnormal. Their improvement would have a huge effect on the Dragon Palace.
Furthermore, it would be better to have a large war beast when traveling through the surrounding starry sky.
Xiao Lan's small house was just right. It's the Dragon King. The Sky Array nodded and immediately used the array formation to search for the god countries of those Universe Knights. Enlai scanned his surroundings and began to search for treasures. Currently, Enlai only had the combat strength of a level 3 Void God Emperor. He was considered the weakest in the Dragon Palace. Although his ability was rather perverse, it was not of much use to the Dragon Palace.
Unfortunately, he had yet to find some devil spirit altars that could help him increase his strength.
Wang Xian hovered around and searched for some treasures. All acquired spiritual treasures with the 5 elements attributes were absorbed by the 5 elements grinding mill.
When he encountered those with the light and dark attributes, he was considering whether to create a powerful yin-yang dragon plate.
Currently, the yin-yang dragon plate that was formed solely by relying on his own energy was of little value.
Time passed by little. What happened on the planet of the Gemini race caused a huge commotion on the Gemini race's side.
Countless members of the Gemini race rushed over and surrounded the planet. Looking at their main planet, a look of shock appeared in their eyes.
Looking from the outside, the entire planet was in chaos. The auras of the experts within their race had all disappeared.
Inside, there were still terrifying aftershocks from the battle.
Even peak Void God Emperor experts did not dare to approach.
What happened within our Gemini race? More and more experts gathered around and shouted with faces full of shock. Hong hong hong. However, 2 days later, the entire planet suddenly collapsed and flew towards the surrounding void space. From today onwards, there will be no more Gemini race. If the Gemini race dares to establish a race again, they will continue to come and destroy us. An ice-cold voice resounded in the void space. In the surrounding area, the bodies of the experts from the twin races trembled, their faces filled with shock. Who is it?
How can our twin races be exterminated?
Who dares to spout nonsense? The faces of the elite disciples from the twin races who had been surrounding the area and did not dare to interchange drastically when they heard this. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they roared.
Boom.
However, in the next moment, an incomparably huge and terrifying flaming dragon claw descended from the sky and covered the elite twin race experts. Hong!
Around the Gemini race's main planet, a terrifying dragon claw descended from the sky, heading towards the experts of the Gemini race.
Not good, quickly escape. No! Around this area, most of the elite core disciples of the Gemini race had gathered. 80% of them were Void God Emperor rank 5 and above.
There were a few 100,000 of them. When the terrifying dragon claws landed, the expressions of the elite experts of the Gemini race changed drastically.
Pung! The dragon claws landed and covered all of them. Wang! A huge net swept towards them and collected all the corpses. In the sky, Wang Xian stood on the 5 elements grinding mill and flew towards the distance at a terrifying speed. 80% of the universe knights of the twin races had been destroyed. What awaited them next was destruction.
Their next target was the Sheiji race.
The Sheiji race has many universe knights. There are more than 2,000 of them, more than the twin races. If we destroy them again, the improvement of the Dragon Palace this time will be terrifying. Wang Xian mumbled. There were already more than 1,000 strong warriors in the Dragon Palace. Adding the resources this time, there would be more than 3,000 of them. Furthermore, the Dragon Palace would be able to increase the number of level 5 universe knights by about 4. After the improvement of the Dragon Palace, I can go and destroy the Horned Seal race. The corner of Wang Xian's lips curled up slightly as he flew towards the Serpentine clan. The Sheiji clan was not far from here, but it would take about a day to reach them. Sitting cross-legged on the 5 elements mill, he took out his artificial intelligence.
When he opened his artificial intelligence, the news of the extermination of the Gemini race had already spread.
The Gemini race was not strong, but they were not weak either. After all, they were an intermediate race in the universe.
After being exterminated for so long, they had caused quite a stir in the surrounding starry sky. However, this stir was not as big as Wang Xian had imagined.
The surrounding starry sky was an extremely dangerous and cruel starry sky. Just take the Battle of the Landings as an example. If one wanted to reach the heaven-splitting primordial land, one had to defeat the other race.
Many battles at this level would involve the extermination of a race. Moreover, once a small race provoked a powerful enemy, they might be exterminated.
However, it was not as cruel as one had imagined.
Even if it was a low-level race in the universe, it would still have a great deterrent force.
Once you exterminated a race and let some universe knights escape, then if these universe knights wanted to take revenge and kill the ordinary disciples of your race, there was nothing you could do. Therefore, exterminating a race was a very serious matter for any race.
Time passed by little by little. A day later, when Wang Xian arrived at the Serpentine race, he was slightly stunned. The Serpentine race was different from the Gemini race. The Serpentine race had a strong bloodline power. They could fight across levels.
Their bloodline was more noble than the Gemini clans.
Therefore, the Serpentine clan didn't have many members, perhaps only a few tens of billions.
However, according to the memories in his mind, he didn't find any members of the Serpentine clan when he came to the territory of the Serpentine clan. There was no trace of them in the starry sky where the Serpentine clan used to live.
What's going on? Could it be that the Sheiji clan knew that I was coming to destroy them and escaped in advance? Wang Xian frowned slightly. He scanned his surroundings and headed straight for a spaceship.
It was a spaceship that was similar to a dragon boat. There were still some people on it.
Buzz.
Wang Xian arrived in front of the flying dragon boat. His aura trembled and the terrifying energy caused the dragon boat to stop. Let me ask you one thing. Where did the Sheiji tribe go? Wang Xian's aura swept across everyone on the dragon boat, causing them to be slightly shocked. Their faces were filled with fear. Sir, we are not too sure either. It seems like their entire tribe has been transferred to the Horned Seal tribe. I have only just heard about it. An old man bowed and said respectfully,
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as his eyes sparkled.
He waved his arm and the dragon boat continued to move forward. That sir has such terrifying strength.
That's right. He can stop our dragon boat with a wave of his hand. He must be at least a Universe Knight level 3 or above.
Everyone on the dragon boat heaved a sigh of relief and said softly,
As expected, the Sheiji race has received some news. They actually transferred their entire race to the Horned Seal race. That means the Horned Seal race is not weak now. Especially in their base camp. It will be impossible for them to destroy the Gemini tribe again. Wang Xian frowned slightly.
Now that he had entered the base camp of the Horned Seal tribe, he was not even confident of killing his way out, let alone exterminating them.
He floated in the air with a contemplative look on his face.
Should he go back now? Or?
I'll make a trip to the Water Dragon Palace. The reputation of the Water Dragon Palace in the universe AI is pretty good. I'll go and take a look at the powers of the divine dragon lineage.
He made up his mind. The reason why he rushed over this time was partly to exterminate the 3 races. He was still thinking of going to the heaven-opening primal continent to take a look. However, he happened to run into the Water Dragon Palace so he could go and take a look.
With a move of his palm, Wang Xian took out the Water Dragon Pearl. The Water Dragon Pearl was given to him by the Asian dragon whom he had saved. This Water Dragon Pearl was a treasure nurtured by the Asian dragon for a long time and was connected to his bloodline. Of course, he could also refine this Water Dragon Pearl into his own treasure.
This Water Dragon Pearl had one ability, and that was to transmit telepathic messages.
Holding this Water Dragon Pearl, he could contact the Asian dragon.
Let's go for a walk. As Wang Xian spoke, a trace of energy was injected into it. There was no water god dragon in the Dragon Palace. The strongest among the dragon god lineage at their peak was a water god dragon. It was a terrifying existence at the heaven's origin level. The strength of this water dragon was stronger than the 5 elements Dragon King and the Yin-Yang Dragon King back then. Buzz.
Benefactor, what are your orders? Soon, the image of a water dragon formed above the Water Dragon Pearl. He looked at Wang Xian respectfully and bowed.
It's nothing serious. I would like to visit your Water Dragon Palace. Wang Xian spoke. You are most welcome. Benefactor, you can come to our Water Dragon Palace as a guest according to the guidance of the Water Dragon Pearl. The image of the Water Dragon said enthusiastically to Wang Xian. All right.
Wang Xian nodded his head.
Very soon, there was a message guiding him on the Water Dragon Pearl.
Based on this message, he immediately flew into the Water Dragon Palace.
Shui Yun, who contacted you? At this moment, they were in a vast ocean covered by clouds and mist. In the majestic underwater dragon palace, thousands of experts from the Water Dragon Palace who had 2 horns on their heads and had transformed into human forms were gathered together. Seeing Shui Yun communicating with someone, an elder asked curiously, Elder, it's the Lord who saved me. He said he's coming to the Water Dragon Palace. Shui Yun replied immediately.
The expert with the bloodline of the divine dragon?
He's coming to our Water Dragon Palace at this time. The elder of the Water Dragon Palace frowned slightly.
Elder, are you saying that he might be a hidden powerhouse of the Fire God Palace and deliberately contacted us? In the Dragon King Palace of the Water Dragon Palace, a middle-aged powerhouse of the Water Dragon Palace asked the elder.
It's highly possible. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? He just happened to be there and saved Shui Yun. Not long after he left, we were attacked by the Fire Dragon Palace. It's all too coincidental. What's more coincidental is that he's coming to the Water Dragon Palace now. The elder of the Water Dragon Palace nodded slightly. No way. Shui Yun's face changed slightly. Then, should we let him come? It's just a guess. Let him come. When he enters the Water Dragon Palace, he won't be able to cause any trouble at all. The Fire Dragon Palace took the 10 heads of Long Ning and severely injured Ling Long. I must take revenge and make them pay a heavy price. A burly middle-aged man and a woman were sitting on the dragon throne in front of the Dragon King Palace. They had dragon horns on their heads and were full of dignity. The Fire Dragon Palace and the Demon Dragon Clan have been very close recently. We have to be careful. They planned this attack. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the woman looked down and said, Westwater Tribe, send someone to guard the surroundings of our Dragon Palace. Water Secret Tribe, go and check out the situation of the Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon Clan. It's the Dragon Queen. The two old men immediately responded respectfully. Dragon Queen, Dragon King, our Water Dragon Palace is not easy to bully since they dared to attack the princess and the others. I suggest sending someone to assassinate their clansmen and kill anyone they see. An old man with a broken head bowed and said in a cold voice, That's right. Our princess is seriously injured. We can't let this go this time. The old woman on the side chimed in, her face full of anger. Let's take a long time to consider this matter. The Dragon Queen pondered for a moment. She shook her head and said, If the Water Dragon Palace and the Demon Dragon really joined hands, we are not their match. Now, the development of the two clans has reached a bottleneck. If they want to quickly increase their strength and land on the heaven-splitting chaotic continent, they have to think of other ways. It's possible that they are targeting us. They are targeting us? Aren't they afraid that they won't succeed? The Water Dragon King said with killing intent. Shui Yun, if the Dragon God wants to come, bring him in. I will personally watch him. The Dragon Queen said lightly. It's the Dragon Queen. Shui Yun nodded respectfully. Obviously, the Dragon Queen had a lot of authority in the Water Dragon Palace. Let's go and see Ling Long, husband. The Dragon Queen stood up slowly and walked toward the back. Order all the members of the Water Dragon Palace to retreat to the Dragon Palace and stay alert. Soon an order was given. Roar, roar, roar. TSK, 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 your Demon Dragon Dark World is really strange. It's not inferior to the Dragon Palace at all. At the same time, in a dark void, an enormous fire dragon swayed its illusionary body and looked around. Hee, Fire Dragon Lord. This dark realm of the Devil Dragon is modified by a powerful senior Devil Dragon. It's similar to the Dragon Palace. Isn't it much more powerful than the Fire Dragon Palace? A middle-aged man with dragon claws and a dragon tail was floating in front of the illusionary fire dragon and said with a faint smile, There's still some distance between us and the Fire Dragon Palace. There's also some distance between us and the Water Dragon Palace. The illusory fire dragon shook his head faintly. Humph, Fire Dragon King, have you found a way to break through the Water Dragon Palace? If we can't break through the Water Dragon Palace, we'll be at a loss. The middle-aged man with a dragon claw and a dragon tail humphed and asked, Don't worry, the preparations are almost complete. There won't be any problems. When the time comes, we'll still need your Demon Dragon Dark World to cover us. The Fire God Dragon said confidently. Okay, when do we act? The dragon-tailed middle-aged man nodded and continued to ask. We have to weaken some of their strength. Otherwise, even if we can destroy them, we'll still suffer a great loss. This time, this Dragon Lord has come for this matter. The Fire God Dragon said calmly. With a light swipe of his dragon claw, a starry sky chart appeared in front of them. There were a few words on the starry sky chart. Dragon Eagle, Ghost Dragon, Fire Cloud, and Hellclaw. If it was a great being who surrounded Lu Xingkong, he would definitely know what these 8 words meant. 10 days or so, this surrounding Lu Xingkong is really vast. In a void space located in the surrounding Lu Xingkong, Wang Xian was flying rapidly. However, according to his investigation, it would take him 10 days to fly from here to the Water Dragon Palace. His speed was already comparable to a Universe Knight level 6.
One could imagine how far the distance was.
If Little Blue and the others were here, I might be able to travel faster, he muttered. Little Blue's black hole travel was much stronger than his teleportation. He could almost instantly travel a long distance. However, 10 days was not even a snap of the fingers for the universe.
Time passed day by day. In the starry sky, he saw all kinds of spaceships.
He even saw terrifying mechas. This also made him not feel bored during the journey. We're almost there. 10 days passed very quickly. Wang Xian looked ahead, his eyes flashing. It was a continent shrouded in clouds. The entire continent was incomparably vast.
The faintly discernible continent was like a fairyland.
That was the headquarters of the Water Dragon Palace, the Water Dragon Continent.
According to his understanding from the universe AI, there were tens of millions of sub-dragons and members of the Water Dragon Palace.
Among them, the number of universe knights was around 5,000.
The strength of the Water Dragon Palace was not weak.
If the number of purebred divine dragons was not hidden, there were 3 of them.
The Water Dragon King, the Water Dragon Queen, and the Water Dragon Palace's princess who was born from them. The last time Wang Xian met her, it should be the princess of the Water Dragon Palace. Just as he was about to speed up, he sensed a surge of energy. This caused his gaze to freeze. At the position behind him, a hand reached out from the void crack.
The ferocious black hand seemed to have emerged from hell. The black hand was only half a meter in size and was grabbing towards him.
What's going on?
He squinted his eyes slightly and a chain went straight towards the black hand. Roar!
The hand sensed the power of the chain and immediately retracted into the void.
Come out!
Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly. His body trembled and he reached out to pull it out.
However, at this moment, the black claw seemed to have broken and was pulled up by him. Dragon's eyes!
When Wang Xian saw this scene, a divine dragon flashed in his eyes as he stared downwards. Dragon Claw of Light.
His arm turned into a dragon claw of light as he clawed downwards. Buzz, buzz, buzz,
buzz.
When the bright dragon claw reached into the crack, the sound of corrosion could be heard from inside.
HMPH, how dare you ambush me?
Get out here. Wang Xian's dragon claw clawed into the crack, and a 100-meter-long creature with darkness attribute was pulled out.
Sensing the power of this creature's bloodline, he narrowed his eyes slightly.
From this creature's body, he could feel the power of the divine dragon's bloodline. This was a sub-dragon. It had a body of 100 meters with 2 terrifying claws and a bony head. Its entire body was filled with a sinister and ferocious aura. Let go of me. Let go of me immediately. This sub-dragon of darkness attribute stared at Wang Xian as it roared with its blood-red eyes. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the Asian dragon with a twinkle in his eyes. The pure bloodline power is relatively strong even among the dragon species. It's comparable to a high-level dragon species and can fight 2 levels above it. He was slightly surprised. The bloodline of the divine dragon contained in this dragon species was very strong. Fighting 2 levels above it was not weak even when it was at the peak of the divine dragon species. Soul Catcher.
His eyes flickered and he immediately activated the Soul Catcher's power. Roar! 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 However, just as Wang Xian activated the Soul Catcher's power, a terrifying roar rushed into his mind.
The next moment, an extremely ghostly figure attacked him again.
You're courting death. Wang Xian sensed this terrifying attack and his expression changed slightly. His body emitted a terrifying power of light as numerous light spears attacked him. Roar!
Roar! The figure that was attacking him was like a ghost. It was as though there was no corpse. His body flickered and he easily dodged Wang Xian's attack. He continued to attack him. 8 divisions of Heavenly Dragon.
Wang Xian's eyes focused and he immediately cast the Divine Dragon Law. The phantom of the Divine Dragon from all directions attacked the phantom-like figure directly. Wang Xian's dragon eyes flickered as he locked onto the phantom-like figure. It was a divine dragon with an extremely ferocious face. He did not have a corporeal body. The strange dark energy formed a terrifying existence. His head was very similar to that of the divine dragon, but it was unusually ferocious. His body was similar to that of the demonic dragon. Another powerful dragon. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with shock.
Rays of light shone from the dragon's eyes as the chains slowly extended towards the surroundings. Roar! Roar! The ferocious dark dragon was attacked by the 8 shadows of the divine dragon. When he saw the blood-red chains extending towards him, his eyes revealed a hint of solemnity and fear. Buzz! The next moment his entire body was like a cloud of black smoke as he quickly fled to the back. It was extremely strange. When Wang Xian saw him fleeing, he frowned slightly. This strange dragon was also a high-level dragon. It had the combat strength of a level 5 universe knight. 2 powerful dragon species are actually ambushing me in the surroundings? Wang Xian was puzzled as he looked at the dragon species that he had captured. Let go of me immediately. Otherwise, you will suffer a brutal revenge. The dragon species that he had captured stared at Wang Xian ferociously as he roared. Buzz! Wang Xian waved his arm and used the soul-absorbing power once again. A stream of information entered Wang Xian's mind, causing him to squint his eyes slightly and sparkle. Netherclaw, ghostly dragon. This was the information he received. Netherclaw was the name of the dragon in front of him, while ghostly dragon was the name of the dragon that escaped earlier. Netherclaw and ghostly dragon belong to the powerful dragon species of the demonic dragon lineage. They belong to the most powerful army of the demonic dragon lineage. The number of the 2 dragon species was not many. There were only a few hundred members, but they were the 2 most powerful armies of the demonic dragon lineage, hunting down all the powerhouses who enter and exit the Water Dragon Palace. Is the demonic dragon lineage going to deal with the Water Dragon Palace? Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at the information in his mind. Furthermore, he received another piece of information. Not only them, but the powerhouses of the Fire Dragon Palace were also lying in ambush around them. However, they were lying in ambush at another location. The ambushers of the Fire Dragon Palace were equally as famous as them. Dragon Eagle, Fire Cloud? These were the names of the ambushers of the Fire Dragon Palace, and they were also powerful high-level dragons. Tsuke, I didn't expect to be involved in the war between the races of the Divine Dragon Clan, the Fire God Palace, the Demon Dragon Clan. He hesitated and flew back to the Water Dragon Palace. Their war had nothing to do with him. He was only here to take a look. He would return after taking a stroll around. He did not plan to stay at the Water Dragon Palace for long. After he returned and waited for the strength of the Dragon Palace to improve, he would come to exterminate the Horned Seal race and the rest. Wang Xian pondered in his heart and continued to fly towards the direction of the Water Dragon Palace. The corpse of the Netherclaw dragon seed was kept by Wang Xian. A high-level dragon seed was considered pretty good in the universe. The bloodline and physical strength of the high-level races in the universe were at the limit of 2 levels higher. Buzz. When he passed through the clouds and entered the sky above the Water Dragon Continent's ocean, he injected some energy into the Water Dragon Pearl. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before he could get close to the ocean below, a middle-aged figure flew over. Benefactor. Welcome to the Water Dragon Palace. Shui Yun looked at Wang Xian with sparkling eyes and cupped his hands. It's really difficult to enter your Water Dragon Palace. There are actually ambushers outside. Chu Xian said with a smile. Ambushers? Shui Yun was slightly stunned when she heard Wang Xian's words. Then she frowned and asked, Who ambushed you? Benefactor. Netherclaw and Ghost Dragon. Is the Water Dragon Palace going to start a war with the demonic dragon lineage? Wang Xian did not hide what he had obtained and asked openly. Benefactor, please come in. This is not something that I can decide. We are indeed in conflict with the other divine dragon lineage. Shui Yun shook her head and extended her hand to invite him. She did not say much. I am also very curious about the divine dragons. I will come to your Water Dragon Palace to take a look. Wang Xian smiled and followed beside him. Benefactor is also a member of the Divine Dragons. We would naturally welcome you. Shui Yun smiled and did not say anything else. At this moment, he was also a little wary of his benefactor. Wang Xian nodded his head. He also noticed some of Shui Yun's misgivings. He followed him to the front of the Water Dragon Palace. Looking at the majestic Water Dragon Palace, his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. The size of the Water Dragon Palace was dozens of times larger than the Sky Sea Dragon Palace. It seems that the Water Dragon Palace has obtained quite a lot of opportunities. This Dragon Palace should belong to the Overlord-level Water Dragon King. Wang Xian sized up the Dragon Palace and was extremely astonished. This Dragon Palace was much stronger than the current Dragon Palace created by the system. Please, benefactor. Shui Yun brought him inside. After passing through the Dragon Gate, Wang Xian instantly sensed a feeling of being monitored. What a strong water elemental energy. What a powerful force. Wang Xian followed beside Shui Yun and looked around with a face full of admiration. The spiritual energy contained in the Water Dragon Palace made him slightly amazed. Benefactor, our Water Dragon Palace was obtained by the Water Dragon King and the Water Dragon Queen. It is the Dragon Palace of a senior at the ruler level. Once we close the Dragon Palace, even a peak universe knight wouldn't be able to break through it. Enemies who enter our Water Dragon Palace, even if they are peak universe knights, will be suppressed. Shui Yun raised his head slightly. There was a hint of confidence and pride on his face. This Water Dragon Palace was the biggest trump card and reliance of the Water Dragon clan. Even if the Fire God Dragon and Devil Dragon clan wanted to deal with the Water Dragon Palace, they were not afraid at all. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. He knew a little about the true power of the Dragon Palace. The Sky Sea Dragon King's Dragon Palace was the best example. The Water Dragon Palace relied solely on this dragon bloodline. Other than the peak races, it was difficult for other races to destroy them. Of course, there might be some strange methods. However, it was very difficult to break through this Water Dragon Palace. This was the divine dragon that was once the strongest race in the universe. He had been following Shui Yun around. He met some disciples of the Water Dragon Palace around him. They looked at Wang Xian curiously. Wang Xian also glanced at them. They were all sub-dragons, ordinary dragon species. They were not weak, but they were not strong either. Wang Xian did not take the arrows from the Water Dragon Palace to heart. Now that the Water Dragon Palace and the Fire Dragon Palace were in a state of tension, it was natural for them to have some defenses. The layout of the Water Dragon Palace was basically the same as that of the Sky Sea Dragon Palace, but the area was a little larger. Many aquatic creatures and sub-dragons lived in the palace. There were all kinds of swimming fish and sub-dragons in various forms, which made the entire Water Dragon Palace exceptionally beautiful. Oh right, did you manage to subdue the 10 ferocious dragons? Wang Xian asked after following Shui Yun for more than an hour. To tell you the truth, not long after you left, we were attacked by the Fire Dragon Palace. The 10 ferocious dragons were snatched away by the Fire Dragon Palace. Even our princess was severely injured. Shui Yun's eyes were filled with anger. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Welcome to the Water Dragon Palace. Thank you for saving Shui Yun's life last time. At this moment, a graceful and elegant woman walked over from the front. She had a dragon horn on her head and she exuded a powerful aura. Water Dragon Queen. Shui Yun immediately bowed and greeted her. It's nothing. I came to the Water Dragon Palace today out of curiosity. I want to see the inheritance of the purebred divine dragon. Sorry to disturb you, Water Dragon Queen. Wang Xian looked at the lady and cupped his hands. I'm not disturbing you. You are my guest. However, I'm afraid that we won't be able to entertain this friend properly. You should know more about the situation outside. Water Dragon Queen said with a smile. You don't have to be so polite. I'm just here to take a look. I'll be leaving in a while. Wang Xian smiled. He could tell that the woman and Shui Yun were on high alert. It was already good enough that they didn't chase away a stranger like him. Your Highness, you haven't recovered yet. Don't run around. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. Soon after, a woman wearing a white gauze with dragon horns flew towards them. Behind her was a helpless woman. I'm fine. Although my injuries are serious, they don't hurt anymore. I need to find my mother. The woman said with a smile and flew straight towards the woman. You little girl. Why did you run out when you were lying on the bed? The Water Dragon Queen looked at the woman with a doting look in her eyes. Mother. Give me the dragon token. I want to go to the inner part of the Dragon King Palace. I want to recover as soon as possible. I want to teach those guys from the Fire Dragon Palace a lesson.
The woman walked to the side of the Water Dragon Queen and stretched out her arm. She said with a smile.
Wang Xian looked at the princess of the Water Dragon Palace with a hint of curiosity in his eyes.
The last time he saw her was probably her. In her human form, she looked like she was 17 or 18 years old. Her body was watery as if she was made of water.
Even the dragon horns on her head were pink and tender.
Good, good. Can't you see that we are receiving guests? The Water Dragon Empress stroked her head lovingly.
I know. I won't disturb you. The Water Dragon Princess spoke in a crisp and weak voice. My apologies. My daughter is injured. The Water Dragon Queen passed a dragon token to her daughter and smiled apologetically at Wang Xian. It's all right. Wang Xian shook his head and looked at the Water Dragon Princess. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows slightly.
After hesitating for a moment, he opened his dragon eyes and stared at her body.
There was a ball of red flame in his body. There were also quite a number of injuries in his body. What surprised Wang Xian was that there was a wisp of flame in this ball of flame that was connected to the position of her head. Looking at this situation, coupled with his control of soul capture, the reaction of the branches of the ancestral tree and the soul-returning tree, he could basically confirm one thing. Mother, I'll go and recover first. The princess of the Water Dragon Palace received the dragon token and waved her hand at her mother.
Water Dragon Queen, I have to remind you that your girl has been controlled by someone else.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and looked at Water Dragon Queen to remind her.
Water Dragon Queen was slightly stunned when she heard his sudden words. She frowned slowly. Benefactor, what do you mean by that? Shui Yun, who was at the side, asked Wang Xian. There is a special energy in her body that is controlling her movements. It is better for you to check it out. Wang Xian continued to speak to them indifferently.
The Water Dragon Queen's expression changed slightly.
What nonsense are you talking about? Who are you saying is being controlled? At this moment, the expression of the Water Dragon Princess who had just left changed slightly. She turned around and pouted her lips as she glared at Wang Xian with dissatisfaction. Wang Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the Water Dragon Queen beside him.
It's my own daughter. How can I not be able to tell?
The Water Dragon Queen said to Wang Xian. However, her eyes flickered slightly.
Linglong, mother. Use some of your energy to completely recover from your injuries. She looked at her daughter and said, Mother, don't you trust me anymore?
The princess of the Water Dragon Palace pouted and said with an unhappy face.
Don't be willful, little girl. Heal your injuries completely so that mother won't have to worry. The Water Dragon Queen waved at her and looked at him with some worry. Bastard, you've ruined my plan. You're courting death. No matter where you run to in the universe, I will destroy you and kill your entire family. All of a sudden, the expression of the princess of the Water Dragon Palace changed drastically. She glared at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression and roared. Bastard, you've ruined my plan. You're courting death. No matter where you run to in the universe, I will destroy you and kill your entire family. A sinister voice was emitted from the mouth of the princess of the Water Dragon Palace. At this moment, her aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. She stared at Wang Xian with her eyes filled with fury. Her plan had actually been ruined by this fellow.
This was a plan that he had prepared for a long time.
When the Water Dragon Queen saw this scene, her expression changed drastically. Fire Dragon Lord, get out of my daughter's body immediately.
She clenched her fists tightly and shouted with reddened eyes.
Ha ha ha, Water Dragon Queen, if your Water Dragon Palace is willing to submit to our Fire Dragon Palace, I can consider letting your daughter go. Otherwise, you will only get a corpse. The princess of the Water Dragon Palace stared at the Water Dragon Queen with a grim expression as she roared ferociously. Do you think that's possible? Fire Dragon Lord, if anything happens to my daughter, I will make your Fire Dragon Palace pay a painful price, even if we have to fight to the death.
The eyes of the Water Dragon Queen were filled with killing intent as she roared. Then let's give it a try. Water Dragon Queen, I will destroy your Water Dragon Palace very soon. And you detestable fellow, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes.
The princess of the Water Dragon Palace roared ferociously. Her gaze landed fiercely on Wang Xian once again. Get out of my daughter's body.
Water Dragon Queen's expression was abnormally ugly. She moved her body and instantly appeared beside her daughter.
Ha ha ha. You can only get one corpse.
Seeing Water Dragon Queen coming to her side, the princess of the Water Dragon Palace didn't move at all. She spoke in a sinister tone. Buzz. A terrifying flame shot out from her body. The body of the Water Dragon Princess began to crack.
No! The Water Dragon Queen's expression changed drastically when she saw this scene. With a move of her palm, a terrifying water elemental energy surged into her body.
Kill my entire family?
Grind my bones and scatter my ashes. Wang Xian smiled coldly when he heard this. His eyes sparkled when he saw that the Water Dragon Queen was trying her best to prevent the flames from spilling out.
The result of her method would not change.
Buzz. Water Dragon Queen, leave it to me. Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone flew towards the head of the Water Dragon Princess. Roar!
Roar! The 5 divine dragons on the millstone let out a low roar as the 5 elements revolved. The flames that shot out from the body of the Water Dragon Princess were converted by the 5 elements and eventually converted into water energy that flowed into her body.
Eh? The Water Dragon Queen was slightly shocked when she saw this scene. She quickly withdrew her palm and looked at the 5 elements millstone in shock. The 5 elements revolved. Fire gave birth to earth, earth gave birth to gold, and gold gave birth to water.
The water energy entered the Water Dragon Palace princess body.
The remaining flames in her body were transformed into water-type energy through the 5 elements millstone and entered her body.
This formed a cycle and the fire energy within completely disappeared.
Ling long, ling long. At this moment, a voice filled with shock and anger rang out. The Water Dragon King appeared at the side with an anxious look on his face. Husband! The Water Dragon Queen hurriedly pulled his arm, indicating for him to stop talking.
The Water Dragon King's body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with anger and worry as he stared at his daughter.
Buzz! Wang Xian looked at her and moved his body. He came before the princess of the Water Dragon Palace. With a move of his palm, the Fuchang tree and the endless wood branches slowly landed on her body.
The Fuchang tree and the endless wood were targeted at the soul aspect. They were used to remove the remnant soul of the Fire Dragon Lord in her body.
Buzz. The radiance of the Fuchang tree and the endless wood enveloped the head of the princess of the Water Dragon Palace, causing her slightly ferocious face to disappear slowly. Crack. She smacked her lips and fell to the side as though she was in a deep sleep. Wang Xian was slightly speechless as he looked at her. He extended his hand to support her body. The flames that were seeping out from her body had gradually disappeared. Under the circulation of the 5 elements, even the injuries in her body had completely recovered.
Ling long!
Ling long! The Water Dragon King and the Water Dragon Queen walked over immediately with an excited look on their faces.
Phew, it's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right.
The Water Dragon King took a look and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Father, I
seem to have been controlled by someone.
At this moment, Shui Linglong's eyelashes fluttered. She opened her eyes and felt a little lost. She knew everything that happened just now, but it felt like a dream.
She couldn't tell the truth.
It's good that you're all right.
The Water Dragon King touched his daughter's head and said softly. Wang Xian looked at the dazed princess of the Water Dragon Palace and shook his head speechlessly.
Thank you, young master. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we really can't imagine what the consequences would be. The Water Dragon Queen walked over and thanked him with some lingering fear.
They never expected that the last time the Fire Dragon Palace robbed their space behemoth, they had planted such a terrifying seed.
It was probably because of this plan that they snatched the space beast.
Once their daughter was controlled and took away the dragon token, the Fire Dragon Master would be able to open the Water Dragon Palace and enter freely.
The consequences were unimaginable to them. In fact, it would be a disaster for them.
No need, it's just a piece of cake for me. Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly.
He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Phew! Thank you for saving my daughter. Thank you. The Water Dragon King walked over and thanked Wang Xian profusely. Wang Xian continued to shake his head. I haven't had the chance to ask this young master for his name. I'm really sorry. The water dragon queen bowed to him apologetically. Ever since Wang Xian came in, they had been on high alert to prevent him from being a member of the Fire God Palace. If it weren't for him, the incident just now would have been a huge blow to the Water Dragon Palace and them. You can just call me Wang Xian. I'm also a member of the Divine Dragon lineage.
As Wang Xian spoke, he accepted their gratitude.
He had indeed helped them to tide over a considerable crisis. Thank you, big brother. I've seen you before. You're the one who suppressed the 10-headed space behemoth, Longzheng, last time. At the side, Shui Linglong looked at Wang Xian with a twinkle in her eyes and said in surprise. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. I didn't expect that the space beast was snatched away by someone. It's all because of those bastards. Shui Linglong nodded. Thank you for what happened just now. If it weren't for you, we would be in big trouble.
Hee Linglong, you really have to thank young Master Wang Xian. If it weren't for him saving you, Mother wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
The Water Dragon Queen smiled and looked at Wang Xian. Young Master Wang, let's go in and have a seat. This time, our Water Dragon Palace really has to thank you. All right. I'm here to take a look at the Water Dragon Palace and see some people with the bloodline of the Divine Dragon.
Wang Xian nodded.
What do you think? Look, I'm a purebred Divine Dragon. A Water Divine Dragon. My parents are purebred Water Divine Dragons too.
In the entire Water Dragon Palace, only the three of us are purebred Divine Dragons. In the Dragon King Hall of the Water Dragon Palace, Shui Linglong transformed into a Water Linglong. She swayed her body as she flew in front of Wang Xian. Her face was filled with pride.
It was suspected that there were only 3 purebred water god dragons in the entire universe. There were no purebred water god dragons among the other divine dragons. Very impressive. Wang Xian looked at Shui Linglong swaying her body and showing off. A smile appeared on his face as he praised her. That weapon of yours is pretty impressive as well. I can sense a powerful bloodline power of the divine dragon. Let me see your true form.
Shui Linglong transformed into her human form and walked up to him as she asked curiously.
There was a hint of connection between the divine dragons. Wang Xian could sense the bloodline power in Shui Linglong's body. Similarly, Shui Linglong could also sense the bloodline power in his body. Linglong, don't be so rude. Above, the Water Dragon King glared at his daughter and said with a smile, I'm fine.
Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly. His body moved and immediately transformed into the body of the divine dragon. He shrunk his body to about 10 meters.
An 8-colored radiance was emitted from his body. A powerful dragon's might caused Shui Linglong, who was standing in front of him, to widen her eyes. She could not help but retreat backward. The entire body of the divine dragon looked exceptionally resplendent and majestic. Only the incipient sacred wings had slightly affected the beauty of the body. Even so, Shui Linglong and the Water Dragon King, the Water Dragon Queen, were still filled with shock. Feeling this terrifying pressure, their faces revealed a solemn expression. The Water Dragon King and the Water Dragon Queen looked at each other. I didn't expect young Master Wang Xian to have the combat strength of a level 5 Universe Knight. The bloodline of the Divine Dragon is also so strong. He must be a mutated purebred Divine Dragon, right?
The eyes of the Water Dragon Queen flickered as she asked. Yes, I guess so.
Wang Xian nodded and reverted to his human form. Mutated purebred Divine Dragon?
Isn't that stronger than a purebred Divine Dragon? Shui Linglong widened her eyes and exclaimed in disbelief.
She knew that there were bone dragons and frost dragons among the mutated purebred divine dragons. These mutated divine dragons were at the same level as the purebred divine dragons and were 1 level stronger than them. In the universe, they were existences that surpassed the peak. There might not be too many of these mutated divine dragons in the entire universe.
Wang Xian smiled when he saw her surprised look. Mutated divine dragons are also very rare when they are at the peak of the divine dragon clan. I didn't expect young Master Wang Xian to have such a fortuitous encounter.
On the stage, the Water Dragon King sighed slightly.
Let's talk while we eat. Let Linglong bring young Master Wang Xian around the Water Dragon Palace later.
At this moment, The maid of the Water Dragon Palace brought over some exquisite food. The Water Dragon Queen said with a smile, all right.
I'll bring you around the Water Dragon Palace later. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You're almost on par with my parents.
However, my strength is already comparable to a Universe Knight level 4. It won't be long before I surpass you guys.
Shui Linglong raised her head slightly as she spoke. These are some delicacies specially produced by our Water Dragon Palace. Please enjoy, young Master Wuxia.
Water Dragon King smiled and gestured. All right.
Wuxia nodded. The food was the fruit of a Universe Knight at level 4. It was made with some seasonings.
There were also a few pieces of meat by the side that contained a majestic energy. This meal could be said to be incomparably rich. At least, it was the best delicacies that Wuxia had eaten so far.
Let's go. I'll bring you to the Water Dragon Palace for a stroll. After the meal, Shui Linglong waved at him and said, Hee. The Water Dragon King and the Water Dragon Queen looked at their figures and smiled.
If Linglong can be together with this young Master Wuxia, it would be a good thing. Seeing them leave, the Water Dragon Queen said with a smile on her face. Yes, it is indeed the best choice. The offspring of the mutated and purebred divine dragons are very likely to be purebred divine dragons. Even if they aren't, they are likely to be the legendary peak dragon species. The Water Dragon King nodded slightly. I'm not talking about the bloodline. I feel that Linglong is very passionate about that Wuxia. The Water Dragon Queen rolled her eyes at him and said, Haha, it's a good thing anyway. It's a good thing. The Water Dragon King laughed out loud. Roar.
Damn you, you ruined my plan. I'm going to kill you.
While Shui Linglong and Wuxia were looking around the Water Dragon Palace, they were in a distant starry sky.
The entire starry sky was covered by a blood-red light. In the starry sky, there were numerous meteorites emitting lava floating around.
With a glance, this was the starry sky of flames. On the planet in the middle of this starry sky, there was an incomparably huge flaming planet. It was dozens of times bigger and hundreds of times hotter than the sun in the other starry skies.
From time to time, one could see terrifying lava erupting out. In the center of this flaming star, there was an enormous flaming dragon palace.
In the Dragon King shop of the Flaming Dragon Palace, a flaming dragon god roared furiously.
Below him, more than 10 sub-dragons were crouching down, trembling, not daring to breathe loudly.
Fire Dragon Lord, the plan has failed. If we can't open the gate of the Water Dragon Palace, how can we attack the Water Dragon Palace? Humph! This is a waste of my time. A middle-aged man in black armor with a dragon claw and a dragon tail stood at the side. He looked at the Fire Dragon Lord and snorted, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. Don't worry, although this plan has failed, I still have other plans. I will destroy the Water Dragon Palace. The Fire Dragon Lord said with a grim face.
You still have a way to open the Water Dragon Palace? The middle-aged man with dragon claws and dragon tails was surprised. Of course. Get your men ready.
The Fire Dragon Lord said coldly, and the flames on his body rose.
Good. Fire Dragon Lord, I will trust you one last time. Take action in a month.
The middle-aged man with dragon claws and dragon tails said coldly and disappeared instantly. Roar! Roar! Roar!
Fire Dragon Lord let out an angry roar. He moved his arm and a crystal box flew over. He slowly opened it, revealing a dragon pearl that was emitting a blue light.
The entire dragon pearl was emitting a terrifying power.
This was the dragon pearl of the Water Dragon Palace. What a pity for such a precious treasure.
Fire Dragon Lord growled in a low voice, unwilling to give up.
Pass down my order. Kill all those who enter or leave the Water Dragon Palace. Lock down the entire Water Dragon Palace. I'll destroy them in a month.
Soon, the orders were delivered in the Fire Dragon Palace. Yes.
The subdragon species of the Fire Dragon Palace immediately responded.
How is it? Our Water Dragon Palace is not bad, right? In the Water Dragon Palace, Shui Linglong brought him around with a smile on her face. It's very beautiful. Wuxia nodded and said sincerely. The Water Dragon Palace was very exquisite. There were all kinds of subdragons and aquatic creatures living in it.
It was much more exquisite than the Dragon Palace. After all, there were only those dragon species in the Dragon Palace. There are still some fun things below the Dragon King Palace. Let's go, I'll bring you there.
As Shui Linglong spoke, she brought Wang Xian inside.
Dragon King, Dragon Queen, we have discovered the Dragon Eagle Legion and the Fire Cloud Legion of the Fire Dragon Palace around the Dragon Palace. There are also Netherclaw and Ghost Dragon. The people from the 4 legions are scattered around the Water Dragon Palace.
There are disciples who have flown back and have been attacked by them.
When they arrived at the Dragon King's palace, they saw dozens of sub-dragons of the Water Dragon Palace reporting the news. Shui Linglong brought him in suddenly, causing the sub-dragons to be slightly stunned.
They looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. However, they knew their princess very well. They were not too surprised by her sudden appearance. The Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon Clan are going to war with us.
The Dragon Eagle Legion of the Fire Dragon Palace is good at scouting, and the Fire Cloud, Hellclaw, and Ghost Dragon are all good at assassinations. They are going to lock down the Water Dragon Palace.
On the dragon throne, the Water Dragon King said coldly, "Water Dragon King, with our strength, we are no match for the 4 legions of the Fire Dragon Palace." An elder below replied with a solemn expression.
In terms of overall strength, the Fire Dragon Palace is stronger than us and the Devil Dragon bloodline is not weaker than us. Now that their most elite dragon army is surrounding us, our West Water Division and the Hidden Water Division can't do anything about it.
The old woman beside him also said with an embarrassed expression. The Hidden Water Division and the West Water Division were the most powerful legions of the Water Dragon Palace, and they were also powerful dragons. The number of the 2 legions wasn't much, only about 500. Their 2 legions were as famous as the Dragon Eagle and Fire Cloud of the Fire Dragon Palace.
Seal the Water Dragon Palace. They can't stay around the Water Dragon Palace forever. We can afford to waste time with them.
The Water Dragon Queen said with a sullen face. The group of dragons nodded slightly.
There was only one way.
They were self-sufficient in the Water Dragon Palace. The Water Dragon Palace's defense was almost invincible. They were not worried that the other party would attack them. Although they felt extremely aggrieved, there was nothing they could do about it. Wang Xian heard their conversation and his eyes sparkled. The 2 divine dragons were at war with the Water Dragon Palace. Let's go, let's go. We don't have to worry about these things. Shui Linglong also heard her parents' words.
She pulled him to the back nonchalantly.
Although she was a purebred divine dragon, she had no influence on this battle situation. Wang Xian was pulled to the bottom of the Dragon King's palace. This place was transformed into a crystal world with crystals. The entire space was dreamy and beautiful. How is it? Is it beautiful? My father made it for me. Hehe. Shui Linglong said happily to him. Wang Xian nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he asked her, "Do you know much about the Fire Dragon Palace and the lineage of the Demon Dragon?" Brother Wang Xian, why are you asking about these things? Shui Linglong was stunned for a moment and looked at him in surprise. Brother Wang Xian, are you trying to help us?
Although you are very strong, it is still very difficult for you to change the situation of the battle.
The Fire Dragon Palace has 6 Universe Knights with level 5 combat strength, including the Divine Dragon and the Inferior Dragon. The Demonic Dragon lineage also has 5 or 6 of them. Furthermore, they have very powerful ultimate treasures in their hands. She frowned slightly and continued. With their abilities, they are able to carry out the landing battle. However, they might be afraid of losing too much, so they have not entered the heaven-opening primal continent. 5 or 6.
If we add in powerful treasures, they should be able to fight against a level 6 Universe Knight.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. This person was not weak, but it was not to the point where he was worried.
Do you know the information about the Dragon Eagle and Fire Cloud?
Wang Xian asked her.
He knew a lot about the information about the Netherclaw and Ghost Dragon, and he was very clear about the strength of these 2 legions.
However, he did not know about the Dragon Eagle and Fire Cloud.
I have a piece of information here, but it might not be 100% accurate. Shui Linglong took out the Universal AI and sent him a message. It's a little stronger than the powers of the Netherclaw and Ghost Dragon that I obtained from my soul catcher. However, it's about the same.
Wang Xian took a look and his eyes sparkled.
The reason why he wanted this information was to participate in the war between the Water Dragon Palace, Fire Dragon Palace, and the lineage of the Demon Dragon. Last time, the resources that the Dragon Palace obtained from the Tianhai Dragon King had greatly improved the Dragon Palace.
If he could eliminate the Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon lineage, the Dragon Palace would receive a qualitative boost once again.
After eliminating them, the Dragon Palace would be able to set foot on the heaven-splitting prehistoric continent easily.
Perhaps his own strength would receive a boost. If he were to increase his strength again this time, he would directly possess the combat strength of a level 7 Universe Knight.
He was deep in thought.
What's wrong, Brother Wang Xian?
Shui Linglong waved her hand in front of him and asked curiously.
Nothing.
Wang Xian smiled and looked at her. Do you need my help to deal with the Fire God Palace and the demonic dragon faction outside?
Brother Wang Xian, do you have a way? Shui Linglong looked at him in astonishment. Of course. Wang Xian nodded and took out his AI to send a message to Prime Minister Gue. How is the upgrade of the members of the Dragon Palace? Dragon King. The upgrade has been completed. Soon, Prime Minister Gue replied. All right. Get the strongest members of the 3 dragon species, namely the raptor, arrow, and succubus, to prepare, 200 members each. Get the heaven formation to come over as well.
Wang Xian instructed immediately. Come, let's go to the entrance of the Water Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian said to Shui Linglong as he spoke.
Ha! Shui Linglong looked at him in astonishment. She nodded her head blankly and followed behind him. Your Highness, the situation is critical now. Please don't go out.
The 2 guards of the Water Dragon Palace said when they arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Gate. It's all right. It's just at the entrance. We won't go anywhere else.
Wang Xian spoke and Shui Linglong immediately followed behind him.
The 2 guards opened their mouths and hesitated for a moment before following him.
Buzz.
Wang Xian walked to the entrance and waved his arm. A summoning altar appeared.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Soon, the figures of Ao Yaotian formation and the rest appeared in the summoning altar. A total of around 600 members of the Dragon Palace appeared slowly. Greetings, Dragon King. In front of the Water Dragon Palace, Tian Chang and the rest appeared and greeted Wang Xian respectfully.
Shui Linglong was shocked. The 2 guards of the Water Dragon Palace were on high alert.
Get up. Wang Xian glanced at them and smiled. Tian Chang, Spiny Dragon, Charming Dragon, and Arrow Dragon.
The elites of the 3 dragon species. They were all Universe Knights with combat strength.
Sky Array's current strength had already reached the level 5 combat strength of a Universe Knight. Among the level 5, it was considered the best. Brother Wang Xian.
You
are. At the side, Shui Linglong couldn't help but stare at him and exclaimed. I belong to the divine dragon lineage. They are my subordinates.
Wang Xian smiled faintly at her. Aren't the Fire Dragon Palace and the Devil Dragon lineage your enemies?
I can help you deal with some of them. This. Shui Linglong widened her eyes and didn't know what to say. Sky formation. Use the crescent moon and the formation to scout the surroundings. It's best if you can detect the people hiding in the surroundings. Wang Xian looked at the sky formation at the side and instructed him. It's the Dragon King.
The sky formation nodded.
Brother Wang Xian, are you going to help us deal with the Fire Dragon Palace and the demonic dragon lineage?
They are very strong.
Shui Linglong walked over. Her small face was filled with shock as she asked him in a daze. Yes. I also want to see their powerful dragon species. Wang Xian nodded his head.
He was indeed very curious about these dragon palaces.
Brother Wang Xian, you're too kind. I'm going to tell my parents.
Shui Linglong cheered and flew into the Water Dragon Palace immediately.
The other 2 guards of the Water Dragon Palace stood at the side. They exchanged a glance and returned to their positions.
Enlai. Wang Xian watched Shui Linglong leave and shook his head as he looked at Enlai. Enlai.
Dragon King. Enlai bowed and waited for the order. I'll send you a set of information. After you go back, get Prime Minister Gue and the rest to prepare. After that, go and exterminate the Horned Seal race. Wang Xian said to him directly. It's the Dragon King. And Lai was slightly taken aback before nodding his head. Wang Xian had more or less understood the strength of the Horned Seal race. After 2 Universe Knight level 5 powerhouses were exterminated, the Horned Seal race still had 4 Universe Knight level 5 powerhouses. This number was not a small number for the current Dragon Palace. After all, other than himself, the Dragon Palace only had 4. However, the 4 members of the Dragon Palace could not be compared to the 4 members of the Horned Seal race. It was not difficult for the Dragon Palace to exterminate the Horned Seal race. As long as the poisonous horned dragon species could enter the inner parts of the Horned Seal race, it would be very easy to exterminate them. In fact, there was no need for him to do it himself. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and a stream of information was transmitted to Enlai's mind. Enlai cupped his hands and disappeared. When the Dragon Palace was about to exterminate the race of the Horned Seal, all he needed to do was to rush over with the sky formation. Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked at the sky formation at the side. At this moment, the sky formation was setting up a formation to scout the surrounding void space. As a level 5 dragon wizard with the combat strength of a Universe Knight, his strength was definitely one of the best in the Fire Dragon Palace and the Demonic Dragon lineage. Buzz. At this moment, more than 10 figures flew over quickly. The leader of the group, Water Dragon King and Water Dragon Queen, scanned the surroundings of Wang Xian, their eyes filled with astonishment. A level 5 Universe Knight Array Master. 600 subordinates of a Universe Knight. That light-dark dragon species is very strange. It's at least a high-level dragon species. The Water Dragon Queen swept her gaze across the area. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Is it that powerful? Brother Wang Xian actually has so many powerful subordinates. Shui Linglong exclaimed when she heard her mother's voice. Young Master Wang Xian, you want to help us deal with the Fire Dragon Palace and the Demonic Dragon lineage? You want to participate in our war? The Water Dragon King stared at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes as he asked. Yes. The Fire Dragon King said that no matter where I flee to in the universe, he would destroy me. In that case, I can only let him know the price for his words. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Young Master Wang Xian, there's no need for that at all. If you stay in our Water Dragon Palace, they won't be able to break through our defenses. With our Water Dragon Palace around, they won't be able to hurt you. The Water Dragon King shook his head and said sincerely, It's all right. I know that I'm not strong enough to fight against them. However, I'll play with them first. Wang Xian said nonchalantly. He had called Ao Yao and the rest over because he had no intention of defeating or even annihilating them. He just wanted to understand the strength and abilities of the 2 high-level dragons of the Divine Dragon lineage. Was there a hidden peak race? Of course, a large part of the reason was that the Fire Dragon Lord wanted to destroy him. Then he would play with them. Since the Water Dragon Palace was behind them, they could escape if they could not defeat him. The Water Dragon King, the Water Dragon Queen, was slightly speechless when she heard his words. The experts from the Water Dragon Palace behind him could not understand why the expert who had saved their princess would do this. Since young Master Wang Xian is prepared to make a move, we shall use the Water Secret Division and the West Water Division to play with them. A hint of sternness flashed across the Water Dragon King's eyes as he spoke. Water Dragon King, we have the geographical advantage. They have surrounded our Water Dragon Palace and think that we are easy to bully? Let them know how powerful we are. Immediately, the experts from the Water Dragon Palace chimed in. That's right. Let them know how powerful we are. The group of experts from the Water Dragon Palace roared. All right. The Water Dragon King nodded his head heavily. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Get the disciples from the Western Water Division of the Water Secret Division to prepare. Kill! He roared with a face full of killing intent. The western side is locked down by the people from the Netherclaw and Ghost Dragon legions of the Demonic Dragon lineage. The Fire Cloud and Dragon Eagle legions of the Fire Dragon Palace are on the eastern side. I'm going to get my men to attack the Netherclaw and Ghost Dragon. Wang Xian looked at them and said with a smile, All right, let's go and meet the experts of the Fire Dragon Palace. The Water Dragon King and the rest nodded their heads. Their eyes were gleaming. They moved and immediately flew towards the other direction of the Water Dragon Palace. Brother Wang Xian, I'm on your side. Are we going to make a move later? Shui Linglong stared at the front and said excitedly. No need. We can just stay here and watch. Wang Xian shook his head and looked at the sky array in front of him. In the future, the heavenly numinous treasure would be illuminated by the crescent moon in the sky. Together with the array formations, they would start to scan the surroundings. As long as one's strength did not exceed level 5 of a universe knight, there would be nowhere to hide under his array formations. Dragon King, it's done. 2 hours later, the sky formation waved its arm and reported to Wang Xian.